Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had harem with cute twin of Hermione? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. 1. First year. The Grangers walks through the train hall, looking for Neville's toad while the boy himself looked through at different carriages. Harper quietly trailed after his sister, holding onto her sleeve so he wouldn't lose her in the crowd of students walking back and forth in the train hall. Harper looks up when Hermione stops walking, stopping in front of a compartment door, and he looked over her shoulder, hearing her talking with the two boys inside the compartment. Harper looked over at the red-haired boy, instantly catching the boy's attention. Harper instantly takes notice of the boy with sky-blue eyes, and he was about to do a spell on a rat before Hermione stopped him by opening the door. "Has anyone seen a toad?" Hermione questioned, looking at the two boys while her twin brother stayed quiet behind her. "A boy named Neville has lost one," she added, stopping when she noticed the boy with the red hair holding a wand pointed at the rat. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see, then," she said, dragging her brother with her to sit down beside her, noticing that the red-haired boy couldn't stop staring at Harper. The red-haired boy looks a bit taken aback by her, but he clears his throat and points his wand at the rat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid, fat rat yellow," he finished saying, expecting something to happen to the rat, but was disappointed when nothing happened. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" "Well, it's not very good, is it?" Hermione said, turning her head to her twin when he bumped his leg on hers before turning back to the two boys. "I've only tried a few simple ones myself, but they've all worked for me. For example," she takes her wand out of her robes and points it directly over the boy with the glasses brow, then stops herself as a look of recognition passed by her face. "Goodness, you're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Hermione said, subtly observing the red-haired boy who couldn't stop staring at her twin brother. "We know all about you, of course. We were doing a little recreational reading, and you're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I?" Harry asked, intrigued. "Didn't you know? I'd have found out everything I could if it was me," Hermione said, raising her wand to finish her work. "Anyway, Oculus Reparo." She waved her wand, fixing the cracked bridge of Harry's glasses. "There, that's better, isn't it?" she said, smiling at the two boys. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. This is Harper Granger, my twin brother," she introduced, turning her head to her twin who waved at the two. "And you are?" she dragged out, looking at the two boys. The red-haired boy turned away from Harry's fixed glasses, feeling a bit outdone. Ron Weasley." He introduced himself, feeling a bit nauseous, but a smile from Harper instantly removed those feelings away as Ron returned the smile. "Pleasure," Hermione said, turning her head to the two boys in front of her. "Do either of you know what house you'll be in?" "I'm hoping for Gryffindor. I hear Dumbledore himself was in it, but I think I might just die if they put me in Slytherin." "I was hoping for a Hufflepuff," Harper muttered to himself. Not anyone to hear him, but Ron heard him anyway as those sky-blue eyes focused on him and gives him a small smile. "That was you-know-whose house," Hermione continued, having not heard what her brother had said, but notices the moment between the two. "Anyway, you two had better change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon," she said, standing up and walking past Harper, who was still sitting down. She stopped when she heard Harper's quiet voice behind her. "You've got dirt on your nose, Ron," Harper said kindly as he stood up to follow his sister out of the compartment. He sends Ron a small smile as he trails after his sister, who sends a teasing smile to him, making him blush as he shoves her lightly. 2. Harper trails after his sister as they walked up the Hogwarts staircase with the other students. Harper couldn't help but take notice of Neville looking at one particular boy who was standing close to Neville, as if he was trying to hide Neville from the blonde's boy view not far from him. Harper let out a small sound when he accidentally bumped into his sister's back, muttering a quiet, "Sorry," before he started paying attention to Professor McGonagall standing at the top of the stairs. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall greeted warmly, looking at the students with a warm smile on her face. "In a moment, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But before you can take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses," she said, eyes stopping on the boy that was standing by Neville's for a few seconds before glancing away. "They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While here, your house is, in many ways, your family. Your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you." Harper's attention was taken away from the professor's speech when the boy from before pointed at something by the professor's feet. He got his answer when Neville called out his toad's name. "Will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." Professor McGonagall continued, looking down at the slowly blushing Neville as the boy slowly went back to stands where he was. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," she said, turning around and walked through the big doors behind her. The room was instantly filled with multiple voices talking excitedly. Harper wasn't paying attention to Neville and the boys talking, except he was paying attention to Harry and Ron, listening to them talk with each other about the sorting ceremony. "How exactly do they sort us?" Harry questioned. "Some kind of test, I think," Ron answered before he suddenly remembered the stories Fred had told him. "Fred says it hurts like hell, but I'm sure he was joking," he said, face flattering as he thinks about it. "At least, I think he was." Just then, Harper's attention was taken away again by the blonde who was pushing through the crowd to get to Harry and Ron, or more specifically to Harry. "It's true then, what they were saying on the train," the blonde said, staring at Harry's scar without a shame in him before looking at Harry himself. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Harry's eyes turned to look at behind the blonde, eyeing the two bodyguards behind the blonde. The blonde, noticing Harry's stare, introduces the two boys behind him. "Oh, this is Crabbe and Goyle. And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron let out a snigger into his hand, acting like he was coughing, making a small, unnoticeable smile appear on Harper's face. Draco's eyes narrowed at Ron, looking up and down at Ron with a slight disgust on his face before it disappeared like it was never there. "Think my name's funny, do you?" he said, turning his attention to Ron. "No need to ask yours. Red hair, freckles, and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley," he said, smiling when Ron's smile faded before he turned to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there," he said confidently, extending his hand to Harry, who only looked at him without sparing a glance at his hand. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," Harry said, watching as Draco's eyes are filled with rage before the blonde drops his hand, turning away from Harry and walked away. "Well, he's rather disagreeable, isn't he?" Harper heard his sister say, looking away from Draco, who was staring at him with an expression he couldn't describe. Harry and Ron turned to see his sister behind them. Ron's eyes instantly go to Harper, who, once again, sent him a small smile that instantly filled him with comfort. Just then, Professor McGonagall returns with a parchment in her hand. "We are ready for you." 3. It's not real, the ceiling. It's only bewitched to look like the night sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," Hermione said as Harper looks up at the ceiling with amazement on his face, not noticing Ron is looking his way with a soft smile. Harper stopped walking as the other students, taking notice of a hat sitting on a stool. "Before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words," Professor McGonagall said, gaining the attention of everyone as they look at Headmaster Dumbledore, who stood up from his seat. "Yes, and here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you," Professor Dumbledore exclaimed as the great hall thunders with applause. "I hear he's a genius," Harper and Hermione simultaneously said. As the applause subsides, the hat on the tool suddenly twitches. At the brim, a rip opens wide and the hat begins to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, For I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be." The hat finished, the students applauding again as the hat takes a bow. Professor McGonagall steps forward with a roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will come forth, put on the hat, and be sorted," she said, looking down at the parchment before looking up to call the name. Hermione Granger. Harper didn't hear what his sister was mumbling about as he watched his sister walk towards the stool and sit down. "Mental, that one. I'm telling you," Harper heard someone say, turning his head to the voice and making eye contact with Ron, who froze as he didn't expect to get caught. Harper shakes his head, turning his head away from Ron as the Sorting Hat yells out the house his sister got in, which is Gryffindor. Harper shares a smile with Hermione as she walks to the Gryffindor table. "Harper Granger." Professor McGonagall calls out. Harper walked towards the stool and sat down, his view being covered by the Sorting Hat when Professor McGonagall placed the hat on top of his head. "Gryffindor!" the Sorting Hat yelled. Harper got his view back when Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat from his head. Harper walked towards the Gryffindor table, sitting down beside his sister as his sister gently patted his back, happy that she got her twin brother with her. Harper placed his elbows on the table, placing his head on the palm of his hands as he looked at the others going to their houses. "Ronald Weasley." Professor McGonagall calls out. Harper watches as Ron nervously steps towards the stool, the Sorting Hat being placed on top of his head before the hat yells out Gryffindor. Harper smiled at Ron when the boy sat down in front of him. Ron returns the smile nervously before Harper turned back to the sorting. When Professor McGonagall calls out Harry's name, it was as if the sounds had disappeared in the Great Hall. Nothing could be heard except breathing and whispering. Harper noticed the headmaster leaning forward, hands clasped in front of him. Time passed as Harry and the Sorting Hat seemed to be talking with each other, before the hat opened its mouth and yelled out Gryffindor. And the hall is instantly filled with claps and excitement from the Gryffindor table. Harry walks to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione, the Weasley twins, and a man he didn't recognize all welcome him. Harper only sent him a small smile, which Harry is forever grateful for. Marcus Sawyer. 4. Harper watches in amazement as the empty plates before him is suddenly filled with food. There is roast beef, chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, the feast of all feasts. Harper takes some of the food into his plate, listening to Harry and Percy talk while eating his food. "Say, Percy, who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked, gaining the attention of the said boy. "Him? Oh, Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House," Percy answered, leaning over to pour a liquid into Harry's goblet. "What's he teach?" Harry asked. "Potions. But everyone knows it's the dark arts he fancies. Been after Quirrell's job for years," Percy said, turning his head when he heard several students shrieking as a volley of ghosts stream into the hall overheard. Percy instantly recognized one of the ghosts. "Hello, Sir Nicholas. Have a nice summer?" Dismal. What with the Slytherins winning the House Cup 6 years in a row, the Bloody Barons become unbearable, Sir Nicholas said, nodding his head in the direction of the Slytherin table, where a blood-stained ghost hovers. "Then again, he's always been unbearable. I know you. You're nearly headless, Nick," Ron said, looking up at Nicholas with awe on his face. He even stopped eating to look at the ghost. "I prefer Sir Nicholas, if you don't mind," Sir Nicholas said kindly to the young boy. "Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless?" Hermione questioned, softly shaking her head at her brother who is still eating but is still paying attention to his surroundings. "Like this," Sir Nicholas said, swinging his entire head off his neck and onto his shoulder as if it were on a hinge. "I think I'm done eating," Harper heard Neville say, and when Harper looked up from the food to look at Neville, it looked like Neville was about to pass out from how pale he suddenly looked. Just then, Professor Dumbledore rises from his seat at the high table. "If I may, I have a few start-of-term notices to announce," Professor Dumbledore began, gaining the attention of every student in the Great Hall. "First years should note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all pupils. Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. And finally, please note that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Hearing this, Harper shares a worried glances with his sister. This is the most direct path to the dormitory, Percy said as the Gryffindors followed him up the staircase. Except on Fridays, of course, when the staircases change. Harper stares at the moving portrait in amazement, not noticing the soft smile on his sister's face as she watches him. Harper held onto something close to him when the staircase before him suddenly moved to the right. Harper looked at what he was holding and made eye contact with Ron, who has slightly widened eyes at the contact. Harper pulled away, an apologetic expression on his face. "Sorry," he muttered softly, scratching at his elbow nervously. "A tic he has when he was nervous. Don't worry about it," Ron said, a small smile on his face. The staircase stops and the Gryffindor students are led into a new corridor. Up ahead, Harper can see a bundle of walking sticks floating in midair. And without warning, the walking sticks come flying towards them. All the first years duck and dodge the flying stick, Percy sighed in annoyance. "Gryffindors, I give you peeves, Hogwarts resident poltergeist," Percy said. A tiny translucent man with wicked eyes and a wide mouth appears before them, clutching the last walking stick. "Oh, ickle first eyes. What fun," the Peeves exclaimed before swooping off, wagging his tongue and bouncing a walking stick off of Neville's head. "Rather a nuisance, I'm afraid," Percy sighed out, starting to walk again. "Ah, here we are." At the very end of the corridor, hang a portrait of a woman in a pink silk dress. She turned her head to look at Percy. "Password, Caput Draconis," Percy said, and the portrait swings forward, revealing a round hole in the wall. Harper let everyone enter first before he walked in himself when he and Percy were all that was left outside. Harper looked around the cozy, round room, filled with squashy armchairs. At the top of a spiral staircase are two doors. Girls' dormitory to the left, boys to the right. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up. Any questions? Percy asked, looking at the students. No one said anything. Then good night all. Oh, and don't forget, before retiring, please place all living potion ingredients in your cupboards. This includes slugs, fire beetles, and cutworms. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Hermione, Harper's quiet voice said before she could go into her room. Hermione turned around, smiling softly at Harper. Sweet dreams, Harper, she said, walking into her dormitory after Harper disappeared from her sight. 5. Harper draws a smiley face on the side of his parchment to pass the time when the door to the classroom bursts open. Harper turns his head to look behind him and he sees Harry and Ron walking in, glancing around the classroom for the professor. Little do they know. Phew, we made it, mate. Can you imagine old McGonagall's face if we were late first day out? Ron said, talking to Harry and catching Harper's eyes when he noticed the brunette looking at him, but before he could send a smile at Harper, the boy turned away from him, making him frown. Was this because of what he had said about his sister? Hearing what Ron had said, the cat narrows its eyes and leaps up, transforming into Professor McGonagall in front of their eyes. Ron's jaw almost dropped to the floor. That was bloody brilliant, he said in amazement. Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley. But perhaps it might be more useful if I transfigured Mr. Potter or yourself into a pocket watch. That way one of you might be on time. Professor McGonagall said, looking at the two. We got lost, Harry said, a guilty expression on his face. Then perhaps a map. I trust you don't need one to find your seats? Professor McGonagall said. Harry and Ron walked past the Granger's twins, sitting at the front row center. Transfiguration is some of the most complex, dangerous, and valuable magic you will learn at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said, beginning her class after Harry and Ron sat down. Use it skillfully, and it may, one day, save your life. Make a mistake, and you could find yourself with a toad's head and a monkey's tail, she said, opening a textbook as she looked at the students. All right then, shall we? Harper and Hermione exchange a glance before opening their books. Professor Snape paces imperiously. The others sit in dead silence, eyes wandering to the pickled animals floating in glass jars along the cold stone walls. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, Professor Snape's eyes turns to look at Draco, who possessed the predisposition. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention. Professor Snape said, looking right at Harry, who had not noticed him. Harper softly elbowed Harry, getting his attention. Harper nodded at Professor Snape, and Harry instantly placed down the quill, looking up at Snape. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Professor Snape asked, looking down at Harry, ignoring Hermione's raised hand. Harry shrugs. You don't know. Well, let's try again. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Professor Snape asked, and Hermione raises her hand again. I don't know, sir, Harry answered. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Professor Snape asked. I don't know, sir, Harry said, ignoring Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle sniggering at him. Pity. Clearly fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter? Professor Snape said. Clearly Hermione knows. It seems a pity not to ask her. Harry retorted as a few other Gryffindors laughed, except Harper, who only stayed quiet. Harry noticed that Harper is quieter and kept to himself than Hermione. Silence! Professor Snape exclaimed. Instantly, the class is filled with silence. And put your hand down, you silly girl. Hermione's hand flattered, her hand falling down onto her lap. Professor Snape steps towards Harry, eyes glimmering. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of the Living Dead. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite, he said, turning to the others. Well, why aren't you all copying this down? Harper draws mindlessly on his parchment, looking up when he hears Seamus muttering down the table. Eyes of rabbit, harp string hum, Seamus muttered, waving his wand on his glass of water. What's Seamus trying to do to that glass of water? Harry asked. Turn it to rum. Actually managed a weak tea yesterday before it. Ron didn't get to finish his sentence as Seamus's glass blew up, painting his whole face black. Two Nuts says he loses his eyebrows by week's end. Mail's here. Harper looked up as dozens of owls circled the ceiling, before swooping down, dropping parcels from home. Hey look, Neville's gotten a remembrall, Ron said. Harper turned his head to look at Neville and saw the boy holding a glass ball filled with white smoke. Slowly, the smoke begins to turn a deep scarlet. I've read about those. If the smoke turns red, it means you've forgotten something, Hermione said. Only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten, Neville said. Neville, where's your robe? Harper asked after noticing the boy is not wearing his robe. And just like that, the remembrall is instantly filled with white smoke. Oh, I forgot my robe, Neville muttered, turning his head to look at Harper. Thanks, Harper. You're welcome, Harper said, sending Neville a kind smile. Hey, Ron, Harry said, nudging Ron, who was staring at Harper, to get his attention. Somebody broke into Gringotts. Listen, believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown, Gringotts goblins, while acknowledging the breach, insist nothing was taken. The vault in question had, in fact, been emptied earlier that very same day. That's odd. It's mad. Dad says there are dragons guarding some of the vaults, Ron said, taking the parchment Harper held out towards him and is amazed by the art. It was just a red rose, but it looked absolutely beautiful. This is amazing, Harper, he praised, looking at Harper. Harper smiled shyly at him, playing with his robe sleeve nervously. No, it's just odd, Harry said, bringing Ron's attention back to him. That's the day Hagrid and I were there. 6. Harper stands in a cluster full of Gryffindors. Across from him are Marcus Sawyer and the other Slytherins. He knows Marcus's names from Neville and Seamus. Between them, there is a long line of broomsticks lining up beside them. Harper turned his head to Madame Hooch, a witch with short gray hair and hawk-like eyes. "Welcome to your first flying lesson," Madame Hooch said, looking between the two groups. "Well, what are you all waiting for? Everyone step up to a broomstick. Come now. Hurry up." Harper steps forward nervously, glancing down at the broom. "Stick out your right hand over the broom and say up." Harper said the word under his breath, and the broom instantly snaps into his hand, making him smile. He looked to the side at Harry and Ron, letting out a soft giggle when the broom hits Ron right on the nose. "Shut up, Harper," Ron said fondly, though he let out a laugh of his own himself. Harper have such a beautiful laugh. Harper shakes his head softly, turning back to Madame Hooch. "Now, once you've got a hold of the broom, I want you to mount it and grip it tight. We don't want you sliding off the end," Madame Hooch said, walking the row of students before stopping by Seamus. "Your other right hand, Mr. Finnegan." "Goodness, boy, what have you done with your eyebrows?" "Lost 'em, ma'am," Seamus answered. "Excuse me, Madame Hooch," Draco spoke, gaining the woman's attention as she turned to look at him. "Given that a few of us have been on sticks for years, would it not make sense to separate the expert flyers from the neophytes?" he questioned, glancing at Harry secretly. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, but I'm sure even an expert flyer such as yourself can appreciate the benefits of reacquainting oneself with the basics. Your grip, for example. It's thumb in, not out," Madame Hooch said. Draco's face turned red with embarrassment as Harry and Ron share a grin. "Very well. Now when I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick off from the ground. Hard," Madame Hooch said. "Keep your brooms steady, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and touch back down," she instructed, watching everyone do what she had said before raising her whistle up to her mouth. "On my whistle. 3, 2. Harper looked to his side when he heard Neville letting out a nervous sound and saw him shoot straight up into the air, almost hitting Marcus if he didn't duck down. Harper watched Neville clutching desperately to his broom. The boy caroms crazily off a tree, flops upside down, rockets past the other students, who duck, then soars into a mad, spiraling climb. He did notice Marcus is right on Neville's tail, though. Harper heard the others gasp when Neville fall from the torch he was hanging on. But before Neville could hit the ground, Marcus catches him and safely places him on the ground. Harper and the others quickly ran towards Neville and Marcus, Madame Hooch pushing past him and checking up on Neville that is still in shock. "Thank you, Marcus. Come on now, let's go and check you for injuries," Madame Hooch said, gently pulling Neville up and turning to the students. "Everyone's to keep their feet firmly on the ground while I take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Understand? If I see a single broom in the air, the one riding it will find themselves out of Hogwarts before they can say Quidditch. And Marcus, you can follow with if you want." Harper watched as Marcus nods, taking his broom from the Slytherin, Marcus giving him a grateful smile before trailing after Neville and Madame Hooch. Harper turned around when he heard a laugh from Draco, noticing the blonde is holding onto Neville's remembrall. "Did you see his face? Perhaps if the great lump had given this a squeeze, he would have remembered to fall on his fat arse," Draco said as one of his friends forcefully takes Marcus' broom from Harper. Harper almost falling down if it wasn't for Ron grasping his arm. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said, moving forward. "No, I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find." "How about up a tree?" Draco said, slinging a leg over his broom and kicks into the air before turning to look at Harry. "What's the matter, Potter? A bit beyond your reach?" Harry narrowed his eyes at Malfoy, grabbing his broom but was stopped by Hermione before he could fly up to the blonde. "Harry, no. You heard what Madame Hooch said. Besides, you don't even know how to fly," Hermione said. Harry shoots up into the sky, not listening to Hermione, and hovers by Draco. "I wish I was as good as him," Ron muttered, not noticing that Harper is still by his side. He almost jumped when he felt a hand dragging him away from the others before he relaxed when he noticed that Harper is the one who dragged him away. "Don't do that," Harper said, looking up sharply at Ron, filling the Weasley with surprise. Do what? Ron asked, acting like he doesn't know what the brunette is talking about, turning his head away to look at the wall over Harper's head. Put yourself down, Harper said, huffing when Ron didn't even glance at him. He cupped Ron's face into his hands, turning his head to look at him straight in the eyes. Ron, you shouldn't compare yourself to others, he said, stopping Ron from talking by placing his hand up. We all have our talents. I'm sure you do too. And I say, that's the only thing that matters to me. You think me being good at a wizard's chess is a good talent? Ron asked, looking straight into Harper's Hazel's eyes to see nothing but the truth. Yes, Harper exclaimed, lowering his voice when some of the Gryffindors and Slytherins looked their way, placing his hands on Ron's shoulders. I'm good at doodling, and that's the only thing I'm good at. I'm not my sister. Now who's the one that's comparing? Ron said, smiling softly when Harper looked up at him with a cheeky smile. You should smile more, it suits you, Harper said, letting his hands hang down his side. So do you, Ron said, turning his head when the others suddenly let out a cheer and noticed that Harry had caught Neville's remembrall that Malfoy had thrown. 7. Hermione and Harper walked side by side behind Harry and Ron as they listened to them talk about Harry making it into the Quidditch team. Seeker. But first years never make the house teams. You must be the youngest Quidditch player in? Ron trailed off as he didn't know about that information. A century, according to McGonagall. Harry answered for him. The Weasley's twins passed by the Granger's twins, smiling at the Granger's twins as they approached Harry and Ron to join in their conversation. Well done, Harry. Woods just told us, Fred said. Fred and George are on the team too. Beaters, Ron said, looking behind him to take a peek at Harper, but he instantly turned away when he noticed Harper was already looking at him. Our job is to make sure you don't get bloodied up too bad. Can't make any promises, of course. Rough game, Quidditch. George said. Brutal, but no one's died in years. Someone will vanish occasionally, Fred said. But they turn up in a month or two. George finished, saying goodbye to the Granger's twins before dashing off. Ron sees Harry's troubled face, instantly tried to make him better by complimenting him. Oh, go on, Harry. Quidditch is great. Best game there is. And you'll be great too. Harry gave Ron a grateful smile, but he is still troubled by how he's never seen, or play, Quidditch for that matter. But I've never even played Quidditch. What if I make a fool of myself? He voiced out his concern to Ron. You won't make a fool of yourself, Hermione said, scaring both Harry and Ron as they turned to look at her. It's in your blood. Hermione leads Harry, Ron, and Harper to a display case. Inside of the case is a history of Quidditch at Hogwarts. There's ancient brooms, strange equipment, and various trophies. She points at an etched silver tray. Below the Gryffindor lion, one name shines. James Potter. Seeker. Harry, you didn't tell me your father was a seeker too, Ron said in awe. I didn't know, Harry muttered to himself, looking at the silver plate of his father's name. Hermione and Harper walked up the moving staircase, Harry and Ron trailing behind them talking to themselves. When suddenly, the staircase moves beneath their feet and transports them to a very dark and creepy corridor. Harper instantly moves closer to his sister, gripping onto her arm, a scared expression on his face. He has always been scared of the dark. Does anybody feel like we shouldn't be here? Ron asked. We're not supposed to be here. This is the 3rd floor. It's forbidden, Hermione said, softly rubbing her brother's hands that is holding onto her. Why though? Harry asked, an intrigued tone heard in his voice, and Harper didn't like the sound of that. Because Dumbledore said so. Let's go, Hermione said, about to walk away with his brother in tow, but froze upon hearing a familiar cat meowing. Harper peeked from over his sister's shoulder and saw a cat watching them, eyes glittering in the dark, and a shadow scales the wall. And then they heard the voice of Mr. Filch talking. The quartet instantly ran the opposite way of where Mr. Filch's voice, being stopped by a door. Harry grips the knob and tries to open it, but found it locked. That's it. We're done for, Ron said, taking Harper's hand as Hermione moves to stand in front of the locked door, pointing her wand at the knob. Alohomora, Hermione said, swishing her wand, and then the door swings open while Harry and Ron stare at her. Standard Book of Spells. Chapter 7. Hermione said. Not the time, Harper said, entering the unknown room with the others behind him. He closed the door and pressed his ear to the door, listening for Mr. Filch. Chapter 7? Ron questioned, turning his head away from Harper to Hermione. I think Mr. Filch is gone, Harper said, turning his head to Harry when he noticed that he was quieter than usual and his mouth gaped in amazement at the sight of a big dog. The dog has 3 pair of heads, 3 pairs of mad, rolling eyes, and 3 sets of yellow fangs dripping with saliva. Whoa! He muttered in awe at the same exact time the dog let out loud roars. The quartet instantly ran back outside and Harper closed the door before the dog could throw itself against it. They exchanged a glance and ran off to their common room. What do they think they're doing keeping a thing like that locked up in school? Ron said, walking into the Gryffindor common room with the 3 behind him. That was a cool-looking dog, that's for sure, Harper said, letting out a small laugh making Ron smile softly at him. He has always liked dogs. Or cats, or anything really. You didn't use your eyes, do you? Hermione asked, shaking her head softly with a smile at her twin brother. Didn't you see what it was standing on? I wasn't looking at its feet, Ron said, turning his attention to Hermione. I was a bit preoccupied with its heads. Or maybe you didn't notice. There were 3. It was standing on a trapdoor, Harper said, pulling himself out of his thought as he turned to the 3 in front of him as they walked up to Hermione's dorm. Which means it's not there by accident. It's guarding something. Harry cuts in as the Granger's twins nods. That's right, Hermione said, stopping by her door as she turned to the trio in front of her. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll go to bed before either of you figured out another clever way to get us killed. Or worse, expelled, she said, walking into her room. She needs to sort out her priorities. Ron said as Harry agreed with him, turning to look at Harper who looked like his energy has gone down to 0. Harper stretches his arms up at the sky, stretching his body and groaning softly when he heard a small crack before turning to Harry and Ron. I'm gonna go to sleep now, good night, he said, walking away after they returned his words. He turned his head to softly smile at Ron, returning the smile instantly when he notices him before Harper entered his own dorm. 8. Harper turned his head to look at Professor Flitwick, standing on a pile of books as he oversees the class. Now don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing. Swish and flick. Swish and flick. Professor Flitwick said, doing the thing he said with his own wand. Harper swishes wand over the feather before him and begins to swish and flick. Wingardium Leviosa, he muttered. The feather only floated 2 inches before it fall back down on the table. His shoulders slumped down, turning his head to look at Ron who is paired with his sister. And enunciate. Never forget Wizard Baruffio, who said S instead of Y and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Professor Flitwick said, gaining a small smile from Harper. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said, and repeatedly pointing his wand at the feather, but nothing happened. Hermione frowns. Honestly, you're going to take someone's eye out. Besides, you're saying it wrong. It's Levios, not Leviosa. You do it then, if you're so clever. Ron challenged, already feeling the eyes of Harper on the back of his head. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione swishes and flicks her wand and instantly the feather rises from the table. Ron placed his head on his arms on the table, moving his eyes to look at Harper who is looking up at the floating feather, with his bottom lip jutted out. Oh, well done. Everyone see here. Miss Granger's done it. Professor Flitwick praised her work. Harper jumped on his seat when he heard an explosion coming from Harry and turned his head away from the feather to Seamus's table and saw smoke curls between Harry and Seamus. I think we're going to need another feather over here, Professor, Harry said. Ron and Harry crossed the courtyard. Ron mimics Hermione, not noticing that Harper and Hermione are walking behind them. It's Levi, not Leviosa. She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends, Ron said. Harper wrapped his arm around his sister, dragging her away from the group, intentionally bumping into Harry as they passed the 2. I think they heard you, was the last thing the twins heard before disappearing. Harper stayed with Hermione in the girls' bathroom until the afternoon, comforting her the best he can. "Don't listen to them, Ninny. They don't know what they're talking about," he said, leaning his back against the door as he looked up at his sister who was sitting on the toilet seat. "You know they're right, Hare." Hermione sobs out, taking the napkin from her brother and wipes her face. "They don't know you well enough to be judging you," Harper said, pouting. He hates seeing his sister upset. Hermione softly smiled at her brother, happy that she got him by her side and not alone. She takes a deep breath, feeling herself calm down. Harper didn't even need to say anything to comfort her. She only needs his presence for her to be happy. Harper stands up and opens the door, stopping right by the door when he saw what is in front of him. He feels his sister bumping into his back and was about to ask what was wrong when she saw what he was staring at. It's a troll. The troll advances directly towards them. Harper and Hermione walked back into the stall, Hermione bolting the door. The Granger's twins is trembling with fear as they simultaneously looked up, watching as the troll's face appears over the top, looking in. They panicked, instantly dropping to the floor and crawls into the next stall as the troll raises its club and shatters the stall they were in. Wood rains down in jagged, splintered pieces. Harry and Ron rush into the bathroom, staring in horror as the troll raises the club high and shatters the next stall. Harper and Hermione are still crawling, covering their head, and Harper peers back as the club comes thundering down yet again, this time just inches from their foot. "Don't worry, Hermione, Harper. We're here," Ron said, looking out onto the mess before turning to Harry. "They're dead. We heard that." "No, we're not," the twins shouted. "What do we do?" Ron asked Harry as Harry looked around frantically, trying to find something to distract the troll. "Confuse it," Harry exclaimed. "Confuse it?" Ron asked, confused before shrugging his shoulders. "Hey, pea-brain." He and Harry began to grab anything he can and begin to hurl it at the troll, but they might as well be throwing marshmallows. As shards of wood bounce off its pint-sized head and great lumpy shoulders, the troll brings the club down once more and shatters the last stall. As Ron and Harry look on, the troll jabs its club into the hash of wood before it, poking about for the Granger's twins, when at the last second, they scrambles out and dashes under the sink. The troll grunts furiously, turning, and begins to advance on the twins. Harry, thinking fast, rushes forward and leaps onto the troll's rising club, rising himself, and then dropping right onto the troll's slimy neck. The troll blinks dimly and, before it can react, Harry shoves his wand straight up the troll's nose. The troll roars in pain, dropping the club and stamping about. Ron watches helplessly, then glances at the club on the floor, an idea flickering across his face. He raises his wand, pointing it towards the club. "Wingardium Leviosa." He tried, but nothing happened to the club. Ron looks at Harper, takes a deep breath, and this time, employs the correct pronunciation and full with confidence. "Wingardium Leviosa." He tried again, a small smile appearing on his face when he saw the club quivers on the floor and begins to rise. The troll, still raging, grabs Harry's leg and peels him off his body. As he holds Harry up high, suspended by one leg, Harry's world goes upside down, spinning, when the club floats by his face. The troll pauses, watching in confusion as the club rises towards the ceiling, hanging in magical suspension until it drops smack on the troll's head. Wobbling, the troll releases its grip on Harry's leg and drops him hard to the floor. Harry peers up, watching as the troll wobbles one last time and starts to fall directly on top of him. Quickly, Harry rolls away just before the troll slams to the floor, inches away from him. All is a quiet for a moment before the Granger's twins steps forward. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, holding onto Harper's shaking hand as he stayed close to her. "I don't think so. Just knocked out," Harry answered, watching as Harper moved from Hermione to Ron to hold onto the Weasley's arm. "No need to kill it, after all," Ron said, softly stroking Harper's hand with his thumb to calm the brunette down. "Yes, well, that big of you," Harry said, moving to take his wand back from the troll's nose. "Ugh, troll snot." He scrunched his nose in disgust, wiping it on the troll's trousers. Harper looked towards the door when he heard a volley of footsteps announce the arrival of Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and a scared Professor Quirrell. "Explain yourself, both of you," Professor McGonagall said, looking at Harry and Ron. "It's our fault, Professor McGonagall," Harper and Hermione said simultaneously, gaining the attention of the three professors who instantly turned their head to look at the Granger's twins. "Grangers," Professor McGonagall said, not believing that the siblings would do this. "We went looking for the troll," Harper began as Hermione nods in agreement. "We read about them and thought we could handle it," Hermione said. "But we were wrong. If Harry and Ron hadn't come along," Harper trailed off, "we would have been dead." The twins finished together. Ron drops his wand, stunned by the twins' lie. "I'm very disappointed in you, Miss Granger and Mr. Granger. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your very serious lack of judgment," Professor McGonagall said, shaking her heads before turning her attention to Harry and Ron. "As for you gentlemen, I hope you realize just how lucky you are. Not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. I award each of you 5 points for sheer dumb luck. Asterisk, a asterisk, degree." A Harper and Hermione walked silently beside Harry and Ron. "Good of them to get us out of trouble like that," Harry said. "Mind you, we did save them for a full-grown mountain troll," Ron said, turning his head to look at Harper, who now looks like he's ran out of energy again. "Mind you, they might not have needed saving if we hadn't locked the thing with them." Harry's voice breaks him out of his staring at Harper. "What are friends for?" Ron said, smiling when Hermione smiled at him. Harper didn't get to smile at him as he was too tired and needs sleep to restore his energy. 9. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione sit together in the Great Hall. Ron is stuffing his face with food, watching Harper doodling away on his parchment. This time Harper is doodling a snake. Why? Ron have no idea. Harper notices that Harry didn't eat his breakfast yet and looked up from the parchment. "You need to eat something, Harry," he said, pushing his plate towards Harry to share his food. "Harper's right, Harry. You're going to need your strength today," Hermione said, turning her head to look at Harry. "I'm not hungry," Harry muttered, tensing when Professor Snape appeared before the quartet. "Good luck today, Potter. Then again, now that you've proven yourself against a troll, a little game of Quidditch should be easy work for you, even if it is against my boys," Professor Snape said, smiling, and limps away towards the Slytherin table. "That was disturbing," Harper and Hermione said simultaneously, Harper watching Professor Snape talks with the Slytherins. "I tell you what's disturbing." "Snape's smiling," Ron said, stealing some of Harper's food from his plate, making the brunette smile at him. "That explained the blood," Harry said, gaining the attention of others. "Blood?" Hermione questioned. "Last night, Ron and I saw Snape heading for the 3rd floor. I'm guessing he let the troll in as a diversion, tried to get past the 3-headed dog, and got himself bit. That's why he's limping," Harry explained. "But why would anyone go near that dog?" Hermione said, letting out a small laugh when Harper instantly said, "I would. Listen, the day I was at Gringotts, Hagrid took something out of one of the vaults. Said it was Hogwarts business. Very secret," Harry said. "So you're saying—" Hermione trailed off. "That's what the dog's guarding. That's what Snape wants," Harry said. "But what's safer than Gringotts?" Ron asked. "One place, according to Hagrid. Hogwarts," Harry said. "Well, whatever it is, it must be really valuable," Hermione said. "Or really dangerous," Harry added as an owl flies into the room. "Bit early for mail, isn't it?" Harper asked, looking at the white owl. "That's Hedwig," Harry said, recognizing the owl as his own, and watch as she swoops down with a long, thin package. Harry slips Hedwig a piece of his uneaten toast and strips open the parcel and finds a sleek mahogany broomstick. "It's a broomstick," he said, staring at the broomstick. "That's not a broomstick, Harry. That's a Nimbus 2000, Ron said, looking at the broom with awe. "But who?" Harry glances around the room and sees Professor McGonagall looking his way before she quickly looks away. The stadium is full to the brim. Ron, Harper, and Hermione join Neville and Seamus at the Gryffindor section and unfurl a banner that reads, Potter for president. As the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams take the field, the crowd roars with excitement. Harper watched Oliver and Harry talk between themselves before Madame Hooch, wearing a referee robes and talking with the players. The whistle blasts as Madame Hooch kicks the crate, releasing two screaming bludgers, then tosses up the quaffle. Quaffle's up. Lee Jordan, the commentary for the Quidditch, began. And straight off taken by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive too, I might add. Professor McGonagall casts a disapproving glance at Jordan, then turns to watch the action below. Cradling the quaffle, Angelina Johnson weaves past a Slytherin chaser and ducks under a sizzling bludger that Fred chips away, then dishes off to a speeding Alicia Spinette. Alicia falls into a 15-foot rolling dive, feeds the quaffle back to Angelina, but has it intercepted by a slashing Marcus Flint. Flint flies fast for the hoop, rears back, but has his shot blocked by Oliver. Oliver bumps the quaffle to the chaser Katie Bell, who rockets past Flint the length of the field, only to take a bludger to the back of the head. As the quaffle pops loose, Flint grabs it and drives with astonishing speed back to the other way, then takes a bludger himself, courtesy of George Weasley. Angelina swoops down, snatches the spinning quaffle and, flying like lightning, races the field to score. The Gryffindors' cheers fill the cold air as Hagrid makes his way up the stands, scattering students in his wake. "Budge up there. Clear the way," Hagrid said, making himself known. "How's Harry holding up?" Ron and Harper squeeze together, while Hermione is on the other side of Hagrid, giving Hagrid space. "He hasn't had much to do yet," Ron said, deciding to wrap his arm around Harper's shoulders to keep him from falling down. "First game. He stays out of trouble. That'll be doing enough," Hagrid said, looking at the game. Above the pitch, a Slytherin named Adrian Pusey eludes two bludgers, two Weasleys, and the chaser, zooming towards the goals when a flash of gold zips by Harry's left ear. Harry instantly dives for the snitch, with the Slytherin seeker behind him. He closes the gap quickly, eyes locked on the tiny golden ball. He adds some speed, reaches out, and is hit by Flint, sending him reeling. Harry pulls up his tip, levels off, and glances about. But the snitch is gone. As a bludger screams past Harry, he tries to kick his broom higher. Instead, it lurches, nearly tossing him off. Hagrid peers through his binoculars, frowning. "Dunno what Harry thinks he's doing. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's lost control of his broom. Maybe something happened to it when Flint blocked him," Ron said, a small blush forming on his face when Harper leaned against his side. Harper gasps as Harry's broom rolls over and leaves Harry dangling from one end. "No, can't nothing interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. No kid could do that to a Nimbus 2000, Hagrid said as Harper takes the binoculars from him. Both Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape are muttering something. Harper said as Ron takes the binoculars and looks through the binoculars. Seeing Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape muttering in the opposite stands, both staring into the sky. Staring at Harry. Jinxing the broom? "What do we do?" Ron asked, looking at Harper. "Leave it to me," Harper said, walking away from Ron's side and dashes to the opposite stands. Ron turns away from Harper and turns the binoculars back to the sky. Harry hangs from the broom with two hands while Fred hovers nearby, noticing that George is circling 10 feet below him. "What's George doing?" he questioned. "Just in case you fall, George will catch you," Fred said, not sure of this himself. "I knew I should have gone out for football," Harry said, gaining a confused look from George. "What's football?" George questioned. Harper fights his way through the Slytherin faithful, who cackle at Harry's plight, towards Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. "Take a good look, lads. With any luck, we'll be having Potter soup for supper." Draco was cut off by Harper passing past, sending the blonde down on the ground. Reaching Professor Snape, Harper muttered a quiet apology for doing this to Professor Snape and whips out his wand as a blue flames spit from his wand, climbing quickly up Professor Snape's robes. Professor Snape continues to mutter, staring at Harry, before realizing that his robe is on fire and stood up, trying to stop the fire from spreading. Harper quickly makes his escape as instantly Harry's broom stops jerking. Harry clambers back on when a flash of gold streaks by him. The snitch. Higgs zooms up from below, and he and Harry give chase. The snitch swerves before diving down. As it plummets, Harry and Higgs plummet too, giving it all they've got. The snitch drops to the ground and rushes crazily upward, the speed breathtaking. Harry seems intoxicating by it, slightly crazed, eyes riveted to the fluttering snitch, seeing it and only it. Higgs, on the other hand, sees only the ground and, at the last minute, can bear it no longer, pulling up on his broom and swerving to safety. As Harry and Earth collide, the Nimbus cartwheels away as Harry rolls off and comes up on all fours, clapping his hand to his mouth, as if he were sick. As he coughs, he shoots his hand in the air, showing the snitch in his hand as the Gryffindors cheers. 10. Harry, Harper, Ron, and Hermione walk with Hagrid towards his home, a wooden hut on the edge of the dark forest. Rubbish. Why would Snape put a curse on Harry's broom? Hagrid questioned. Professor Quirrell was muttering something too, Harper muttered to himself, sad that nobody had believes him about Professor Quirrell. Who knows? Why was he trying to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween? Harry asked, having not heard what Harper had muttered. How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid asked, letting out a small chuckle when Harper's sad face lit up. WWW. That's cute. Harper cooed as Ron smiled from beside him. That thing has a name? Hermione asked, smiling at her brother. Course he's got a name. He's mine. Bought him off an Irish bloke I met in the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Hagrid trailed off when he noticed he had started rambling. Yes? Harry urged, raising his eyebrows expectingly. Don't be a skin me anymore. That's top secret, that is, Hagrid said. But Hagrid, whatever Fluffy's guarding, Snape's trying to steal it. Harry exclaimed. Codswallop. Snape's a Hogwarts teacher. Hagrid defended the potion professor. Hogwarts teacher or not, I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid. I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking, Hermione said. Now listen to me, all three of ya. Hagrid said as Harper never said anything about Professor Snape once, having not heard Harper's comment about Professor Quirrell either. You're meddling in things that shouldn't be meddled. It's dangerous. What that dog's garden is strictly B2N. Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid cuts himself off, angry with himself, turning around to his hut where Fong greets him. Nicholas Flamel. What does that name sound familiar? Harry questioned, turning his head to Ron and saw him gazing fondly at Harper, who was talking with Hermione. Harper and Hermione approached Harry and Ron, Harper smiling when he saw them playing wizard chess, happy that Ron seemed to enjoy the wizard chess. Oh my God, that's barbaric, Hermione said, having seen the carnage. That's chess. I see you two have packed, Ron said, noticing the smile on Harper's face making him smile. Why haven't you? Harper asked, ing his head to the side slightly. Change of plans. My parents decided to go to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. He's studying dragons there, Ron answered, smiling softly at Harper, who returns the smile. You can help Harry then. He promised to keep looking in the library for Nicholas Flamel over holiday, Hermione said, looking at Ron and Harper weirdly, wondering what's going on between the two. We have looked 100 times. Ron groaned. Not in the restricted section, Harper said, smiling cheekily at the two as he and his sister walked away from the two. I think we've had a bad influence on them, Ron said, looking at Harper until he's out of sight, before turning back to Harry and saw him with a small smirk on his face. What? He questioned, a confused expression on his face, wondering what Harry is thinking about. Nothing, Harry said, shaking his head as he focused back on the chess. Hermione approached Ron and Harper, book in hand. Ron had a confused expression on his face, more interested in the pack of chocolate frogs in his hand. I'll ask you two again. What are the three most crucial ingredients in a forgetfulness potion? Hermione asked, looking at the two. And I'll tell you again. I forgot, Ron said, while Harper had a thoughtful expression on his face, while Hermione waited patiently. Lethe river water, mistletoe berries, and valerian sprigs? Harper trailed off, not sure of himself. He sighed with relief when Hermione smiled softly at him, telling him that he is correct, making Ron smile at him. And what, may I ask, do you plan to do should you get that question on final exams? Hermione asked, turning her attention to Ron, who instantly turned his head to her. Crib off, Harper, Ron said, bumping his shoulder with Harper, who smiled at him. You will not. Besides, according to Professor McGonagall, we're to be given special quills bewitched with an anti-cheating spell, Hermione said, breaking the moment between the two in front of her. That's insulting. It's as if they don't trust us, Ron said, frowning, making Harper let out a small breathy laugh. Dumbledore again, he mutters, tossing the wizard card onto the table, watching as it spin. Harper turned to the entrance of the Great Hall when he heard laughter coming from the Slytherin table and saw Neville hopping like a bunny, legs stuck together, with Seamus trailing behind him. Leg locker curse, Ron and Hermione said simultaneously, then turns to each other. Malfoy. By the time Neville approached them, he's breathing hard, then before anyone can catch him, topples to the floor before getting up with Seamus' help. You've got to start standing up to him, Neville, Ron said. How? I can't stand up at all, Neville said. I offered to do the counter curse, but he wouldn't let me. Seamus said. Of course not. That's all I need. You to set my bloody kneecaps on fire, Neville said. I don't appreciate the insinuation, Longbottom. Besides, if anyone cares to notice, my eyebrows have completely grown back, Seamus said. As Seamus turns away, the others see a curious bald spot on the back of his head. Ron takes out his wand. All right then, Neville. Who shall it be? Me, Hermione, Harper, Oregon. He didn't get to finish his sentence as Harry suddenly talked from his silence. I've found him, Harry said, holding up Dumbledore's wizard card. Ron takes it from his hand. He's bowling. So what? He's always bowling. Harry rolls his eyes and turns the card over for Ron and Harper to read. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy, with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Ron reads for both him and Harper. I knew the name sounded familiar. I read it on the train that day, Harry said. Hermione stood up, Harper following her movement, already knowing where they're going to go. Follow me, she said, running out of the Great Hall with the others behind her right as Neville's legs got unstuck by a certain Slytherin. 11. How could I be so stupid? Hermione placed the book on the table with a loud thud, accidentally hitting Harry's finger. I checked this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading. This is light? Ron questioned, looking at Hermione with slightly widened eyes. Of course. Here it is. Hermione pointed at a section. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry and Ron glance at each other, confused before they turn to look at Harper and Hermione. The what? Harry and Ron asked. The Sorcerer's Stone is a legendary substance with astonishing powers. It will transform any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. Harper reads to them from the book as Ron turns his head to look at him. Immortal, Ron said to himself as Harper nods. It means you'll never die, Hermione explained. I know what it means. The only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Harper started reading again before they could get into an argument. The noted alchemist, who last year celebrated his 665th birthday. He looked up after he finished reading. That's what Fluffy's guarding on the 3rd floor. That's what's under the trapdoor. The Sorcerer's Stone. So Flamel knows someone's after the stone, gives it to Dumbledore to keep safe at Hogwarts, not realizing that the one who's after it. Harry trailed off, looking up at the others. Teaches at Hogwarts, Hermione said. So Snape, or Quirrell, wants piles of gold and to live forever. Who wouldn't? Ron said, adding the latter name just to see Harper smile. And it works. Hermione closes the book, troubled by something. What is it, Hermione? Harry asked, wondering what's troubling her. I don't want to scare you, Harry. It's just, if all Snape wants is the Sorcerer's Stone, why did he try to kill you that day on the Quidditch pitch? Hermione said. Harry thinks about it, but doesn't have an answer. The quartet walked towards Hagrid's hut. Harry knocked on Hagrid's door. The door rattles, opens a crack, and Hagrid peers out. "Oh, hello. Not to be rude, but I'm not really fit to entertain right about. We know about the Sorcerer's Stone." Harry cuts Hagrid off before he could say more. Hagrid lets the quartet in and Harper takes a seat beside Fong. Fong placing his head on Harper's lap, gaining a jealous look from Ron which Harper doesn't catch as he is petting Fong. "Snape, blimey, you're not still on a boo him, are ya?" Hagrid asked, adding wood to an already roaring fire. "Hagrid, we know he's after the stone. We just don't know why," Harry questioned. "Harry, Snape was one o' the teachers in on protecting the stone. He's not a boo ter steal it," Hagrid said. "What?" Harry questioned. "Ya heard me. Snape was one o' the teachers in on protecting the stone. Now, as I said, I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment." "Wait a minute. One of the teachers?" Harry asked. "Of course. There are other things defending the stone, aren't there? Spells, enchantments," Hermione said. "That's right. Bloody waste o' time if you ask me. Tain't he no one going to get past Fluffy? Not a soul knows how 'cept me and Dumbledore." Hagrid was cut off by a clicking sound from the kettle, then a curious scraping. Harper turned his head and saw a huge black egg, intrigued by the egg as he looks at Hagrid. "Hagrid, exactly what is that?" Harry asked. Well, that's Hagrid hesitate. "I know what that is," Ron exclaimed, before looking up at Hagrid. "But Hagrid, how did you ever get one?" "Won it. Off a stranger in the village. Think he was glad to be rid of it, to be honest." "Blimey," Hagrid explained. The scraping is louder now. Quickly, Hagrid takes the egg from the kettle and sets it on a table. Fissures spread like veins over its surface. Then it explodes, shell flying like shrapnel. The quartet cover themselves so they won't be hit with the shells. "Is that a dragon?" Hermione asked, noticing Harper's eyes lighting up at the mention of the dragon. "That's not just a dragon. That's a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother Charlie works with these in Romania," Ron said, watching as Harper got up from the floor and moved closer to Hagrid to look at the dragon. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid said, letting Harper look at the dragon with a smile on his face. "Bless him, look, he knows his mummy," he said, taking the dragon into his hand and tickling his tummy. "Hello, Norbert." "Norbert?" Harry questioned, watching Harper take Norbert into his arms, cradling the dragon like a baby, and the dragon stretched its body, making himself comfortable in Harper's arms. "Well, he's got to have a name," Hagrid said, looking at Harper and Norbert with a happy smile. Norbert opens his eyes, looking up at Hagrid from Harper's arm and sneezes, spewing forth a shower of sparks, which sends Fong whimpering and kindles a brief blaze in Hagrid's beard. "Needs to be trained up a bit, o' course," Hagrid said, letting out a small chuckle before stopping cold when he sees a figure at the window. "Hey, you there." Harper turns his head, catching the sight of Draco looking into the hut. "Malfoy," Harry exclaimed, going to the door and seeing him racing across the grounds, disappearing in the night. Harper gave Norbert back to Hagrid, petting his head. "Goodbye, Norbert," he mutters, smiling when Norbert lets out a small yawn. 12. Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione walk towards the glittering castle. Ron and Harper walk side by side, their hands always brushing against each other everything they walked, but they did nothing about it. "Hagrid always wanted a dragon. Told me so the first time I ever met him," Harry said. "But it's crazy. And worse, Malfoy knows," Ron said, suppressing the urge to recoil and flush when Harper wrapped his arms around Ron's arm and placed his head on his shoulder, and when Ron turned his head he noticed the sleepy eyes on the brunette. "I don't understand. Is that bad?" Harry asked. He froze when he saw Professor McGonagall in front of them, coming out of the Transfiguration classroom. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Mr. Granger," Professor McGonagall said, making herself known to the other three who had not noticed her. Besides her, Draco Malfoy grins arrogantly. "It's bad," Ron said, missing the warmth that was from Harper, who had now lost his sleepiness from hearing Professor McGonagall's voice. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione stand before a displeased McGonagall while Malfoy looks on, practically quivering with pleasure. As every schoolchild knows, dragon breeding is against our laws, has been ever since the Warlocks Convention of 1709. And for good reason. It's hard to keep the muggles from noticing us if we've got a 30-foot Ukrainian ironbelly running around the back garden. Professor McGonagall said. Norwegian Ridgeback. Ron corrected as Professor McGonagall's eyes shift, narrowing her eyes at him, making him shift on his 2 feet. I just meant, in this case, sorry. Personally, I don't care if Hagrid has a Chinese fireball sitting in his kitchen, Mr. Weasley. He answers to Dumbledore. You, on the other hand, answer to me. Nothing, I repeat, nothing, gives a student the right to walk about the school at night. Therefore, as punishment for your actions, 50 points will be taken. Professor McGonagall said, gaining gasps from the others in front of her. Malfoy's eyes glimmer with cruel ecstasy. 50, Harry said, shocked. Each. And to ensure it doesn't happen again, all 5 of you will receive detention. Professor McGonagall said, making Draco lose his smile as he turned his head towards her. Excuse me, Professor. Perhaps I heard you wrong. I thought you said the 5 of us. Draco said. Indeed. You see, Mr. Malfoy, however noble your intentions, you two were out of bed after hours. You will join your classmates in detention, Professor McGonagall said. As Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione eat breakfast, the hourglasses of Gryffindor have slipped to the last place. Just then, Fred and George pass by. Don't worry, you 4. This'll all blow over. Fred said. It may take a year or 2, but eventually people will start talking to you again. George said, sitting beside Harper, who is drawing with his left hand while eating with the other. And when George takes a peek at Harper's drawing, he sees that he's drawing a dragon. George thought it might be the dragon Hagrid had brought to Hogwarts. Well, I, for one, see nothing wrong with a reduced social life. It'll give us more time to revise for finals, Hermione said. Why bother? Even with Malfoy losing points, Slytherin's a lock for the House Cup. And look, Malfoy knows it, Ron said as the 3 peer at Malfoy. Harper didn't look up to look at Draco, only paying attention to his art, making sure to draw all the details about Norbert. He won't be smiling tonight, he said, looking up from his art as Harry and Ron turned their head to look at him with confusion. They'll be taking us into the dark forest for detention, he said. Ron's face instantly paled at the information. Beneath a pale moon, Mr. Filch, carrying a lantern, leads Harry, Ron, Harper, Hermione, and Draco across the dark grounds. A pity they let the old punishment die. Was a time detention would find you all hanging by your thumbs in the dungeons, Mr. Filch said, gaining a disgusted look from Harper, who stood beside a scared Ron. As Mr. Filch and the others reach the yard, they find Hagrid stringing a crossbow, Fong at his side. A sorry lot this, Hagrid. I pity you. Mr. Filch, squinting his eyes, and sees tears running down Hagrid's face. Good God, man. You're not still on about that bloody dragon, are you? Norbert's gone. Dumbledore's sent him off to Romania to live in a colony, Hagrid said to Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione. Well, that's good, isn't it? He'll be with his own kind. Better all around, don't you think? Especially for Fong, Hermione said. Fong, hearing his name, move his bandaged tail. But what if Norbert doesn't like Romania? What if the other dragons are mean to him? He's only a baby, after all, Hagrid cried, taking the parchment that was held out towards him, and saw an art of Norbert, making him smile sadly at Harper, who softly smiled up at him. A baby that breathes fire, Ron said. Harry elbows Ron, silencing him. For God's sake, pull yourself together, man. You're going into the forest, after all. Got to have your wits about you, Mr. Filch said. The forest? But I thought that was just a joke. We can't go in the forest. Students aren't allowed. And there's? Draco's face paled when he heard a howl coming from the forest. Werewolves. Oh, there's more in werewolves in those trees, lad. You can be sure o' that, Mr. Filch said. Harper and the others trail Hagrid down a skinny path through the dark trees. Harry stood close to Harper as they walked side by side quietly, following after Hagrid. Sorry aboo this, Harry, Hagrid said lowly, turning to Harry and Harper. No, it's me that deserves punishin', not you. By all rights, I should be sitting in a cell in Azkaban tonight. It's all right, Hagrid. Besides, it's not your fault we were out after hours. If we hadn't come knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Harry stops talking when Hagrid suddenly kneels down, takes something onto his fingers. What's that? Harry asked warily. The reason we're here, Hagrid said, rising up to his feet. All right now, listen up. See this here? He holds up his fingers, and they're marked with silver. It's the unicorn blood. I found one dead a few weeks back and two before that first term. This one here's been hurt bad by Summit. It's our job to find the poor thing. Only one way to get that done, and that's to split into two parties. Ron, Hermione, y'all come with me. Harry, y'all go with Harper and Malfoy. I want Fong then. Draco said. Fine, but just so you know, he's a bloody coward. Hagrid said as Draco turned his head to look at Fong, who whimpers, scared. Fong trots down the path ahead of Harry and Harper, while a nervous Draco trails behind. Wait until my father hears about this. This is servant stuff. We should be writing lines or something, Draco said. Harry and Harper share a knowing look with each other. If I didn't know better, Draco, I'd say you were scared, Harry said, glancing behind him at Draco before looking forward. You're too stupid to be scared, Potter, growing up with muggles. If you were from a real wizard family, you wouldn't be laughing, Draco said, gaining a strange look from Harper when the blonde didn't mention anything about him. I'm not, believe me, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Draco joins Harry and Harper, stopping dead in his track when he sees something. The trees ahead are striped violently with dripping silver, and beyond, lying in a small clearing, is the broken body of a unicorn. Fong backs off, something primal in his eyes. Harry watches him, reading his fear, then the slithering sound returns. Seconds later, a hooded figure slithers over the leaves, drops its head over the leering wound on the unicorn's side, and begins to drink its blood. YEA I. Draco bolts, slipping and sliding as Fong whimpers after. Harry winces, clutches his scar, then sees that the hooded figure is staring directly at him, silver dribbling down its front. Harper wraps his hands around Harry's to make sure he didn't fall on anything. Woozy from pain, Harry staggers back, falling down, bringing Harper with him as the slithering sound draws closer. When a hooves pummel the path behind them and something leaps clear over them, flickering past the moon above. It charges the hooded figure, driving it back into the trees and away. A shadow falls across Harry and Harper's face. It is a centaur with eyes like pale sapphires. Harry Potter, you are known to many creatures here. You too must leave. The forest is not safe at this time. Especially for you, Harry, the centaur said. Who was that thing you saved us from? Harry asked. Only one who has nothing to lose would commit such a crime. It is a monstrous thing to slay a unicorn. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something so pure that, from the moment the blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life. A cursed life, the centaur explained. But who would choose such a life? Harry asked as Harper helped him get up from the ground. Can you think of no one? The centaur asked. Do you mean to say that thing that killed the unicorn, that was drinking its blood, that was Voldemort? Harry said, looking up at the centaur with shocked eyes. Do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment, Mr. Potter and Mr. Granger? The centaur asked. The sorcerer's stone, Harry said, looking at Harper, who was already looking at him. He turned his head when he heard a commotion and saw Hagrid and the others come slashing through the trees. Harry, Harper, Hermione exclaimed, bringing her brother into her embrace, relief flooding her at the sight of her brother safe. Oh, it's you, is it, Firenze? I see you've met our Mr. Potter. All right there, Harry, Harper? Hagrid asked. Harry and Harper nod, but Harry looks anything but all right. 13. Harry paced before the fire while Ron, Harper, and Hermione watched. Harper wearing a knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, in the color maroon with the word H on the front, the same color as Ron's sweater. You mean, you know who's out there, right now, in the forest? Ron exclaimed, looking up at Harry. But he's weak. He's living off the unicorns. Don't you see? We had it wrong. Snape doesn't want the stone for himself. He wants the stone for Voldemort. With the elixir of life, Voldemort will be strong again. He'll come back? Harry said. But if he comes back, you don't think he'd try to kill you, do you? Ron asked. I think if he'd have the chance, he might have tried to kill me tonight, Harry said, watching Harper wrap his arm around Ron's body, who looks sick. And to think I've been worrying about my potions final, Ron said, leaning his head on Harper's head. No, we're forgetting one thing. Who's the one wizard Voldemort always feared? Hermione said, the three heads turning towards her. Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore's around, you're safe, Harry. As long as Dumbledore's around, you can't be touched. Harper walked with the trio, having finished with their exams themselves. I'd always heard Hogwarts end-of-year exams were frightful, but I found that rather enjoyable. Weren't you stunned not to be asked about Elfric the Eager? Hermione said, turning her head to look at the trio. I'm stunned my head didn't explode. Ron said as Harper nodded with agreement before he turns to look at Harry, who is rubbing his scar. Are you all right, Harry? Harper asked before Ron could. My scar keeps burning, Harry said, rubbing his scar. It's happened before, Hermione said. Not like this, Harry said, glancing across the grounds at Hagrid, sitting in his front garden playing a flute. At his feet, Fong's eyes droop. No, Harry? Harper questioned, wondering what Harry was thinking about. He was caught by surprise when Harry started running towards Hagrid. He shared a look with Ron and his sister before they ran after Harry. Don't you think it's a bit odd that what Hagrid wants more than anything is a dragon? And a stranger turns up who just happens to have one? I mean, how many people wander around with dragon eggs in their pocket? Why didn't I see it before? Harry explained to the three of them behind him. Hagrid shrugs, continuing polishing the flute in his hand. Nair saw his face, kept his hood up. Didn't that strike you as unusual? Harry said, looking up at Hagrid. Yeah, meet a lot o' unusual types in the village. Ain't exactly usual myself, Hagrid answered. This stranger, though, you and he must have talked. Harry pointed out. He asked what I did, the sort of creatures I look after. Told him after Fluffy a dragon would be easy, Hagrid said, shrugging. And did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry questioned. Well, yeah. How many three-headed dogs do ye meet, even if ye're in the trade? So I tells him, this stranger, the truck with any beast is to know what calms him. Take Fluffy, for example. Just play him a bit o' music and he'll go straight off ter sleep. Hagrid stops, horrified by his slip as the quartet looks at each other. I shouldn't have told ye that. Forget I said it, he said. The quartet is already leaving as Hagrid called out to them. Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione busted through the Transfiguration classroom and Professor McGonagall looks up at them. We have to see Professor Dumbledore. Immediately, Harry said, standing in front of the table. I see. Well, I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore is not here. Only moments ago, he received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off to London. Professor McGonagall said, he's gone? Now? But this is important. This is about the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry said. Professor McGonagall nearly dropped the books in her hand. How do you know someone's going to try and steal it? Harry said before Professor McGonagall could say anything. Nonsense. I don't know how you four found out about the stone, but I assure you it is well protected. Now, run along. Harry leads the others down the corridor. That was no stranger Hagrid met in the village. It was Snape, which means he knows how to get past Fluffy. Harper had already given up on telling Harry and Hermione that Professor Quirrell had muttered something too, and Professor Snape was not the only one. And with Dumbledore gone, Hermione trailed off. Good afternoon, Professor Snape said, making the three freeze at hearing his voice. Good afternoon, Professor Snape, Harper said, smiling up at Professor Snape, who nods down at him in greeting. Now what would four fine Gryffindors such as yourselves be doing inside on such a lovely day? Professor Snape asked, eyeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I was exploring the castle. They're just tagging along, Harper said as the others nod. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes at Harper, studying the boy for a few seconds before nodding again. You want to be careful. People will think you're up to something, he said, eyeing Harry before walking away. What do we do now? Hermione asked, turning to look at Harry. He threw the trapdoor. Tonight, Harry said. Nice lie, Harper, Ron suddenly said after 10 seconds of silence. It wasn't a lie. Fred and George promised me to show around the castle, Harper said as Hermione raised an eyebrow. When did you three get so close? Hermione asked. Yesterday, Harper said innocently, smiling sweetly at his sister. All right, what happened yesterday? Hermione asked, suspicious. Nothing you need to be worried about, Harper said, skipping down the corridor to meet up with Fred and George. Harper slips out of his dorm, running into Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They creep toward the pink lady when they hear a croak, making them freeze. They take a look and heave a sigh of relief. Trevor, the quartet said simultaneously, looking at the toad. Trevor, sure, you shouldn't be here, Ron said, flinching when they heard a voice. Neither should you, Neville said, getting up from an armchair. You're sneaking out again, aren't you? Now, Neville, listen, Harry tried to say. No, Neville exclaimed, cutting Harry off. I won't let you. You'll get Gryffindor in trouble again. I'll fight you. You were the ones who told me I had to stand up to people, Neville said. To people, not us, Ron said. Neville raises his fists up at them. Neville, I'm really sorry about this, Harper said, pointing his wand at Neville. Petri ficus totalis. Instantly, Neville's arms and legs snap to his sides. He sways, then falls flat on the ground. Only his eyes can be seen moving, staring at them in horror. Harry and Ron look a little horrified too, while Hermione looks proud of her brother. You're a little scary sometimes, you know that? Brilliant, but scary, Ron said to Harper, who blushed at the compliment. Up ahead, Peeves rounds the corner, mumbling to himself as he juggles a trio of apples. Suddenly, he stops, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Who's there? No, you're there, even if I can't see you. Are you ghouly or ghosty, or we student beastie? Nothing. The Peeves smiles slyly, reaches back, and hurls one of the apples. It streaks through the air, then disappears in mid-flight. The Peeves' smile fades. Never mind. He backpedals frantically, turns, and swoops off the way he came. Seconds later, Harry drops the cloak as Harper tosses the apple in his hand to Ron. That was close, Hermione said. Harry steps to the chamber before them. Inside, the thrum of music can be heard. Slowly, Harry starts to ease open the door when a crunch suddenly sounds from beside them, making him jump. Harper turned his head and saw Ron chewing on the apple. Sorry, I get hungry when I'm nervous, Ron said, sending a guilty smile towards the three. Harry shakes his head and pushes the door and finds a giant quivering nose and yellow fangs dripping with saliva. Wait a minute. He's, Ron said, looking at the dog. Snoring. Harry pushes the door further and the light from the corridor falls on a tiny harp, playing by itself. Supposed we won't be needing this now, Harry said, taking a flute from his pocket. Look, it's obvious Snape's already got past Fluffy. If you three want to go back, don't be stupid, Ron said, cutting him off. We're coming with you. The Granger's twins said simultaneously. Right then. All together now, Harry said, nodding. Straining mightily, they put their shoulders to the massive paw that lays across the trapdoor. Once done, Harry flings it open. Below lies only darkness, a faint whistling wind. I'll go first. Don't follow until I give you a sign. If something bad happens, get yourself out. Harry stops himself from talking when he notices how quiet it has gotten. Does it seem a bit quiet to you? The harp. What happened to the... Hermione's words got stuck in her throat when she saw something wet and sticky hit Ron's shoulder. Yuck. What's this ruddy stuff? Ron's words stop as well when he notices what it was. The quartet slowly looks up, and above them is Fluffy, awake and hungry. Each head ponders its particular snack, then, with a mighty growl, swoops. Instantly, the four pitch themselves into the darkness. Harry plummets down a glittering shaft, tumbling head over heels, down, down, and down, until he lands in something soft and yarn-like. followed quickly by Ron, Harper, and Hermione. Harry adjusts his glasses and looks up. A tiny square of light from the trapdoor glimmers far above. That was cool, Ron said. We must be miles under the school. Harry said. Lucky this plant thing's here, really? Ron said. Wah. Harry cheered. Harper's eyes widened when he saw a vine snake out Ron's back collar and another encircle Harry's chest. Stop moving. Both of you. This is Devil's Snare. You have to relax, Hermione said, having realized what it was at the same exact time as Harper. Hermione, it's a bit difficult to relax, Harry said as a vine encircles his neck. Given the circumstances. I know, Harry, but you must. If you don't, it'll only kill you faster, Hermione said calmly. Kill us faster? Oh, now I can relax, Ron said, watching as Harper and Hermione shares a nod and takes a long, slow breath and is sucked beneath the surface, vanishing. Hermione, Harry exclaimed. Harper, Ron exclaimed, eyes widening as his heart skipped a beat. Panicking, Harry and Ron begin to struggle anew, but the vines only wrap more tightly around them. What are we going to do now? Ron exclaimed. Just relax, Hermione said from somewhere. Hermione? But how, where? Harry said, glancing around. Do what I say, Hermione said. Harry looks at Ron. He's almost completely entwined. I suggest we do what she says, Harry said, taking a deep breath and closes his eyes. Slowly, like witches' fingers, the vines draw him beneath the surface. Harry drops through the ceiling, twisting through the webby undergrowth of Devil's Snare, and onto the ground next to Harper and Hermione. From above, Ron can be heard screaming for help. Ron, you need to calm down, Harper said as the screams suddenly stopped, filling Harper with fear as to what has happened to Ron. Harper? Ron questioned, his voice still filled with fear, but his heart has now calmed down at the fact that Harper is alive. Yes, it's me. Now calm down, Harper said, waiting with the others as the room is filled with silence when the vines move and Ron falls right onto the ground beside Harper. Harper quickly gets to Ron, checking him from any injuries and found none. Lucky we didn't panic, Ron said, standing up with Harper help as Harper's face is filled with amusement. Lucky Harper can calm you down, Harry said, chuckling. 14. The four exchange a glance when they detect a rustling and clinking sound as they begin to descend down the staircase. What is that? Hermione questioned, wondering what could be making the sound. I don't know. Sounds like wings, Harry said. The quartet enters a brilliantly lit chamber where hundreds of jewel-bright birds flutter below a high arching ceiling. On the opposite side is a heavy wooden door and, floating in the center of the chamber, is a single broomstick. Ron, Harper, and Hermione begin to cross to the door, gazing in wonder at the strangely beautiful creatures overhead. Curious. I've never seen birds like these, Harper said. They're not birds, Harry said. Ron, Harper, and Hermione turned to see Harry standing by the floating broom in the center of the room, looking up. They're keys, and I'll bet one of them fits that door, Harry said. Hermione decided to test the doorknob and nod. Locked. Alohomora. Harper turns and sees Ron waving his wand at the knob. Ron shrugs, looking at Harper and Hermione. Well, it was worth a try. So what do we do? There must be 1,000 keys up there, Hermione said, peering up at the keys. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, Ron said, examining the lock. Probably silver, like the handle. That one, with the bright blue wings, Harper said, pointing at a key that Ron had described. What's wrong with its wing? Hermione asked. The feathers pinched, probably from Quirrell catching it before us, Ron said, not even fazed by the weird looks he gained from Hermione. Harry? Hermione questioned, looking at Harry, who is still staring at the broom. It's too simple, Harry said. Oh, go on, Harry. If Quirrell could catch it on that old clean sweep, you can. It's not for nothing you're the youngest seeker in a century, Ron said, trying to bring Harry's confidence up. Harry nods, still troubled, but slowly reaches out towards the broom. Right as his fingers touch the broomstick, the keys explode in a frenzy, hissing like wasps, swarming in great, glittering clouds as Ron's smile drops. "Well, this complicates things a bit," Ron said, pulling Harper and Hermione closer so they won't get hurt from the keys. As Harry kicks into the air, a seething cluster of keys falls like hard rain, chattering at his arms and legs, slicing at his skin, shredding his sweater. "He'll be torn to pieces," Harper said, terrified for his friend, watching as Harry soared higher, fending off the keys with his free hand. Through a mad clattering cluster of keys, Harry spies the larger, silver one, fluttering only feet beyond his grasp. Harry hovers, grimacing as the hissing keys drop like darts onto his extended hand, then snatches the silver key. Instantly, Harry whips downward in a wide, dizzying circle, trying to outrun the now furious keys. They shadow his every move, drawing closer and closer, humming viciously as they begin to chip at the tail twigs of the broom. Desperate, Harry throws the broom into a reckless dive and, steering with one hand, flings the key to Ron. As Ron dashes to the door, Harry soars back up, taking the raging keys with him, then circles back and watches Ron jam the key into the lock. As Hermione, Harper, and Ron scurry through, Harry rockets straight after, the keys gaining once again, chipping at the tail of broom like a buzzsaw through a balsa wood. As the broom begins to waffle, Harry gives one last burst of speed and soars through the open door. Together, Harper and Ron fling the door shut, just before the keys rain down like bullets. "I don't like this. I don't like this at all," Hermione said in the darkness. A white light blooms from Harper's wand, illuminating little more than the quartet's faces and some vague shapes looking ahead. "Where are we? A graveyard?" Harry questioned, stepping forward when suddenly one of the shapes moves towards them. Hermione gasps as the shape stops. "This is no graveyard," Ron said, taking an unlit torch from the wall, pointed towards Harper, who lights it with his wand and kneels. As he paints the floor with light, a spark spits from the torch and ignites a trail of fire. "It's a chessboard." Sure enough, as the chamber glows with light, a kind of battlefield is revealed, studded with faceless soldiers. "But what are we to do?" Hermione asked, taking a tentative step onto the board. A bishop's stone sword drops heavily down, barring her way. "It's obvious, isn't it? We've got to play our way across the room." "Excuse me, are we meant to join you?" The bishop nods. "Brilliant." Ron turned to Harry, Harper, and Hermione. "Now don't be offended, but neither of you are particularly good at chess. You can tell us what to do," Harper said, smiling softly at Ron, who returned the smile of his own. "All right, Harry, you take the empty bishop square. Hermione, you'll be the queenside castle, and Harper, you'll be the pawn." "As for me," Ron said, leaping onto the only riderless horse, "I'll be a knight." "What happens now?" Hermione asked. "We play," Ron said, and they started playing. Ron led them pretty well, always trying his best to avoid the three from getting hurt. After a while, the number of black pieces beaten by the whites kept increasing. "Wait a minute," Harry said, pointing to the queen. "She's made the same mistake I always make. If I go there, she has to take me, and the king is exposed." Ron nods, but it's clear he doesn't share Harry's enthusiasm. "There's just one problem with that. It's you that has to go on, Harry. I know it. Not me. Not Harper. Not Hermione. You." "No, Ron," Harry said. "What is it?" Harper asked. "He's going to sacrifice himself?" Harry answered. "No, there has to be another way," Harper exclaimed, looking at Ron, who looked back at him. "Do you want to stop Quirrell from getting the stone or not?" Ron exclaimed, instantly feeling bad that he had yelled at Harper. He turned to look at Harry. "You understand, right, Harry? Once I make my move, the queen will take me. Then you're free to check the king." Harry stares at Ron, an understanding between them, then simply nods. Ron grips the reins then and, without a word, drives his horse forward. Instantly, the White Queen pounces. As Ron hits the floor, Harper and Hermione scream. Harper starts to go to him when Harry holds up his hand. "No," Harry said, making Harper freezes. "Don't forget we're still playing." Harper nods, staring at Ron with concerned eyes. Harry steps forward and the White Queen moves to block, but it's futile. Harry stares at her, eyes full of hatred, then steps forward, placing his trembling hand on the cold stone of her gown and, with the gentlest of shoves, topples her. "Checkmate," Harry said. As a veil of dust hovers, the White King removes his crown, letting it roll from his fingers and across the stone floor, where it comes to rest at Harry's feet. Harry stares at Hermione's stricken face. "If you can, go to the Ollery and send a message to Dumbledore." "Ron's right. I have to go on," Harry said. Hermione turns, her eyes glittering. Without warning, she rushes forward, embracing Harry. "You're a great wizard, Harry Potter. You are, you know," Hermione said, watching Harper check up on Ron and watched Harper's shoulders relaxing. "Not as good as you," Harry said, embarrassed. "Me, books, and cleverness. There are more important things, friendship and bravery and—" "Oh, Harry, be careful," Hermione said, turning and moved to Ron and Harper. "So I was right about Quirrell," Harper said, smiling at Harry and Hermione, who was sitting on the opposite side of him and Ron. "Yes, you are. Sorry for not believing you, Harper," Harry said sheepishly. "Don't worry about it. Maybe you should start believing me more in the future," Harper said, letting out a small chuckle. "Maybe I will," Harry said, smiling at Harper, who returned the smile. "Do you think Dumbledore meant for it all to happen? And for you to do it? Sending you your father's cloak and all?" Ron asked, looking at Harry and Harper. "Well, if he did, I mean, that's terrible. You could have been killed. Come to think of it, we could have been killed," Hermione said. "I think Dumbledore knows pretty much everything that goes on here. The only thing I don't understand is Snape." Harry didn't get to finish his sentence when Professor McGonagall spoke behind him. "Professor Snape Potter," Professor McGonagall said. "Yes, of course. I was only wondering, is it true? Did he hate my father?" Harry asked. "They were not compatible personalities, if that's what you mean. And then, of course, your father did something Severus could never forgive," Professor McGonagall said. "What was that?" Harry asked. "He saved his life," Professor McGonagall said. Harry glances at Professor Snape sitting at the high table. "I supposed he felt it was his obligation to look after you this year," Professor McGonagall said. "Of course. And now that he's squared things, he can hate Harry in peace, right, Professor?" Ron said, letting out a small laugh when Harper bumped his shoulder into his. "Hogwarts teachers do not hate their students, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall said pointedly and started walking away. "No matter how taxing they may be. I think she's warming up to me," Ron said, smiling at Harper, who returned the smile. At the high table, Professor Dumbledore rises and the hall quiets. "Another year gone. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 312. Professor Dumbledore said. Percy turns and glares at Ron as Harper glares back at him. "You'd think saving the bloody school from a Dark Lord would count for something," Harper said as Percy looks away. In third place, Hufflepuff, with 352. In second, Ravenclaw, with 426. And I first place, with 472 points. Slytherin House. The Slytherin table erupts. Draco, banging his goblet, casting a smirk at the quartet. "Yes, well done, Slytherin. However, recent events must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to award," Professor Dumbledore announced as the hall goes very still. The Slytherin smiles fade a bit. First, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the cool use of intellect when others were in grave peril, 25 points. As the Gryffindors cheer, Hermione looks overwhelmed. Second, to Mr. Harper Granger, for the cool use of his seer ability, 25 points. Professor Dumbledore announced, putting a confused expression on Harper's face, who looked at his sister, who shrugged. Third, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. Professor Dumbledore said, "My youngest brother, you know," Percy said over the cheer as Harper rolled his eyes. Fourth, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The hall is deafening as Hermione makes the calculations. Oh my goodness, we've tied Slytherin. And finally, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but even more to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Professor Dumbledore said as the room roars and the hourglasses shift. A stunned Neville accepts wild slaps on the back. Assuming my calculations are correct, I believe a change of decoration is in order. Professor Dumbledore claps his hands and, instantly, the green and silver of Slytherin become the scarlet and gold of Gryffindor. Neville, white with shock, disappears under a pile of people hugging him. Harper smiles at the Gryffindors around him, looking towards the tall table, and sees Professor Snape looking at the Slytherin table with sympathy. He looks away as Fred and George begins talking with him about his use of seer ability. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. Professor Dumbledore. What do you mean by seer ability? I think you know what I mean. I only knew it was Quirrell from the Quidditch, but you have always known, didn't you? When you accidentally touched Harry's hand, you saw a glimpse of Quirrell, didn't you?
Yes.
Well then, there's your answer, Mr. Granger. But it won't always be right, will it? Yes. Thank you for answering my question, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you for asking. 15, second year. Harry, Harper exclaimed, jumping into Harry's arms as he wrapped his arms around Harry. Hello, Hagrid. Oh, it's wonderful to see you two again, Hermione said from behind Harper, who has now pulled away from Harry. She stood then, s her head curiously at Harry, then takes out her wand and points it directly between his eyes. Oculus reparo. Instantly, Harry's glasses are mended. I need to remember that one, Harry said, smiling at Harper and Hermione, who returned the smile. Come on. Everyone's been so worried, Harper said, dragging Harry into Gringotts, where their parents stand with the Weasleys. So you're dentists. Fascinating. I understand other muggles quite fear you. Why is that? Mr. Weasley questioned. Oh, Harry, thank goodness. We hoped you'd only gone one grade too far. Come now, we're off to Flourish and Blots, Mrs. Weasley said. Isn't it thrilling? Gilderoy Lockhart's going to be there. We can actually meet him. I mean, he's written almost the whole book list, Hermione said as Mrs. Weasley and her dash off. Harry frowns, looking at Harper, who looks totally done with his sister. Who? Harry and the others thread their way through a chattering throng of middle-aged ladies, all craning their necks for a view of Lockhart, who sits signing books at the rear of the shop. At the sight of him, Mrs. Weasley pats her hair. There he is, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Mum fancies him, Ron said, glancing at Harper, who is leaning his head against Harry's shoulder, turning away when Harper catches him looking at him. For this, Mrs. Weasley gives Ron a jab in the shoulder, and a short man with a camera bumps past them. Out of the way. This is for the Daily Prophet, the man said. Instantly, Lockhart looks up and flashes a smile when he looks straight at Harry. It can't be Harry Potter? The crowd whispers excitedly as Lockhart dives forward and seizes Harry's hand, turning him towards the photographer. Poor Harry, Harper said, having removed his head from Harry's shoulder when he noticed Lockhart looking at Harry. He placed his head on Ron's shoulder when Ron moved closer to him, moving his head to make himself comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots this morning to purchase my autobiography, Magical Me, which, incidentally, is celebrating its 27th week atop the Daily Prophet's bestseller list, he had no idea that he would, in fact, be leaving with my entire collected works. Free of charge, Lockhart said, making the crowd clap. Lockhart catches the eye of a flunky, and before Harry knows it, a towering stack of books is shoved into his arms. Mortified, Harry mumbles quietly, "Thank you." Slipping free, Harry drifts back into the crowd and, red with embarrassment, drops the books into Harper's cauldron. You have these. I'll buy my own. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter. Can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page, Draco said, sneering at Harry. Leave him alone. He didn't want all that, Ginny said, with Harper nodding in agreement. Look, Potter, You've got yourself a girlfriend, Draco said. Silence, Draco. A man behind Draco said, the man has beautiful long blonde hair and good looking. Must be Draco's father. Ah, Mr. Potter. I don't believe we've met. He extends his hand, as if offering to shake Harry's, but instead gently plays his fingers over the fringe of Harry's scalp, revealing Harry's lightning bolt scar. At his touch, Harry withdraws, ever so slightly. Forgive me, Mr. Potter, but your scar is legend, as, of course, is the wizard who gave it to you, Draco's father said, glancing at Harper before looking away. He was a murderer. Harry said, yes, a pity about your parents. Curious that you yourself should escape with a mere flesh wound. Curious, too, that you speak of him in the past. Surely, you don't think he who must not be named is gone forever. He said, his name is Voldemort, Harry said, and those within earshot gasp as Harry utters the word. You must be very brave, Mr. Potter, to dare speak his name. Or foolish, he said. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, Harper said from beside Harry. The older man's eyes instantly snapped to Harper, a small smile on his face. And you must be Mr. Granger, the seer, he said, holding out his hand to Harper. Draco told me you're kind to everyone. Is it true? He asked, studying Harper's face. Harper looked at the hand in front of him for a few seconds before taking it into his hand, shaking it, making the blonde smile. Harper's eyes glazed slightly before it returned to normal, looking up at the blonde. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius introduced himself to Harper, strangely kind to Harper, gaining a weird look from his son which he ignored. Harper Granger, sir. Harper introduces himself, making Lucius smile again. How kind, Lucius said before turning to Harper and Hermione's parents, letting go of Harper's hand. Your parents, Muggles, aren't you? Mr. and Mrs. Granger nod nervously. Lucius can barely disguise his distaste for them as Mr. Weasley hurries over to them. Ron, Harry, it's mad in here. Let's go outside, Mr. Weasley said. Well, Arthur Weasley, Lucius said. Lucius, Mr. Weasley said stiffly. Busy times at the ministry. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime, Lucius said, reaching into Harper's cauldron and taking out one of Lockhart's books. What's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? We have a very different idea about what disgraces the name of wizard, Lucius, Mr. Weasley said. Lucius glances at the Grangers. Clearly, the company you keep, Weasley. And I thought your family could sink no lower. Mr. Weasley moves to hit Lucius, but Hagrid steps forward, placing a firm hand on Mr. Weasley's shoulder. Ignore him, Arthur. Mr. Weasley backs away. Lucius tosses Harper's book back into his cauldron. It's nice meeting you, Harper, Lucius said as Harper nods at him and Draco. No Malfoy's worth listening to rotten to the core, the whole family, Hagrid said. 16. Detention. On the first day? Neville asked, hovering nearby Harry and Ron, inside of the greenhouse 3. That must be some kind of record, Seamus said. I should think you'd count yourself lucky that's all you got, Hermione said. I should think you'd mind your own business, Ron said, him and Hermione glaring at each other before it was stopped by Harper, who decided to stand in the middle of Ron and Hermione. Professor Sprout taps her wand on a stack of pots. Welcome to Greenhouse 3, second years. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. Now, who here can tell me the properties of the mandrake? She looked at Hermione, who raised her hand. Yes, Miss Granger. Mandrake, of Mandragora, is used to return those who have been transfigured to their original state. It's also quite dangerous. The mandrake's cry is fatal to anyone who hears it. Hermione answered. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. As our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries won't kill yet. However, they will knock you out for several hours. That is why I have provided each of you with a pair of earmuffs. If you would then, Professor Sprout said, telling the students to put on their earmuffs. Ron frowns, looking at the bright pink fluffy pair. He gave it to Harper when the brunette held out his own to Ron. Ron decided that Harper looked really good in pink. When the class is ready, Professor Sprout leads then to the garden area. She grasps one of the tuffy plants before her and pulls. Instead of roots, a small, muddy baby pops out of the earth, leaves growing right out of its head. Neville's eyes roll back and faint. Professor Sprout plunges the bawling creature deep into a pot, removes her earmuffs, and the others follow suit. Everyone but Neville, who lies stretched on the ground. Looks as though Mr. Longbottom neglected his muffs. Professor Sprout said, "No, ma'am. He's just fainted." Seamus said, "Very well. We'll just leave him then. Come now. For to a tray, plenty of pots to go round." Harper turned his head to Hermione, who has her nose buried in Gilderoy Lockhart's Travel with Trolls. Ron runs gobs of spellotape over his broken wand, shaking his head grimly. "Say it. I'm doomed." Ron said. "You're doomed," Harry said as a flashing light blinds Harry. He blinks and finds a small boy standing before him with a camera. "Hiya, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey. I'm in Gryffindor too," Colin said, smiling brightly at Harry. "Hello, Colin. Nice to meet. They're for my dad, the pictures. He's a milkman, you know, a muggle, like all our family's been until me. No one knew all the odd stuff I could do was magic till we got my letter from Hogwarts. Everyone just thought I was mental," Colin said. "Imagine that," Ron said. "Say, Harry, do you think your friends could take a photo of me and you standing together? Ya know, to prove I've met you?" Colin asked. Harry glances at Ron. He looks positively homicidal. Thankfully, just then, owls stream into the hall. "Post is here," Dean Thomas said. One after another, the birds swoop gracefully down, clutching letters from home. All except one, who plops beak first into Ron's soup. Bloody Bird's a menace. Oh, no. Ron's face falls when he realizes what the letter is going to be about. "Heads up, everyone. Weasley's gotten himself a howler," Seamus said. "Go on, Ron. I ignored one from my gran once, and it was horrible," Neville said. Ron looks pale. Clutched in Errol's beak is a damp red envelope. Hands shaking, he takes it, opens it, and Mrs. Weasley's voice thunders, sending plates and spoons rattling. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal that car? I am absolutely disgusted. Your father's now facing an inquiry at work, and it's entirely your fault. If you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight home," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her voice turning soft to talk to Ginny. "Oh, and Ginny dear, congratulations on making Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud." Harper watches the envelope rip itself to pieces with a stunned expression on his face. He turns to place his head on Ron's shoulder. "That was horrible," he muttered, wrapping his arms around Ron's shoulders. "It's a normal occurrence," Ron muttered, placing his hand on top of Harper's hand. "Look at it this way. How much worse can things get?" Harry said. "Gilderoy Lockhart's class," Harper said as both Harry and Ron's face paled at the thought. Gilderoy Lockhart paces before the class. Hermione and the girls hang on to his every word, while Harry, Ron, and Harper eye the large, covered cage rattling mysteriously on his desk. "Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her," Lockhart said, awaiting laughter, but only gets a few weak smiles. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about. Just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in," Lockhart said, and began to circulate papers. Harper looked down at the questions, his nose scrunching at the questions. Harper rolled his eyes at the questions, all of them. The ego of this man. He smiled mischievously when he looked back down at the questions. He knows exactly what to write. "You have 30 minutes. Start now," Lockhart said. Lockhart rifles through the completed exams. "Tut, tut. Hardly any of you remembered my favorite color is lilac." He got to Harper's paper, eyes widening as a small blush appeared on his face when he read the answer. He looked up at Harper, who was smiling innocently at him. He cleared his throat, moving on from Harper's paper. But Miss Hermione Granger knew that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl. Hermione smiled brightly at Lockhart. Lockhart's expression suddenly darkens. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourself facing your own worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. With a showman's flair, Lockhart turns slowly to the cage. I must ask you not to scream. It might provoke them. A pale Neville draws back while Harry, Ron, and Harper lean forward. Lockhart lets the tension build, then whips off the cover. Inside the cafe are several electric blue creatures. 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and wings, they rattle the bars and pull bizarre faces at the students. Cornish pixies? Seamus asked. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Lockhart said. Unable to control himself, Seamus snorts with laughter. Laugh if you will, Mr. Finnegan, but pixies can be deviously tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them now. Lockhart flings open the cage. Instantly, the pixies rocket about, spraying the students with ink bottles, breaking beakers, and shredding books. 2 seize Neville by the ears and lift him into the air, beginning to circle the ceiling. Come on now, round them up, round them up. They're only pixies, Lockhart said, taking out his wand. Pesca pisci pesternami. And the spell has absolutely no effect. Shocker. A particular obnoxious pixie makes a face, seizes Lockhart's wand and tosses it out the window. Lockhart joins the stampede to the door. I'll ask you 4 to just nip the rest of them back into their cage, Lockhart said, slamming the door, and he's gone. Another shocker. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione stand blinking. Ron swats a pixie gnawing his ear and playing with Harper's hair. What do we do now? Ron asked. Harper takes out his wand and points it to the ceiling. Immobilis. And instantly, the pixies freeze in midair. Neville falls, plops onto Lockhart's desk, shaken but unhurt. He looks at Harper. Why is it always me? Neville said. 17. Fresh from the pixies, Hermione, Harper, Ron, Harry, and Neville walk down the stairs. Hair askew and robes shredded. Can you believe him? Ron said, not letting go of Harper's hand as they walk side by side. I'm sure Professor Lockhart just wanted to give us some hands-on experience. Hermione defended the man. Hands-on? Hermione, he didn't have a clue what he was doing, Harry said, shaking his head. Rubbish. Read his books. You'll see all the amazing things he's done. Hermione defended the man again. I would rather not, Harper said, shaking his head. Harper opened his eyes when he felt Ron looking up and looked at where Ron was staring and saw the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch team. He softly sighed, a small smile on his face when he felt Ron's rubbing at the back of his neck to calm him down. Oh, I smell trouble, Ron said, looking down at Harper, who looks like he hasn't gotten any sleep recently. Clear out, Flint. I booked the pitch for Gryffindor today, Oliver said. Easy, Wood. I've got a note, Flint said as Oliver snatches the parchment from Flint's hand. Ron, Harper, and Hermione come up to join the others. Harper rubbed his forehead with furrowed eyebrows as he leaned his head against Ron's shoulder. I, Professor Severus Snape, do hereby give the Slytherin team permission to practice today, owing to the need to train their new seeker. Oliver read, looking up. You've got a new seeker? Who? Draco pushed himself up to the front with a wise smile. Draco? Harry said. That's right. And that's not all that's new this year. Draco said, as one. The Slytherins hold out 7 brand new gleaming broomsticks. Those are Nimbus 2001s. Ron said, looking at the broom. A generous gift from Draco's father. Flint said, that's right, Weasley. You see, unlike some, my father can afford to buy the best. Draco said, sneering at Ron. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in. They got in on pure talent, Harper retorted, gaining a surprised look from Draco, not expecting Harper to be the one to say it. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. Draco sneered, backing away when Harper attempted to jump towards him with a raised hand. Harper was stopped by Oliver, who was also holding the Weasley twins as well. Save it for the match, Oliver said. You'll pay for that one, Malfoy, Ron said, taking out his broken wand. Eat slugs, he exclaimed, pointing his broken wand at Malfoy. A bolt of green light scissors out the wrong end, hitting Ron himself in the stomach. As he drops to the grass, Harper stops trying to punch Draco and runs to Ron. Ron, say something, Harper exclaimed, looking at Ron with a worried expression. Ron opens his mouth and throws up slugs. Literally. Hermione draws back from behind Harper, but Harper stays seated beside Ron. The Slytherins crow with laughter behind them. Angrily, Ron stood up with Harper doing the same thing, only to throw up slugs again. Fascinated, Colin runs up to them with his camera. Wow, can you hold him still, Harper? Leave Colin, Harper exclaimed, Hermione holding him back just in case her twin decided to want to punch Colin. Hermione doesn't know why Harper has been feeling angry with everything recently. Last class Harper had snapped at Professor Snape, who was picking on Neville again. Let's take him to Hagrid. He'll know what to do, Harry said, eyes focusing on Harper, who is now glaring at Draco. Hagrid rummages about, looking for something. Got just the thing. Set him down on that chair over there. As Ron sits, Hagrid pitches a bucket between his knees. Harry, Harper, and Hermione glance up questioningly as Hagrid shrugs. Better out than in. Who was he trying to curse anyway? Hagrid said. Malfoy. He called Harper, well, I don't know exactly what it means, Harry said, watching Harper take out something from his pocket and give Ron something that looks like a cake and whisper something to Ron. Ron ate it and waited for a few seconds and sighed with relief when the slugs stopped. He called me a mudblood, Harper said quietly, smiling softly at Ron. He didn't, Hagrid exclaimed, wondering how Harper got the stuff to fix Ron. It means dirty blood. Mudblood's a really foul name for someone who was muggle-born, someone with non-magic parents. Ron explained to Harry, who looked confused. It's not a term one usually hears in civilized conversation. Yes, see, Harry, there are some wizards, like Malfoy's family, who think they're better than everyone else because they're what people call pureblood, Hagrid said. That's horrible, Harry said. It's disgusting. Ron agrees, placing away the bucket. And it's codswallop turboot. Dirty blood. There's hardly a wizard today that's not half-blood or less. If we adient married muggles, we'd YEA died out long ago. Besides, they haven't invented a spell our Grangers can't do, Hagrid said, taking both Harper and Hermione's shoulders. Don, you think on it. Don, you think on it fair a minute. 18. Harper blinked, looking around the corridor with a confused expression. He turned his head when he heard an approaching footsteps down the corridor and walked towards where the footsteps was and saw his friends. Harry turned his head when he heard a single footsteps and saw a confused Harper approaching them. Where were you, Harper? He asked the boy. Harper shakes his head, shrugging. I don't know. It felt like I was sleepwalking and just woke up in the corridor, he answered, pointing where he had just come from. He looked at the wall and ignored the flooding floor, seeing the word. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened? Hermione read what was on the wall with a confusion expression. What's that? Hanging underneath? Ron asked. That's Mr. Filch's cat. Mrs. Norris, Harper said, looking at the cat hanging stiffly by her tail from a torch bracket, eyes open and blank. Harper's eyes shift to the adjacent window. Near the topmost pane, where spiders scuttle up a silvery thread, fighting to get through a crack in the glass. Look at that. Have you ever seen spiders act like that? Hermione said, looking at Ron, who is now hiding behind Harper with a scared look. Ron, I don't like spiders, Ron said, hiding his face behind Harper's shoulder. Suddenly, the staircase came alive with voices and, seconds later, dozens of students streamed forth, chattering, and when they stopped, seeing the wall and, standing before it, Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione. A thudding silence falls, then Draco pushes forward, eyes the wall and grins nastily. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods, he said, eyes finding Harper and Hermione, the former about to move forward with his hand raised, but remembered that Ron is still holding on to him. Mr. Filch suddenly appeared. What's going on here? Go on now. Make way. He stopped dead in his tracks, looking at his cat. Mrs. Norris, he exclaimed, instantly turning to Harry. You've murdered my cat. I'll kill you. I'll, Argus. Professor Dumbledore marches forward, trailed by a phalanx of teachers. Seeing the wall, Professor Dumbledore's face darkens. Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately. Everyone except you four. As the corridor empties, Professor Dumbledore steps to the wall and, with extreme gentleness, removes Mrs. Norris. It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmogrifian torture. Encountered it myself once, in Ouagadougou. The full story's in my... Lockhart was cut off by Harper, who was getting annoyed by him talking. No one's care, Lockhart. A cat is hurt and you're bragging about what you've done? Harper said, turning his head to look at Lockhart, who suddenly looked stunned. He didn't notice the proud smile on Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape trying to hold back. She's not dead, Argus. She's been petrified, Professor Dumbledore said, and Harper instantly turned his head to Lockhart, encouraging him to talk and see what would happen. But how she's been petrified? I cannot say. Ask him, Mr. Filch said, pointing at Harry. It's him that's done it. You saw what he wrote on the wall. Besides, he knows I'm a squib. It's not true, sir. I swear. I never touched Mrs. Norris, and I don't even know what a squib is, Harry said, defending himself. Rubbish. He saw my quickspell letter, Mr. Filch exclaimed. If I might, Headmaster. Professor Snape, separating himself from the shadows. Perhaps Potter and his friends were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry and the others blink, not expecting Professor Snape to say that. However, the circumstances are suspicious. I, for one, don't recall seeing Potter at dinner. Professor Snape said, I'm afraid that's my doing, Severus. You see, Harry was helping me answer my fan mail, Lockhart said, ignoring the look on Harper's face. That's why Ron, Harper and I went looking for him, Professor. We just found him when Harry said. Hermione stopped herself, not knowing what to say. Yes, Miss Granger? Professor Snape urged, raising an eyebrow. When he said he wasn't hungry. We were heading back to the common room and found Mrs. Norris, Harper said without stuttering as he looked up at the professors who were now looking at him. Innocent until proven guilty, Professor Dumbledore said, looking away from Harper. My cat has been petrified. I want to see some punishment, Mr. Filch exclaimed. We will be able to cure her, Argus. As I understand it, Madam Sprout has a very healthy growth of mandrakes. When they have matured, a potion will be made which will revive Mrs. Norris. In the meantime, I advise caution. To all, Professor Dumbledore said, looking down at Harper, who looked back at him with the eyes that was familiar to him a long time ago. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. A Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione walked down the corridor. A squib's someone who's born into a wizarding family but hasn't got any powers of their own, Ron explained to Harry. It's what Filch is trying to learn magic from a quickspell course. It's also why he hates students so much. He's bitter. Hermione, who's only been half listening, as if trying to unravel something in her mind, speaks then. Harry, this voice. You said you heard it first in Lockhart's office? Yes, Harry said. And did he hear it? Hermione asked, looking at Harper with concern, wondering what could be in her brother's mind. He said he didn't, Harry said. Maybe he was lying, Ron said, taking Harper's hand and breaking him out of his thoughts. I hardly think someone with Gilderoy Lockhart's credentials would lie to one of his students, Ronald. Besides, if you recall, we didn't hear anything either, Hermione said. You do believe me, don't you? Harry asked. Of course we do. It's a bit weird, isn't it? You hear this voice and then Mrs. Norris turns up petrified, Hermione said. I can't explain it. It was scary, Harry said, frowning. Do you think I should have told them? Dumbledore and the others, I mean. Are you mad? Ron exclaimed. No, Harry. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign. Harper spoke for the first time. 19. Professor McGonagall stands before the class. Resting on the desk in front of each student is a different animal. Today, we will be turning animals into water goblets, Professor McGonagall said, tapping the bird in front of her 3 times with the tip of her wand, and the bird transfigures into a beautiful crystal water goblet. Now, who would like to go first? Mr. Weasley? Ron nods and he taps his rat, who turns into a goblet with a tail. You must replace that wand, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall said. Ron nods sheepishly, looking at his broken wand. Professor McGonagall sees Harper's raised hand, his animal untouched in front of him. Yes, Mr. Granger? Professor, I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Harper asked as a hush falls over the class. My subject is transfiguration, Mr. Granger, Professor McGonagall said. Yes, Professor, but there seems to be very little written about the Chamber of Secrets. For those of us with a personal interest in the subject, that is disturbing, Harper answered, not noticing Professor McGonagall's suspicious gaze as she looked at him before she nodded. Very well. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders coexisted quite harmoniously. One did not, Professor McGonagall said. 3 glasses who? Ron said. Salazar Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. In other words, purebloods. Unable to sway the others, he decided to leave the school. Professor McGonagall said, looking at Harper, and saw him blinking repeatedly before looking up at her with the eyes she is used to seeing on Harper. According to legend, Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in this castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. Shortly before departing, he sealed it until that time when his own true heir returned to the school. The heir alone would be able to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the horror within, and by so doing, purge the school of all those who, in Slytherin's view, were unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Hermione said. Yes, naturally, the school has been searched many times for such chamber. It has never been found, Professor McGonagall said. Professor, what exactly does legend tell us lies within the chamber? Hermione asked. The chamber is said to be home to something which the heir of Slytherin alone can control. It is said to be home to a monster, Professor McGonagall said, peeking at Harper at the corner of his eyes and tensed when she sees the redness in Harper's eyes before it disappears. Harry, Hermione, Harper and Ron thread their way through the teeming corridor. Up ahead, Malfoy walks with Crabbe and Goyle. Do you think it's true? Do you think there really is a Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked. Yes. Couldn't you tell? McGonagall's worried. All the teachers are, Hermione said. But if there really is a Chamber of Secrets, and it's really been opened, that means… Harry trailed off. The heir of Slytherin has returned to Hogwarts, Harper said, looking to his front and ignoring the look on his sister's face. The question is, who is it? Hermione said when Harper won't continue his sentence. Let's think. Who do we know who thinks Muggleborns are scum? Ron said in a mock puzzlement. If you're talking about, Hermione started, eyeing Malfoy's up ahead. Of course. You heard him. You'll be next, mudbloods. Ron repeats Malfoy's words. I heard him. But Malfoy? The heir of Slytherin? Hermione asked. Maybe Ron's right, Hermione. I mean, look at his family. The whole lot of them have been in Slytherin for centuries, Harry said, looking at Harper, who has strangely gone quiet. Crabbe and Goyle must know. Maybe we could trick them into telling, Ron said. You can use the polyjuice potion, Harper said, walking ahead of the trio and started walking away from the trio. Has he been acting weird to you? Ron asked, turning his head to look at Harry and Hermione, who nodded in agreement. He's been getting angry and has not mentioned anything about his vision, Hermione said, wondering what could be happening to her brother. Let's hope it's nothing, Harry muttered. Harper entered the hospital wing, walking towards Harry and his friends. Where have you been? Ron asked, turning his head to look at Harper. You missed the whole Quidditch game. I don't know, Harper muttered, a scared expression on his face as he looked at Ron, who instantly looked worried for him. "I don't know what's happening," he whispered, his face turning neutral when Madame Pomfrey approached them. "He should have been brought straight to me. I can mend bones in a heartbeat, but growing them back," Madame Pomfrey said as Harper looked at Ron with a confused expression, and Ron whispered to him that he'll tell him later. "You will be able to, won't you?" Hermione asked. "I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful. You're in for a rough night, Potter. Regrowing bones is nasty business," Madame Pomfrey said, giving the steaming cup to Harry. Harry takes the steaming cup and drinks, face grimacing. "Well, what did you expect? Pumpkin juice?" Madame Pomfrey said. Harry blinks as a flash falls over him and sees Colin standing there. "That was brilliant today, Harry. Brilliant," Colin said. "Out, all of you. This boy's got 33 bones to regrow." "Again? You mean the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before?" Hermione asked. "Of course. Don't you see? Lucius Malfoy must have opened it when he was at school here, and now he's told Draco how to do it," Ron said, making sure to stay still and quiet because Harper has fallen asleep on his shoulder. "Maybe. We'll have to wait for the polyjuice potion to know for sure," Hermione said, smiling softly at Harper's peaceful face. "Enlighten me. Why are we brewing this potion in broad daylight, in the middle of a girl's lavatory? Don't you think we'll get caught?" Ron asked. "Never. No one ever comes here," Hermione said. "Why?" Ron asked. "Moaning Myrtle," Hermione answered. "Who's Moaning Myrtle?" Ron asked, when suddenly there was a loud, piercing screech and the ghost of a young girl came racing out of the wall. Face to face with Ron. Ron was glad to find Harper's sleep was not disturbed. "I'm Moaning Myrtle. I wouldn't expect you to know me. Who would ever talk about fat, ugly, miserable, moping, Moaning Myrtle?" Myrtle sobs loudly and dives head first into the toilet. "She's a little sensitive," Hermione said. 20. Lockhart struts stop in a golden stage. Harry, Ron, Harper, Hermione, and a good number of other students watch. Gather round. Gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. In light of the dark events of recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Lockhart added at the end, making Harper roll his eyes. "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear," Lockhart said, confident that he would will the duel. "What's the fun in that?" Ron muttered, letting Harper lean his head against his shoulder. Lockhart and Professor Snape face each other and bow. They turn, walk 10 paces, then spin, wands poised like swords. As you can see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course, Lockhart said. "I wouldn't bet on that," Harry said, eyeing Snape. 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus," Professor Snape said, and a dazzling flash of scarlet light bursts forth from his wand and blasts Lockhart off his feet and into the wall behind. "Do you think he's all right?" Hermione asked. "Who cares?" Harry, Ron, and Harper said simultaneously. Lockhart stood up unsteadily. "Well, there you have it. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand," he said, taking the wand from Hermione. "Ah, thank you, Miss Granger. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. Perhaps it would be prudent to first teach the students to block unfriendly spells, Professor," Professor Snape said. "An excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Let's have a volunteer pair. Potter, Granger, how about you?" Lockhart said, pointing at Harry and Harper. Harry and Harper walked onto the stage, eyeing each other. They took a bow to each other before they turned and walked 10 paces, then whirled, wands poised. "Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent, only to disarm. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, Lockhart was cut off by Harper firing early, knocking Harry off his feet with a blast of white light. Harry jumps up and looks at Harper's eyes, noticing the difference in his eyes. There was something dark inside Harper's eyes. "Ricta Sempra," he exclaimed, pointing his wand at Harper as a jet of silver light hit Harper dead in the stomach. Harper doubles up, laughing and wheezing. "I said disarm only," Lockhart exclaimed. Harper shakes his head and recomposes himself, pointing his wand at Harry. "Serpensortia," he said as the tip of his wand explodes, and a long black snake slithers forth. Professor Snape's eyes widened slightly from behind Harper, not expecting the Gryffindor to use that spell. "Don't move, Potter. I'll get rid of it for you." "Allow me." Lockhart flicks his wand and the snake flies into the air, hisses in rage, and slithers straight towards a Hufflepuff. As students scream, Harry approaches the snake. It rises, fangs exposed, poised to strike the Hufflepuff. Harper turned his head to Harry when he heard him hiss something to the snake. He looked up and saw Professor Snape looking at him with calculating eyes. Harper looked away and ran out of the room. And that was the last time they had seen Harper. "You're a Parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us?" Ron asked as Hermione left to find her twin brother, and come back when she heard everyone telling her they haven't seen Harper ever since the duel. "I'm a what?" Harry questioned. "You can talk to snakes," Hermione said, wondering where her brother could be. Fred and George promised that they'll find Harper for her, which she is grateful for. "I know. I accidentally set a python on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. But so what? I bet loads of people here can do it," Harry said. "No, they can't. It's not a very common gift, Harry. This is bad," Hermione said. "What's bad?" "If I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin." "Oh, that's what you said to it," Ron said. "You were there. You heard me," Harry said. "I heard you speaking Parseltongue. Snake language," Ron said. "I spoke a different language, but I didn't realize. How can I speak a language without knowing I can?" Harry asked. "I don't know, Harry, but it sounded like you were egging the snake on or something." "It was creepy," Hermione said, looking towards the door and looked for Harper, frowning when Harper was not seen in the crowd. "Harry, listen to me. There's a reason the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He could talk to snakes too." "Exactly. And now the whole school's going to think you're his great-great-great-grandson or something," Ron said. "But I'm not." "I can't be," Harry said. "He lived 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be," Hermione said. 21. Harry and Ron mount the stairs to the second-floor corridor at night. 2 weeks have passed, and they now know that Draco is not the heir of Slytherin, and that Hermione has been turned into a cat from the Polyjuice potion. Harper is still missing, though. They even asked from the other houses if they have seen Harper, and they had said no. I know Hermione's mental, but can you believe she falls for that smarmy nonsense of Lockhart's? "I'm so glad Harper is not the same," Ron said, face falling at the mention of Harper. "I miss him," he muttered as Harry nodded in agreement. They stopped walking and looked down at the great flood of water streaming from the girls' bathroom. From within, Myrtle can be heard crying. "Looks like Myrtle's flooded the bathroom," Harry said, splashing off towards the bathroom. Ron steps lightly. "Yuck." Huge, racking cries echo off the dreary tile. All the taps are running, streaming like tiny waterfalls. As Harry and Ron step to the last cubicle, Myrtle spins accusingly. "Come to throw something else at me?" Myrtle said. "Why would I throw something at you?" Harry asked, confused. "Don't ask me. Here I am, minding my own business, and someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me," Myrtle answered. "But it can't hurt if someone throws something at you. It'd just go right through you, wouldn't it?" Ron said. "Oh sure. Let's all throw books at Myrtle, because she can't feel it. 10 points if you get it through her stomach. 50 points if it goes through her head," Myrtle exclaimed. "Who threw it at you anyway?" Harry asked. "Harper Granger," Myrtle said as both Harry and Ron's shoulders tense, looking at each other with widened eyes before they turned to look at Myrtle. "I was just sitting in the U-bend, thinking about death, and it fell through the top of my head." Harry sees a small black book on the floor and picks it up, 50 points if you can get it through her nose? Ron muttered. I heard that, Myrtle exclaimed as Harry and Ron dash out of the bathroom. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. A Harry examines the book as he and Ron walk down the corridor. This is a diary. And it's old, Harry said, wondering why Harper would have the diary. It's a diary, it's old, and was most recently in a toilet, Harry, Ron said. Harry starts to open it when Ron grabs his hand. Are you mad? That could be cursed. Dad once told me about a book the ministry confiscated that burned the eyes out of anyone who tried to read it. Ron said. I'll take my chances, Harry said, opening the book and started acting like the book is hurting him. My eyes. My eyes. Ron freezes, terrified, when Harry grins, ending the ruse. At the end of the corridor, Ginny stands, looking at Harry, then dashes off. Ginny, I was only joking. Brilliant. Even your sister thinks I'm the monster now, Harry said. Who doesn't? Ron said, frowning suddenly when on the first page of the diary, embossed letters spell out a name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle? Hang on. I know that name. Ron thinks for a second before remembering. Of course. The night I had detention, my job was to polish the silver in the trophy room. Harry fans the page and found them empty. That's odd. He never wrote in it. Harry sits with Hermione in the hospital wing as Hermione studies the diary curiously. Tom Riddle, HM, and Ron said he won an award 50 years ago. Hermione asked. Special services to the school or something 50 years ago? You're sure? Hermione said. Yes. Why? Harry questioned. Don't you remember what Malfoy told you? The last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened was 50 years ago. That means Tom Riddle was here, at Hogwarts, when it happened. What if he wrote about what he saw? It's possible he knew where the chamber was, how to open it, even what sort of creature lives in it. If so, whoever's behind the attacks this time wouldn't want a diary like this lying around, would they? Hermione said. That's a brilliant theory, Hermione, with just one tiny little flaw. There's nothing written in this diary, Harry said, having not told Hermione that this diary was with Harper. It might be invisible ink, Hermione said, pulling out her wand. Apparitium. She taps the diary 3 times and nothing happens. The pages remain blank. She frowns and passes the book back to Harry. I don't know, Harry, but I think you should be careful with this. Something tells me Ron might be right. It could be dangerous, Hermione said, thinking about Harper and hopes that he's okay. You don't think I'm dangerous, do you, Hermione? I mean, you're not scared. Of me, Harry said. I'm scared, Harry, but not of you, Hermione said. 22. Neville comes running up towards the trio, looking pale and scared. Harry, I don't know who did it, but you'd better come. The trio nodded and followed Neville. Harry's space of the dorm is a disaster. Trunk riffled, drawers flung open, bedclothes strewn on the floor. It had to be a Gryffindor. Nobody else knows our password. Unless it wasn't a student, Hermione said as Harry and Ron share a look behind her. Hermione, we have something to tell you, Ron said, watching Hermione turn around to look at him. What is it? Hermione questioned. It's about the diary. It's gone, Harry said, after having looked everywhere for the diary. Harper was here, he said, gaining a confused look from Hermione, who looked at him and Ron. What are you two talking about? Hermione asked. Moaning Myrtle said Harper was the one that had thrown that diary at her. Ron said slowly, fiddling with his fingers. Harper had the diary with him. That could explain his whole personality being different. Hermione said. You're not mad? Ron asked, looking up from the floor. Hermione shakes her head. You're trying to not make me worry more about Harper. As you can see, the heir of Slytherin has left another message. Our worst fear has been realized. A student has been taken by the monster into the chamber itself. I'm afraid we shall have to send the students home, I'm afraid. This is the end of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said as Harry and Ron creep up the stairwell. So sorry. Dozed off. What have I missed? Lockhart said, bustling in cheerily. Just the man. A boy has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart. Your moment has come at last. Professor Snape said. My moment? Lockhart stuttered. Weren't you saying just last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? Professor Snape asked. Did I? I don't recall. Lockhart said. That settles it. We'll leave it to you to deal with the monster, Gilderoy. Your skills, after all, are legend. Professor McGonagall said. Very well. I'll be in my office getting ready. Lockhart said, walking away. The rest of us should go and inform the students what has happened. Professor McGonagall said. Who is it the monster's taken, Minerva? Professor Sprout asked. Harper Granger. Professor McGonagall answered. Ron's knees give way as Harry catches him. The teachers scatter, revealing what is written on the wall. His skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Harper stirs, color blooming in his cheeks. He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceilings, confused. He turned his head and saw Harry, quickly sitting up and going towards him. Harry, what happened? Harper asked, noticing that he felt like himself again. Harper, you need to get yourself out. Follow the chamber. You'll find Ron, Harry weakly said, as a rush of wings was heard and Fawkes circles down, laying his head into Harry's arm. You were brilliant, Fawkes. I just wasn't quick enough. Then Harry blinks and looks down. Thick pearly tears are trickling down Fawkes' face and onto his arm. Almost instantly, his wound begins to heal itself. Of course, Dumbledore told me. Phoenix tears have healing powers, Harry said, looking up at Harper, who looked back at with a guilty expression in his eyes. It's all right, Harper. It's over. It's just a memory. With Fawkes gliding gracefully ahead of them, Harry and Harper make their way back. Up ahead, shifting rock can be heard and a jagged fissure of light glimmers and Ron's face appears. Harper, Ron exclaimed, wriggling through and rushed forward, tightly wrapping his arms around Harper. You're alive. I can't believe it. Harper let out a small sob in Ron's shoulder, wrapping his arms around Ron and not wanting to let go. You're safe now, Harper, Ron muttered, pulling away to look at Harper and wiped the Gryffindor's tears. Where's Lockhart? Harry asked, eyeing Lockhart, sitting by himself, humming placidly. His memory charm backfired. Hasn't got a clue who he is. I keep having to stop him wandering off. He's a danger to himself, Ron said, smiling when Harper let out a giggle. Hello. Odd sort of place, this, isn't it? Do you live here? Lockhart asked. No, Ron said. Ron turns, raises his eyebrows at Harry. Harry looks upward, where there is an opening, hundreds of feet up. Just then, Fawkes circles back, fluttering in front of Harry. What's with the bird? Ron asked, wrapping his arm tighter around Harper. I think he's telling me he can take us out of here, Harry said. Harry and Ron, covered in muck and slime, stand in Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Fawkes perches on a pedestal behind Professor Dumbledore, who sits at his desk, examining the charred diary. He looks up, regarding Harry and Ron gravely. Ingenious. Simply ingenious, Professor Dumbledore said, looking up. Of course, Tom Riddle was probably the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen. I taught him myself 50 years ago. After he left, I would occasionally hear stories of his activities, dark rumors. But after a while, even the rumors stopped. When he finally resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, most people had completely forgotten the clever head boy he'd once been. I didn't know whose diary it was, sir. I swear. I found it inside my cauldron, Harper said, clinging onto Ron's arm. The day we all went to Diagon Alley. But I understand if, given all the trouble I've caused, if you, wiser wizards than you, have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort, Mr. Granger. No, I think you've endured enough. I would suggest a bit of bed rest, however, and perhaps a large mug of hot chocolate. I always find that cheers me up. Minerva, will you show Mr. and Mrs. Granger up to the hospital wing? Certainly, Albus, Professor McGonagall said, walking away with Harper and Harper's parents beside her. And when she looked down at Harper, she softly smiled at the familiarity in Harper's eyes. You solved it. You solved it, Hermione exclaimed, embracing Harry first and then Harper. With loads of help from you, Harry said, smiling at the twins. Hermione turns and embraces Ron, patting their back awkwardly before pulling away. "Welcome back, Hermione," Ron said. Professor McGonagall taps her goblet and Professor Dumbledore stands. "Before we begin our feast, let's give a round of applause to Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey, whose mandrake juice has been successfully administered to all those who had been petrified," Professor Dumbledore said as everyone applauds. Also, in the wake of recent events, as a school treat, all exams have been canceled. Everyone cheers, except for Hermione. "Oh no," Hermione muttered. At the rear of the hall, the great doors open. It's Hagrid. He enters, stops, and looks around. The room falls silent, all eyes upon him. He glances around, nervous and embarrassed. "Sorry I'm late. The owl deliverin'. My release papers got all lost and confused." "Some ruddy bird named Errol," Hagrid said. Ron exchanges a nervous glance with Professor Dumbledore, not having been able to stop the smile on his face when he sees Harper smiling at him. Hagrid looks at all of the faces staring at him. He turns to Harry. "I just want to say that if it wasn't fair Harry, you and Ron, and Hermione, well, I just want to say, thanks. There's no Hogwarts without you, Hagrid," Harry said. Just then, Professor Dumbledore gets to his feet and slowly brings his hands together. The others join him. Soon, everyone is on their feet and the hall roaring. As the students surround Hagrid, he blinks and wipes at his eyes. 23, third year, /N. This is the movie Harper started dating Eloise mid-gen. She won't be mentioned, but there will be some scene that will show Harper talking with Eloise. P.S. Harper's seer ability is like Alice Cullen's powers, but he need physical contact to see it. "I'm warning you, Hermione. Keep that bloody beast of yours away from Scabbers, or I'll turn it into a tea cozy," Ron exclaimed, holding onto his rat protectively against his chest. "He's a cat, Ronald. What do you expect? It's in his nature," Hermione said, holding onto a hissing Crookshanks. "And how come Harper's cat is calm?" Ron said, looking at Harper's cat, Copper, sleeping peacefully in Harper's arms before he turned to look at Hermione. "A cat? Is that what they told you? Looks more like a pig with hair if you ask me." "That's rich coming from the owner of that smelly old shoe brush," Hermione said, turning and cooing to the cat. "It's all right, Crookshanks. You just ignore the mean little boy." Harper saw someone approach them in the corner of his eyes and turned his head, smiling at the sight of Harry. He placed Copper on the floor and ran towards Harry, hugging him. "How are you doing, Harry?" he asked, pulling away to look at Harry, who smiled at him. "I'm doing great, Harper. Thank you for asking," Harry answered, wondering what could get the boy so giddy in the morning. "What got you so giddy?" "He won't tell," Hermione said, answering for Harper, who smiled cheekily at her. "He said it's top secret," she said, rolling her eyes playfully. "It's because it is," Harper said, picking Copper up into his arms, who was rubbing herself against his legs. "What could be so top secret?" Ron asked, approaching them. "I have a feeling you'll see it next year," Harper said, moving his shoulders back and forth before he turned to Harry, holding up one of his hands. "May I?" he asked, smiling softly. Harry nodded and held up his right hand, watching as Harper took the hand into his, and his eyes glazed over slightly before Harper let go with a small frown and worried expression adorning his face. "What is it?" he asked, starting to get worried himself. "What is your connection to Sirius Black?" Harper asked, looking at Harry, who shakes his head before his smile reappears. "It's not something bad, it's just something you wouldn't expect, and you will be happy in the end when you hear it." "That's good to hear," Harry said, sighing. As Ron smooths the dog-eared clipping onto the table, Harry studies it. Hermione ignores it, stroking Crookshanks. Harper is sharing his food with Copper, smiling when Copper bumped her head onto his. "Egypt, what's it like?" Harry asked. "Brilliant. It's got loads of old stuff. Mummies, death masks, tombs." Ron was cut off by Hermione's talking. "You know, the ancient Egyptians of the Nile River Delta worshipped the cat goddess Bast," Hermione said as Harper turned his head towards her. "When did she have the time to read that?" "I also got a new wand," Ron said, smiling at Harper, who returned the smile. Just then, a commotion is had in Percy, Fred, George, Ginny, Mr. Weasley, and Mrs. Weasley arrive in a mass, laden with purchases from Diagon Alley. Not flashing that clipping about again, are you, Ron? George asked, softly petting Copper who purred happily at him. I haven't shown anyone. Ron defended himself, blushing when Harper raised his eyebrows at him. No, not a soul. Unless you count Tom, the day maid, the night maid, the cook, the bloke that came to fix the toilet. That wizard from Belgium, Fred said, sharing a smile with Harper, who was holding in his laugh. Mrs. Weasley takes Harry's face in her hand, smiling, as if relieved to see him. It's good to see you, Harry. Good to see you too, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, smiling as Mr. Weasley approached Harry. Harry, I wonder if I might have a word, Mr. Weasley said. Of course, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, nodding. As Mr. Weasley pulls Harry away, the others continue to hover over the clipping. George's nose looks positively massive in that photograph, Fred said. That's your nose, Fred, Ginny said. Bloody hell. 'Tis, isn't it? Take after your side of the family, don't I, Mum? Fred said, turning his head to look at his mum. Anything new today, Harper? George whispered into Harper's ear, leaning his body against Harper's back as he placed his hand on the table. Yes, Harper whispered, looking around to make sure nobody was listening in. Sirius Black, he answered simply, George leaning away to join his twin brother and tell him what's new. The aisle teems with students. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione work their way down the aisle, looking for an empty compartment. I didn't mean to blow her up. I just... Harry trailed off, troubled by the memory. Lost control. Brilliant, Ron said. Honestly, Ron, it's not funny. Harry's lucky he wasn't expelled, Hermione said. I would say it's a great defense for accidentally using your magic for talking bad about your parents. Harper muttered to Harry, who smiled at him. I still think it was brilliant, Ron said. A copy of the monster book of monsters scuttles crab-like down the aisle, pursued by Neville. Harper kneeled down and clipped the book to normal, giving it back to Neville, who smiled gratefully at him. Hi, Harry, Ron, Harper, Hermione, Neville said. Hi, Neville, the quartet said simultaneously, watching as Neville walked back to where he came from. Hermione nods to a compartment. Come on, we're in here, she said, slipping inside with the others behind her. Harper looks at the man in shabby robes slumped against the window, asleep. He looks kinda ill and exhausted, but he smiles knowingly to himself. Who'd you reckon he is? Ron whispered. Professor R.J. Lupin. Hermione answered. You know everything. How is it she knows everything? Ron asked. It's on his case, Hermione said, pointing at the battered case. Is he really asleep? Harry asked. Seems to be. Why? What is it, Harry? Hermione asked. Close the door, Harry said. Hermione and Ron exchange a curious glance. Then Ron rises and slides the door shut. 24. Ron and Hermione stare at Harry, faces stricken in the lantern light that now glows in the compartment. Let me get this straight. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban to come after you? Ron asked. Yes, Harry said. But they'll catch Black, won't they? I mean, eventually? Hermione asked, remembering Harper's word at the leaky cauldron. Sure, of course. No one's ever broken out of Azkaban before, and he's a raving, murderous lunatic, Ron said. Just then, the compartment rattles. Lanterns flicker. The train lurches and begins to slow. Harper slides down the seat, pinning Ron against the window. They exchange a small, awkward smile. Then Harper carefully slides back to his seat as Hermione glances at her watch, frowning. Why are we stopping? We can't be there yet, Hermione said. Harry stood up and slides open the door, peering into the corridor. He sees everyone looking out onto the corridor as well, and then the train jerks and the car sways. The lamps running along the ceiling flicker and die, one by one, until everything is dark. What's going on? Ron asked. A thin wisp of steam escapes Ron's mouth, which Harry took notices of. Dunno. We've broken down? Harry questioned. Ouch, Harper let out as Ron let out a small apology to the brunette for stepping on his foot. Ron wipes a patch of condensation from the window. There's something moving out there. I think people are coming aboard. Suddenly, the car sways violently before it rights itself. The metal window trim at Ron's fingertips begins to vibrate. Bloody hell. What's happening? Ron asked. A soft crackling fills the car and flames bloom in the hands of R.J. Lupin. In the shivering light, his face looks tired and gray, but his eyes are alert. Wary. Don't move, Professor Lupin said. A hand, slimy and scabbed, grips the half-open compartment door and pushes it aside, revealing a towering, cloaked figure, its face hidden beneath its black hood. Crookshanks and Kappa's hair rises as they hissed. The folds of the hood tremble. A chill, rattling an intake of air is heard. The flame in Lupin's hand sputter. A sound swells in Harry's ears. Eerie, painful, the sound of a woman screaming. Harry's eyes roll up, eyelids fluttering, and then a silvery white light drifts from his mouth. The world spins off its axis and Harry falls, glasses tumbling hard to the ground. Then Harry, the muscles of his jaw twitching. Thunder cracks. Lightning paints the icy windows. With a desperate gasp, Harry opens his eyes, blinks, and found that the train is moving again. His eyes shift, see a drop of water, newly frozen, running slowly down the window. Harry? Harry, are you all right? Harper's troubled face hovers above him. Harry nodded and sat up. Ron, pale, nervous with worry, extends his hand and gives Harry's glasses. Thanks. He slips them in and discovers the cold sweat glazing his brow. Professor Lupin breaks a ragged triangle of chocolate off the slab in his hands and holds it out towards Harry. Chocolate. Eat. It'll help. What was that? That thing? Harry asked. A Dementor. One of the guards of Azkaban. It's gone now, Professor Lupin said. Harry frowns in confusion. It was searching the train, Harry. For Sirius Black. Hermione answered his confusion. I need to have a word with the driver. Excuse me, Professor Lupin said, before turning to look at Harry. Eat. It'll help. As he leaves, Harry turns to Ron, Harper, and Hermione. What happened to me? Well, you sort of went rigid. We thought maybe you were having a fit or something, Ron said. And did either of you, pass out? Harry asked. No. I felt weird, like I'd never be cheerful again. But no, Ron said. Harry turns to Harper and Hermione, and they shake their heads. We were trembling, cold. But then Professor Lupin made it go away. Harper answered. But someone was screaming. A woman, Harry said. Hermione and Ron glanced nervously at each other. No one was screaming, Harry, Hermione said. Welcome. Welcome to another head at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say before we become befuddled by our excellent feast. I myself am particularly looking forward to the foaming kiwi cups, which, while somewhat treacherous for those of us with facial hair, Professor Dumbledore said as Professor McGonagall clears her throat. Yes. First, I'm pleased to welcome Professor R.J. Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts. Good luck to you, Professor. Amid the scattered applause, Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione clapped loudly. Of course. That's why he knew to give you the chocolate, Harry, Hermione said. As some of you may know, Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher for many years, has decided to retire in order to spend more time with his remaining limbs. Fortunately, I'm delighted to announce that his place will be filled by none other than our own Rubeus Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore exclaimed. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione stare at each other, stunned, then applaud vigorously. Hagrid turns ruby red, rises, and nearly topples the staff table, sending water goblets weaving. Finally, on a more disquieting note, Hogwarts, at the request of the Ministry of Magic, will, until further notice, play host to the Dementors of Azkaban, Professor Dumbledore said. A murmur of apprehension fills the hall. At the Slytherin table, Draco, flanked by the ever-present Crabbe and Goyle, catches Harry's eye, feigns a dead faint. The Dementors will be stationed at the entrances to the grounds. While they are under strict orders not to enter the castle itself, you will on occasion see them as you go about your daily activities. Under no circumstances are you to approach them. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to be forgiving. 25. Harry, Ron, and Harper sit on a fat little puffs in a murky, incense-laden room, along with Neville, Dean Thomas, Seamus, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and others. Welcome, my children. In this room, you shall explore the mysterious art of divination. In this room, you shall discover if you possess. A crimson scrim flutter and Professor Trelawney, the divination professor, glides dramatically into view, eyes huge and bug-like behind enormous glasses. The sight, she said, Harry and Ron instantly looking at Harper with a small smile on their face. Hello, I am Professor Trelawney. Together, we shall cast ourselves into the future. But know this, one either has the gift or not. It cannot be divined from the pages of a book. Books only could one's inner eye. What rubbish! Harper jumped when he heard his sister's voice beside him and saw her making herself comfortable. Harper calmed himself down, acting like this is a normal thing for him as he leans his head against his hand. Where'd you come from? Ron questioned, looking at Hermione questioningly. Me? I've been here all along, Hermione said, sharing a secret smile with Harper. You boy, is your grandmother well? Professor Trelawney exclaimed, pointing towards Neville. I think so, Neville said nervously. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Professor Trelawney said, before continuing. The first term will be devoted to the reading of tea leaves. If all goes well, we will proceed to palmistry, fire omens, and finally, the crystal ball. She turns and looks at Harper. By the way, dear, beware a red-haired man. Harper's eyes widened slightly, a small, unnoticeable blush on his face that is not noticed by everyone except Hermione, who shoves her leg against his knowingly. He turned his head and caught Ron's eyes, seeing the confusion in his eyes. He sent Ron a comforting smile, and the confusion instantly disappeared as he returned the smile. Unfortunately, classes will be disrupted in February by a nasty bout of flu. I myself will lose my voice, and in late spring, one of our number will leave us forever. Professor Trelawney said as the class exchanges uneasy glances. Professor Trelawney then smiles brightly. Well then, shall we? Inside a cloud of tea leaves mutates. Harper, sitting opposite of Hermione now, looks at it curiously and consults the symbols in the textbook at his elbow. Professor Trelawney walks amongst them, robes flowing. Broaden your minds, my dears, and allow your eyes to see beyond, she said, taking Lavender's cup and peers inside. A 5-leaf clover. You can expect to wake with a horrible rash tomorrow morning, dear, she said, then casually said, Mr. Longbottom, after you've broken your first cup? Neville fumbles the cup in his hands, and the brittle crash of china is heard. Would you be so kind as to select one of the blue ones? I'm rather particular to the pink. She paused by Ron. What do you see in Mr. Potter's cup, Mr. Weasley? Well, he's got a wonky sort of cross. That's trials and suffering. But this lot here could be the sun. That's great happiness. So, he's going to suffer but be very happy about it. Ron trailed off on his last words, turning to look at Harper, who is reading the book. Professor Trelawney takes the cup and peers inside, gasping. Ah, what is it, Professor? Parvati asked. Professor Trelawney regards Harry with a mixture of pity and fear. My dear boy, you have the grim. The grin? What's the grin? Seamus questioned, turning to look at Harper as if he knows. And he does. The grim takes the form of a giant spectral dog. It is among the darkest omens in our world. It is an omen of death, Harper answered, looking at Harry with a pointed look, as if to tell Harry to remember what he had said at the leaky cauldron. Harry nods at him, understanding what Harper means. He's so happy that Harper is a friend of his and not someone else. The quartet emerges from the bridge and makes their way towards Hagrid's hut. The Whomping Willow looms in the distance. Death omens. Honestly, if you ask me, divination's a very woolly discipline. Now ancient runes. That's a fascinating subject, Hermione said. Ancient runes? Exactly how many classes are you taking this term? Ron asked, turning to look at Harry and Harper talking with each other. Harper is trying to calm Harry down and Harry is asking about more of his vision and if there's more to it. A fair few, Hermione answered, smiling proudly at Harper who has now come out of his shell and started talking to his friends again. Stuff has been difficult ever since Harper has been used by Voldemort's diary, but he is slowly going back to himself again. Hang on. Ancient runes is the same time as divination. You'd have to be in 2 classes at once. Ron pointed out. Don't be silly. How could anyone be in 2 classes at once? Hermione said, before she started mimicking Professor Trelawney. Broaden your minds. 26. Students gather around Hagrid as Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione arrive. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle are standing with the other Slytherins. Come on now, get a move on. Got a real treat for ya. Great lesson coming up. Follow me, Hagrid said, leading them towards a small paddock just the side of the Forbidden Forest. In the paddock, a freestanding iron rack hangs with dead ferrets, buzzing with flies. Nearby is a pumpkin patch. Gather round. Find herself a spot. That's it. Now, first thing you'll want to do is open her books. And exactly how do we do that? Draco sneered. You stroke its spine. Harper answered softly, stroking the book's spine, and it shivers. Hagrid nodded and told everyone to do what Harper did, turning and disappearing into the trees. Draco shakes his head, speaks loudly to Crabbe and Goyle. God, this place is going to the dogs. Wait until my father hears Dumbledore's got this oaf teaching classes. Listen, you stupid prat, Harper said, stopped by Hermione who held onto his arm. Eyes widening in fear, Draco steps back and points behind the quartet. Potter, there's a Dementor behind you. Harry jumps, turning in fear, and finds nothing. Instantly, the Slytherins make an ooh sound, then break up laughing. Harry reddens, embarrassed. Then a strange creature emerges from the trees. It has the torso, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle. The students step back in fear, then Hagrid appears, shooing the creature on. Gee up there, Hagrid said, grinning. Bo Eiffel, isn't he? There seems no consensus on this, but the students stare in wary wonder nonetheless. As Hagrid coaxes the beast to the center of the paddock, Ron stares uneasily. Hagrid, exactly what is that? Ron asked, looking at Harper who looks mesmerized by the beast. Oh no, that's not good. A hippogriff, of course. Now, first thing you gotta know is they're proud. Easily offended. Hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing you do. Right then, who wants to come and say hello? Hagrid said. The entire class steps back, leaving Harry and Harper in front. Harry noticed this and stepped back. Harper looked over his shoulder, looking at the trio with playful eyes. Traitor, he mouthed, making the trio smile. Good man, Harper, Hagrid exclaimed. Harper nervously approached Hagrid, looking up at Hagrid. Nervous, but excited feeling inside his chest. That's it. Easy now, stop. Hagrid stopped Harper from walking. This here's Buckbeak, Harper. Ya wanna let him make the first move. It's polite, see? Just take step forward, give him a bow, and if Buckbeak bows back, Yeri allowed to touch him. Ready? Harper nods, stepping forward and bows. Buckbeak's head eagle eyes studying Harper for a few seconds before Buckbeak ducks his beak. Hagrid sighs, relieved. Well done, Harper. Go on. Give him a pat. Harper reaches out, laying his hand on Buckbeak's fierce beak. The class claps. Even Draco has a small smile on his face as Harper smiles at Buckbeak. Look at that. I reckon he might let ya ride him, Hagrid said. Harper snapped his head to Hagrid, his eyes lighting up. Really? Hagrid nods, a bright smile on his face. We'll just set ya behind the wing joint. Mind ya, don't pull any feathers out. He won't like that, he said, lifting Harper high, drops him into Buckbeak's back, and before Harper's settled, slaps Buckbeak's hindquarters. Off ya go. As Buckbeak gallops forward, Harper slides scarily back. Giant wings unfold, huge and powerful, and they soar into the air, rising higher and higher and higher. Gradually, Harper loosens his hold on Buckbeak's neck, losing himself in the joy of flying, smiling at the sight of his and Buckbeak's shadow racing across the grass below, circling over the Whomping Willow, past Hogwarts Castle, and then swooping, with heart-stopping speed, over the Black Lake, Buckbeak's talons tickling the smooth glass of the water, summoning the giant squid to the surface briefly. Hagrid whistles then, and Buckbeak wheels, beating his way back to the paddock, galloping to a halt. As Harper slides off, the class cheers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have a wide smile on their face at the sight of Harper's bright smile on his face. "Good work, Harper," Hagrid exclaimed, before talking under his breath. "How am I doing me first day?" "Brilliant, Professor," Harper said, both grinning, when Draco pushes past them roughly, striding towards Buckbeak. "Give me a go at that thing. If Granger can do it, it must be easy." "You're not dangerous at all, are you? You great ugly brute." "Malfoy." "No." In a flash, Buckbeak's steely talons slash down. Draco freezes, looking down at the blood blossoming on his robes and shrieks. Instantly, Harper dashes forward. Buckbeak whips around, raises its talons and, seeing Harper, lowers them, ducks its beak. Harper turned and looked at Draco with furrowed eyebrows as he stood beside Buckbeak. "It's killed me. It's killed me," Draco said dramatically. "Calm yourself. You're fine. Just a scratch," Hagrid said, looking at the deep gash glistening on Draco's limp arm. "Hagrid, he's got to be taken to a hospital." "I'll go with you if you like," Hermione said, but was cut off by Hagrid. "No, I'm the teacher. You all just." Class dismissed. Hagrid swoops up Malfoy, flops him over his shoulder, and lumbers towards the castle. Harper looked towards his friend, looking up at Buckbeak and bowing his head before walking towards his friends with a smile on his face. "Ninny, that was amazing," he said, letting out a hearty laugh. Hermione shakes her head, but there's a smile on her face. "You're on another level, Hare." 27. As Lavender and Parvati huddle over a dozen teacups, avidly interpreting patterns in hushed voices, Draco, arm bound in a sling, holds court before a clot of Slytherins. "Does it hurt terribly, Draco?" Pansy asked. "It comes and goes. Still, I consider myself lucky. According to Madame Pomfrey, another minute or two, and I could have lost the arm," Draco said. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione watch from the Gryffindor table. "The little git. He's really laying it on thick, isn't he?" Ron said. "At least Hagrid didn't get sacked." Harry said. "Yes, but I hear Draco's father's furious." "I don't think we've heard the end of this," Hermione said. "He's been cited," Seamus exclaimed. The quartet turn and see Seamus and the other Gryffindors are huddled over a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Who?" Ron asked, but the photograph on the Prophet's front page provides a chilling answer. "Sirius Black." Hermione read over the shoulders of others, whispering half to herself. "Akinti? That's not far from here," Hermione said. "You don't think he'd come to Hogwarts, do you?" Neville asked. "With the Dementors at every entrance?" Lavender said. "He's already slipped by the Dementors once. Who's to say he can't do it again?" Harper said, looking at the Gryffindors who turned towards him. "What?" Harry studies the look on Harper's face. There's no fear in sight. "That's right. Black could be anywhere. It's like trying to catch smoke. Like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands," Bames said. A tall wardrobe rattles violently as Harry, Ron, Harper, and several classmates regard it warily. "Intriguing, yes? Would anyone like to venture a guess as to what's inside?" Professor Lupin asked, looking over the students. "It's a boggart," Harper answered from between Harry and Ron. "Very good, Mr. Granger. Can anyone tell us what a boggart looks like?" Professor Lupin asked. "No one knows," Hermione said, making Ron jump again, glancing at her, then whispers to Harry and Harper. "When'd she get here?" Ron asked. "Boggarts are shapeshifters. They take the shape of whatever a particular person fears most. That's what makes it so terrifying, yes? Luckily, a very simple charm exists to repel a boggart. Let's practice it now, shall we?" Professor Lupin said, looking at the students. Without wands, please. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The students repeated. It's this class that's ridiculous. Draco said, muttering softly. Good. So much for the easy part. You see, the incantation alone is not enough. What really finished to bog it off is laughter. You need to force it to assume a shape you find truly amusing. Neville, come up here, will you? Professor Lupin asked. Neville eyes the rattling wardrobe, stepping forward queasily. What would you say is the most thing that frightens you most? Professor Lupin asked. Profter. Snaffed. Neville mutters something under his breath. Didn't catch that, Neville, sorry. Professor Lupin said. Professor Snape? Neville said, more clearly now. Everyone laughs good-naturedly. Professor Lupin nods thoughtfully. Yes. Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother? Yes, but I don't want the boggart to turn into her either. Neville said quickly. It won't, but I want you to picture her clothes, only her clothes, very clearly in your mind. Can you do that? Professor Lupin asked. Neville closes his eyes. She carries a red handbag? That's fine. We don't need to hear it. If you see it, we will. Now, when I open this wardrobe, Neville, here's what I want you to do. Professor Lupin leans close to Neville, whispering something into his ear. Neville's eyes pop open in shock. You can do this, Neville, Professor Lupin said. Neville nods nervously, taking a deep breath. Right then. Wand at the ready. 1, 2, 3. Professor Lupin set his sparks jet from his wand, strikes the doorknob, and the wardrobe bursts open. Instantly, Professor Snape appears, eyes flashing hideously as he stalks forward. Neville backs away in fright. Think, Neville. Think, Professor Lupin said, having heard a student say the same thing. Are ridiculous. A crack sounded is heard and Professor Snape stumbles in a flash of light and reappears in a long, lace-trimmed dress, towering moth-eaten hat, and crimson handbag. Instantly, the class roars with laughter, except for Draco and his fellow Slytherins. Neville blinks, amazed, then slowly grins himself. Professor Lupin drops the needle on an old gramophone. As a scratchy rumba fills the room, he points to Ron. Ron, forward. Professor Snape dissolves into a mad whirling mass, then mutates into a giant spider. As Ron gasps, Harry and Hermione exchange an uncertain glance, while Harper nodded at Ron when he turned back to look at him. Professor Lupin puts his hands on Ron's shoulders to steady him. Ron raises his wand. Ridiculous. Roller skates materialize on the spider's hairy feet, and it begins to shuffle crazily in place. Instantly, Ron relaxes as the class laughter rings out, moving back to Harper, who squeezes his hand proudly. Parvati, Professor Lupin said. As Parvati steps up, the spider spins faster and faster, a dizzying blur, then reappears as a vampire. Ridiculous. As the vampire whips its cloak across its eyes, the cloak reopens and sees that the vampire is now dressed like Carmen Miranda. As it begins to shimmy about, against its will, the class starts to clap. Mr. Thomas, Professor Lupin said. As Dean Thomas steps up, the vampire's undulating body attenuates, its skin darkening with diamond-thatched scales, becoming a giant cobra. Ridiculous. The cobra's hooded head bobs back and forth, transforms into a jack-in-the-box. Professor Lupin grins and, next, turns, seeing Harry step forward expectantly. Concern flickers through Professor Lupin's face. The jack-in-the-box pivots on its spring, its face tumbling towards Harry, becoming more sinister, and transforms into a Dementor. Suddenly the music seems to fade. Harry starts to raise his wand, then freezes, transfixed. The Dementor looms closer and closer when Harper suddenly steps forward, pulling Harry behind him, with his wand out. The Dementor vanishes and the picture of Harper struggling to breathe underwater appears before them. Harper's boggart seemed to be 6 years old and struggling to come up to the surface. Ridiculous, Harper said, and the boggart changed to Ron and Harper talking with each other in Gryffindor dorm last year. When Harper was struggling with his nightmare and his so-called sleepwalking, Professor Lupin places the boggart back into the wardrobe, looking at Harper with a softened look on his face, nodding to him. Well done, everyone. I think that's enough excitement for today. Harper turned around and walked towards his sister who was smiling at him, and when he turned his head to look at Ron, he sees him smiling fondly at him. Eyes softened. Harper looked away and walked out of the classroom, blushing, ignoring the chuckle Ron's let out. 28. As Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione climb the stairs, they find a crowd gathering on the 7th floor landing. What's the holdup? Only Neville ever forgets the password, Ron said, letting Harper lean his head on his shoulder. Let me through, please. Excuse me, thank you. I'm head boy. Percy stopped dead in his tracks. Back. All of you. No one is to enter this dormitory until it has been fully searched. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchange dark glances when Ginny emerges from the crowd, her face ashen. The fat lady, she's gone, Ginny said. She's probably somewhere talking with her friends, Harper said, shrugging his shoulders, undisturbed by this whole thing. No, you don't understand, Hermione gasps, grabbing Harry's arm. He looks and sees the fat lady's portrait has been slashed viciously, great strips of canvas hanging from the frame. Just then, Professor Dumbledore appears. Mr. Filch, round up the ghosts. Tell them to search every painting in the castle for the fat lady. Just then, there is a scream. The students dash to the landing, where all the paintings whisper fearfully. Mr. Filch's roomy eyes peer up, searching the upper shadows, then narrow. There'll be no need for ghosts, Professor. Mr. Filch extends a crooked finger. High up, near the ceiling, the fat lady cowers in a portrait not her own, trembling. Dear lady, who did this to you? Professor Dumbledore asked, eyes like the devil he's got, and a soul as dark as his name. It was him, headmaster, the one they talk about. He's here, somewhere in the castle. Sirius Black, fat lady said. As the students react, Professor Dumbledore's voice cuts through. Secure the castle, Mr. Filch. The rest of you, to the Great Hall. Professor Snape pulls down a screen over the blackboard, turn to page 394. As the students eye Professor Snape with guarded curiosity, Malfoy finished scrawling something on a bit of parchment and balls it up in his hands. As he opens them, a moth flutters from his palms. Excuse me, sir, but where's Professor Lupin? Harry asked. That's not really your concern, is it, Potter? Suffice it to say, your professor finds himself incapable of teaching at the present time. Page 394. Professor Snape said, waving the moth away, blows out a candle and a slideshow begins. An ancient woodcut of a horrific beast flickers at the front of the room. Ron frowns down at his book. Werewolves. But, sir, we've only just begun learning about redcaps and hinkypunks. We're not meant to start nocturnal beasts for weeks. Hermione's words was cut off by Professor Snape. Quiet, Professor Snape exclaimed. When did she come in? Did you see her come in? Ron whispers to Harry. Now, which of you can tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? Professor Snape said, head turning to Harper, who hesitantly raised his arm. Mr. Granger. An animagus is a wizard who elects to turn into an animal. A werewolf has no choice in the matter. Furthermore, the werewolf actively hunts humans and responds only to the call of its own kind. Harper's words was cut off by Draco's howling. Quiet, Malfoy, Professor Snape said before turning to Harper. You are correct, Mr. Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor, he said, shocking everyone in the class. Harper's shoulders relaxed, sighing out softly. Professor Snape turns to Harry. Passing notes, Potter? He asked, and snatches the drawing from under Harry's nose and eyes it. Not exactly Picasso, are you? I hope you demonstrate more talent on the Quidditch pitch this weekend than you do as an artist. If not, I fear you'll perish, given the weather forecast. Until that time, however, you'll forgive me if I don't let off homework. Should you die, I assure you, you need not hand it in, Professor Snape said, turning away. A stitch of lightning strikes one of the golden Quidditch rings, and the clouds bloom with icy blue light. Far below, in the stands, rain lashes the sea of umbrellas. As one flies free, soaring end over end into the sky, the crowd explodes and 2 Quidditch squads, Gryffindor in scarlet, Hufflepuff in canary yellow, shoot into the air. Twin bludgers fire skyward, and the match is on. Ron squints upward, the players little more than a streaking blur from his vantage. A stitch of lightning strikes the tail of Angelina's broom. As it burst into flames, she plummeted to the pitch. Ron looks down at his own hand. In the highly charged air, the hair above his knuckles rises. In the sky, Harry flies fearlessly, searching for the snitch as bludgers pierce the clouds above him and chasers flit in and out of view far below. Suddenly, in the stands opposite, a black umbrella flies from the hand of a Ravenclaw boy. For a moment, it sails wondrously through the heavy air, a Magritte dream, then abruptly picks up speed, rotating like a hatchet. Harry ducks, turns, and watches it disappear into a bank of clouds. Then something glimmers. The snitch? Instantly, Harry jets off, closing fast on the tiny, glimmering ball, chasing it through one cloud, then another and another, until he breaks into a clear patch of sky, only to find the snitch is gone. Angrily, Harry whips the nimbus back around, searching the horizon frantically when he spies something. In the stadium's highest tower, something enormous flickers briefly in silhouette, then is obscured by a veil of mist. Harry turns. In the distance, the stray umbrella spins into view, harpooning a player. Harry's eyes shift. The snitch shimmers like a firefly in the dark underbelly of a cloud. Harry begins to go when the veil of mist shrouding the high tower shifts and, for one brief moment, a great dog is revealed. As this mist closes, Harry frowns and jets away. As Harry pelts after the snitch, the crowd rises to their feet, roaring. Ron grins over the binoculars, watching Harry shred the mist as he urges his broom on. The trace of a smile forms on Harry's lips as he closes on the snitch, only yards away, reaching out when a thin glaze of ice clouds his glasses. He wipes at them, then flinches. Blood trickles down his cheek. The rain is turning into needles. Needles of ice. Harry glances at the handle of his broomstick. The water sluicing through the grain is freezing. Vapor streaks from his mouth and nose. A dark silhouette passes on his right. He turns. A twin silhouette passes in his left. Harry sees neither, looking down. The layers of mist are parting below. Lightning strikes, revealing an army of silhouettes drifting onto the pitch. A vast legion of Dementors. A distant whistle weaves into the wind, rises in pitch, not a whistle at all, but a scream. A woman's scream. Harry's eyes flutter, and wisps of silvery white light float from his mouth. His glasses glaze over completely. His fingers, rigid, can no longer grip the broom and he falls. The last thing Harry sees is an otter gliding gracefully through the air, its silver form shimmering with ethereal light, driving off the Dementors off of him. 29. Harper's eyes widened when he saw Harry's limp body falling fastly headed towards the ground. He pointed his wand at Harry, eyes focusing on Harry the best he could in the rain, and muttered a spell under his breath that should stop Harry from plummeting to his death. He sighed with relief, shoulders relaxing when his Patronus flew around him, stopping on his left shoulder to look at him before disappearing. He noticed the teachers looking at him with an intrigued expression and quickly left to the hospital wing to see Harry. "Looks a bit peaky, doesn't he?" Ron said, looking at Harper, who is holding Harry's hand with a concerned look on his face. "Peaky? What you expect him to look like? He fell 50 feet. Fred said. "Yeah, come on, Ron. We'll walk you off the astronomy tower and see how you come out looking," George said. Harper looked down at his hand when he noticed Harry squeeze his hand, and when he turned to look at Harry, he saw that Harry was awake, slowly opening his eyes. "Probably a right sight better than he normally does," Harry joked, finally being able to open his eyes without struggle. "Harry, how are you feeling?" Hermione asked. Harper helps Harry sit up from the bed, fixing the pillow so Harry can lean against the pillow. "Brilliant," Harry said, giving Harper a grateful smile. "Gave us a right good scare, mate," Fred said. "What happened?" Harry asked. "You fell off your broom," Ron answered, thinking Harry was asking about that. "Really? I meant the match. Who won?" Harry asked, and an uncomfortable silence fell upon them. Harry turned to Harper to answer, trusting him to tell the truth. No one blames you, Harry. The Dementors aren't meant to come on the grounds. Dumbledore was furious. Harper said, not answering that he had saved Harry from plummeting to his death. But Hermione won't have that. After Harper saved you, Dumbledore sent them straight off. Hermione added, ignoring the look on Harper's face as he looked at her. Harry nods grimly, thinking about what he had seen before he passed out and thought about asking about it. But when he looks at Harper, he sees him nodding softly at him, telling him that the otter is his and not something he hallucinates. There's something else you should know, Harry, Ron said, bringing Harry's attention to him. Your Nimbus, when it blew away, it sort of landed in the Whomping Willow. And well, he tips a bag of splintered wood and twisted twigs onto the bed. Why didn't you tell us you can conjure a Patronus? Hermione asked, looking at the shrieking shack. You never asked. Harper answered, shrugging his shoulders. Who taught you how to conjure a Patronus? Ron asked. A professor. Harper answered, keeping his answer short. Ron and Hermione turned their head to look at Harper, unamused, making him smile. I promised them not to say anything, Harper said, not even revealing the gender of who had taught him how to conjure a Patronus. Ron and Hermione nod, accepting his answer, and looks at the shrieking shack, concealing the fact that they're scared stiff. It's meant to be the most haunted building in Britain. Did I mention that? Hermione said. Twice. Ron and Harper simultaneously said, should we move a bit closer? Hermione suggested. Huh? Oh, all right, Ron said nervously, looking at Harper, who is waiting for them. Harper watches Ron and Hermione take a step and another step before stopping. It only fills Harper with amusement. Actually, it's fine from here, Ron said, dragging Harper towards where they stood. Perfect, Hermione said, making Harper let out a chuckle. Just then, voices echo and three figures appear over the rise, phantoms in the mist. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Well, look who's here. You three shopping for your dream home? Seems a bit grand for you. Weaselby, don't your family all sleep in one room? Draco said. Shut your mouth, Malfoy, Ron said, glaring his eyes at the blonde. Now that's not very friendly. Boys, I think we're going to have to teach Weaselby to respect his superiors, Draco said, flinching when Harper took out his wand. Hope you don't mean yourself, Harper and Hermione said. Draco's eyes shift, regarding Harper and Hermione with disgust. How dare you speak to me, you filthy little mud? He was cut off by a snowball hitting him. Who did that? He exclaimed, glancing about in confusion, when two more hit him. Ron and Hermione glance about uneasily, while Harper smiles knowingly about who had thrown the snowball. Well, don't just stand there, Draco said. Crabbe and Goyle start for Ron, Harper and Hermione when their knees go out and they fall headfirst into the snow. Draco begins to back away fearfully, eyeing the mist. Wait a minute, there's something out here. Aha! Draco's ski mask is pulled over his eyes. He spun about, given a rough kick to the ass, and sent stumbling over the rise and out of sight. Instantly, Crabbe and Goyle join him. Ron and Hermione stand frozen, while Harper was holding his hand in front of his mouth, laughing softly. Ron and Hermione exchange a nervous glance and dash off when they both go flying, landing on their pants in the snow. As they both sit up, they hear laughter. Harry, stop scaring them, Harper said, stopping himself from laughing. The invisibility cloak drops, and sure enough, there is Harry, with a full grin on his face. Bloody hell, Harry. That was not funny, Ron said, but there's a smile on his face. 30. The quartet trudged through the swirling snow. Harry's donned Hermione's scarf and Ron's hat to disguise himself. Those weasels never told me about any Marauder's map, Ron said. But Harry isn't going to keep it. He's going to turn it over to Professor McGonagall, aren't you? Hermione said. Oh, sure. Along with his invisibility cloak, his pack of exploding snap cards, his, oh, shut up. Hermione stopped before Ron could say more. Rosmerta, dear. A voice said up ahead, and when they turned their head to the voice, they saw that it was Cornelius Fudge, emerging from a ministry sleigh as Hagrid swings the door clear and, with unfortunate ease, rips it clean off the fittings. Fudge joins McGonagall and Rosmerta, outside the Three Broomsticks pub. That's Madame Rosmerta. Ron fancies her, Harper said playfully, bumping his shoulder with Ron, who returned it. It's not true, Ron exclaimed, playing along, though he let out a small chuckle. Shoo. Harry shushes them, trying to listen in. I trust business is good? Fudge said. It'd be a right sight better if the ministry wasn't sending dementors into my pub every other night. Madame Rosmerta said. We have a killer on the loose? Fudge said. Sirius Black? In Hogsmeade. And what would bring him here? Madame Rosmerta asked. Harry Potter. Fudge said. Harry Potter. Madame Rosmerta repeated. Fudge looks around nervously, then jerks his head towards the pub. He leads Rosmerta and McGonagall inside. Harry? Ron said, looking for Harry but didn't find him anywhere near them. I guess he wanted to hear the truth, Harper said, following after Ron and Hermione. How much have you known Harper? Ron asked, slowing down so he could walk beside Harper. A lot, Harper said, trailing off and thinking if he should tell Ron about his rat. What is it? Ron asked, looking at Harper, who turned towards him with a confused expression. You have that look on your face when you're thinking about whether to tell the person or not. Wow, Ron, you must have watched him a lot if you know his thinking face, Hermione said, smiling when both Ron and Harper blushed. I saw a rat transfigured into a man, Harper answered after a minute of silence, turning his head to look at Ron. It looks like your rat has a missing finger and anything. Scabbers are not people. It must have been one of those not true vision things, Ron said, denying it. And how many times has he been wrong? Hermione came to Harper's defense, stopping to look at Ron and Harper behind her. Dumbledore said that, but it has never been wrong. But it could be, Harper said, hugging himself as he looked down at the ground, not catching the guilty expression on Ron's face. There's a first time for everything, Hermione, he said, shrugging, and walks off. Hermione turned her attention to Ron, staring hard at him before following after Harper. Ron stood there, a guilty feeling deep inside of his chest before he slowly started following after them. Harper suddenly looks up from the ground when he feels something at the back of his mind and looks towards the pub door. 3 seconds later, the doors fly open. He looked down at the footprints appearing in the snow, standing up, and followed after the footprints without a second thought. Ron, Harper, and Hermione followed the footsteps until at the outskirts of town. Harper walked towards Harry, a small sad whine coming out of him when he heard a sob coming from where Harry is sitting, ignoring the weird look he gained from Ron and Hermione. He approached Harry, kneeling on his knees, and gently takes off the cloak from Harry. Harper pulled Harry into his chest, letting Harry cry into his chest, rubbing his hand up and down Harry's back. He let Harry take his time before speaking of what he had seen in the pub. He was their friend, and he betrayed them. He was their friend, Harry said, wrapping his arms around Harper, finding the brunette presence calming, even though he knows Harper already knows this. Remember what I said at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry. Maybe he didn't kill your parents, Harper said, letting Harry look up at him from his place with his red, teary eyes. Maybe he was wrongfully convicted and Peter killed them instead. Is that what you saw? Harry asked, waiting for Harper's confirmation. Harper nods, wiping the tears on Harry's face. Yes, he whispered, letting Harry place his head against his chest again, comforting him. He looked up at Ron and Hermione and saw them fondly watching him and Harry. 31. The dying sun streams through the high windows of the astronomy room, painting Harry's face a fierce amber red as he stands opposite Professor Lupin. Ancient charts drape the walls while gleaming spheres of spun glass orbit one another silently. Professor Lupin stands before a large trunk, looking at Harper, who is standing beside Harry, for backup. You're sure about this, Harry? This is very advanced magic, well beyond ordinary wizarding level, he said, looking at Harry. Harry looks at Harper before turning to look at Professor Lupin with an arched eyebrow before responding. If Black and Harper can fight the Dementors, I need to know how to. Professor Lupin studies Harry, as if conflicted, then decides. Very well. The spell I'm going to teach you is called the Patronus Charm. Ever heard of it? Harry shakes his head. So that's the spell Harper had used. A Patronus is a kind of positive force. For the wizard who can conjure one, the Patronus works something like a shield. The Dementor feeds on it instead of him. Professor Lupin said, looking at the trunk rattling violently. As Harry's eyes wander, Harper snaps his fingers, bringing his attention back. But in order for it to work, you must think of a memory. And not just any. This memory needs to be a very happy one. And powerful, he said as Professor Lupin agrees with him. Harry thinks a bit then nods. Got something? Good. Let it fill you up. Lose yourself in it. Then speak the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Without your wand, Professor Lupin said. Expecto Patronum, Harry repeated. Right then, shall we? Professor Lupin said. Harry nods and raises his wand. Professor Lupin watched closely and reached over, gripping the lid of the trunk. Concentrate, Harry. Concentrate. He flings open the case. Harry opens his eyes. In the sun's bloodlight, the Dementor looks particularly horrific. Expecto Patronum. The torches on the wall flicker as a chill breeze fills the chamber. A scream echoes distantly. Harry's hand trembles, eyes beginning to roll up to the back of his head. Ecto. Expecto. Harry feels himself coming back to sense in a daze, and when he opens his eyes, he sees Harper looking at him with a concerned expression. Behind the Gryffindor is an otter looking at him as well, making his lips quirk at the sight. Harry takes the chocolate frog from Professor Lupin and takes a bite, instantly feeling better from the sweetness of it. That's one nasty Dementor, he said, sitting up with Harper's help, and the otter instantly flew towards him, spinning around his shoulders before disappearing. Boggett, Harry. The real thing would be much, much worse. Just out of interest, what were you thinking of? What memory did you choose? Professor Lupin asked, smiling softly at Harper, who accidentally used his Patronus instead of the ridiculous spell. The first time I rode a broom, Harry said. That's not good enough, Harry. Not nearly. Professor Lupin said. Harry glances towards the window, at the bloody sun. There's another. It's not happy exactly. I mean, it is. It's the happiest I've ever felt. But it's complicated. Is it strong? Professor Lupin asked. Harry looks up into Professor Lupin's eyes and nods. Then let's try it. Professor Lupin said. Harry takes a deep breath, tosses the frog aside, and poises himself. Think, Harry, think. Just do it. Harry cuts Professor Lupin off. Professor Lupin blinks at Harry's quiet fierceness and opens the packing case. Instantly, the Dementor appears again. A chill fills the air. The hair skates off Harry's scar. He sets his jaw. Expecto Patronum. Harry's hand and whole body trembles, but he holds his ground when a huge silver shadow bursts from the end of his wand, hovering between him and the Dementor. The Dementor falters. Harry's legs feel like water. Ridiculous, Professor Lupin said, and the Dementor vanishes. Harry's arm drops slack. Professor Lupin eyes Harry with a kind of awe, while Harper looks proud of him. Lupin's voice barely whispers. Well done. I think I've had enough. For today, Harry said, taking the chocolate from Harper, confused as to where the brunette got it as he had taken it from his pocket. Professor Lupin nods, watching the friends fondly, and watches them move to the door. So you know, Harry, you'd have given your father a run for his money. And, believe me, that's saying something. Professor Lupin said. Harry ponders this, then speaks, deep inside himself. I was thinking of him, and Mum, seeing their faces. They're just talking to me. Just talking. That was the memory I chose. I don't even know if it's real, he said, looking at Harper standing by the door. No pity expression on his face, only warmth. But it's the best I have. Harry bolted up when he heard Ron scream and saw a silhouette etched in the window, a man clutching a knife. All the boys are up now, screaming. Amid the chaos, Harry grabs his wand. Everybody out. The others fled. Harper stood by the door with a wand in his hand, wearing his sleepwear that looks too big on him. Harry faces the hulking shadow, wand poised. Show yourself. The water glass shatters on the floor and Harper watches Scabbers darts past Harry's feet, chased by Crookshanks. Seizing the moment, the silhouette grapes the curtains and swings through the open window, plunging into the night. Harry rushes to the window and looks down. The silhouette leaps from ledge to ledge with an animal's grace, then vanishes. Harry and Harper sweep Ron's curtains aside and find his bed empty. "Ron?" Harper questioned, wondering where the Weasley had disappeared to. Harry's eyes flash towards the window when Ron pokes his head out from under the bed. "Is he gone?" Ron asked. Soon the entire Gryffindor house, in pajamas, stands before Professor McGonagall, who wears a tartan robe and expression of singular irritation. "That's preposterous, Weasley. How could Sirius Black possibly have gotten through the portrait hole?" Professor McGonagall said. "I don't know how he got in. I was a bit busy dodging his knife," Ron said. Just then, a curiously content Crookshanks wins his way through Ron's legs. "And this bloody cat ate my rat." "That's a lie," Harper exclaimed, defending his sister's cat. And Ron didn't know how to respond to that, not expecting him to be the one to respond. Ron's curiosity peaked when a woman placed her hand on Harper's back, rubbing her hand up and down Harper's back to calm him down, which gained her a grateful smile. Ron's eyes narrowed at them. A feeling deep inside his chest wanted to make known and drag Harper towards him. Professor McGonagall shakes her head, turning then, and everyone follows her to Sir Cadogan, who, sensing the attention, perks up instantly. "Sir Cadogan, is it possible that you let a mysterious man enter Gryffindor Tower tonight?" "Certainly, good lady. He had the password. Had the whole week's, in fact, on a little piece of paper," Sir Cadogan said, "which abysmally foolish person wrote down the passwords and then proceeded to lose them." Professor McGonagall said. Every eye shifts once more and focuses on Neville, though Harper is not paying them any attention. Looking at the girl beside him, and Ron is still trying to figure out who she is to him. Professor McGonagall sighs. "Is it always going to be you, Longbottom?" "I'm afraid so, ma'am," Neville said. "While we know that Sirius Black is gone tonight, I think you can safely assume he will, at some future time, attempt to return. Let me be clear. You are not to move about the castle alone, and you are not to write down the password. Understood?" A collective nod of the head. Professor McGonagall gives the ties of her robe a sharp tug, collects herself, and exits. "Very well then. Go to bed." As the students drift off, Ron casts a last glance towards Harper, who is pecking the girl's cheek before she walks away with a big smile on her face. Ron gritted his teeth and looked away from Harper when he turned to look at them. 32. The quartet makes their way down the slope. I find it astonishing that someone who prides themselves on being so logical can be in such denial, Ron said, looking at the twins who were walking side by side. "Harry, will you explain to your friend Ronald that he has absolutely no proof whatsoever that our sweet, unassuming cats ate his shabby, decidedly decrepit rat?" Harper and Hermione said simultaneously, gaining an impressed look from Harry. "Harry and Harper was there. He'll tell you how it was." "Go on, Harry, tell them," Ron said. "No, I won't." "Know why?" "Because I don't care about your stupid rat. I don't care about your stupid cat. I've got few other things on my mind right now," Harry exclaimed. "Really? Wasn't you had to roll under the bed last night to avoid getting cut to ribbons? A person could die being your friend, Harry." Ron stops himself and quickly wishes he could take it back. Harper shakes his head and walks ahead of them, Harry joining him soon after, not wanting to hear Ron and Hermione bickering with each other. Hagrid, wearing a gigantic, hairy brown suit and a yellow and orange tie, stands knee-deep in the shallows of the Black Lake, skimming rocks as big as flagstones across the water's shiny gloss. As he turns, the quartet catches a brief sight of his eyes, red with tears, then he looks away. "How'd it go, Hagrid?" Hermione asked. "Buckbeak liked London," Hagrid said. "I meant the hearing," Hermione said. "Oh, that. Well, I got up and said my bit, you know, how Buckbeak was a good hippogriff and as long as you treated him with respect, he'd treat you the same." Then Lucius Malfoy got up and said his bit, you know, how Buckbeak was a deadly dangerous beast that no teacher in their right mind would expose their students to, Hagrid said. "And?" Harper said, a feeling of dread coming inside his chest. Hagrid slings another rock into the water. "You mustn't blame yourself, Hagrid," Hermione said, seeing Harper nod at the corner of her eyes. Draco, it's him the committee should punish. It's him they should send off to the forest, not Buckbeak, Ron said. Buckbeak's not going back to the forest, Hagrid said. Where's he going, Hagrid? Hermione said, a dread of her own coming to rise. He asked fare the worse, yesy, Lucius Malfoy did. And the committee granted it. Buckbeak's been sentenced to death, Hagrid said. Harry lies awake in his dorm, unable to sleep. Finally, he turns to his cupboard and takes the Marauder's map, whispering, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The crooked corridors and serpentine passageways of Hogwarts radiate across the parchment. Then a tiny dot catches Harry's eyes. He frowns, reading the name Peter Pettigrew on the map. Harry stood up and walked out of his dorm, not surprised to see Harper waiting for him at the common room. They walked out of the Gryffindor Tower and walked towards a dark corridor, map in Harry's hand and wand aglow. In the paintings they passed, the subjects snore softly. On the map, Harry, Harper, and Pettigrew draw closer and closer. Harry squints towards the end of the corridor. Down at the map, Pettigrew moves quickly down the adjoining corridor. 20 yards away. 10. Only seconds away. Wand trembling in his hand, Harry glances from the map to the dark corridor ahead, again and again. Then as the three dots are about to collide, he looks up slowly, turns the corner, heart in his chest, and meets himself reflected in a mirror. Harry blinks, startled, then glances back down at the map. Pettigrew has moved past them. Confused, Harry and Harper turn, casting his wand along the walls. Watch it there, boy, a voice said. Harry jumps, but it's only an old man in a painting, scowling in the glare of Harry's wand light. On the map, Pettigrew continues to move away. Harry and Harper started moving, wanting to follow him, but stopped when they heard footsteps. The wand spot dances across the parchment, finding another, approaching fast. Professor Snape. Mischief managed. Harry stashes the map, extinguishes his wand, and turns into the harsh glare of Professor Snape's wand. Potter, Mr. Granger, what are you doing wandering the corridors at night? Professor Snape asked, looking at Harry and Harper. I had a nightmare and wanted to take a walk, so I walked to Harry's dorm, asked if he wanted to join me. Harper answered for them both. Harry said yes because he couldn't sleep either because of the Dementors. Very well, Professor Snape said, nodding before turning to Harry. Turn out your pockets. Harry doesn't move, eyes still boring into Professor Snape. Turn out your pockets. Professor Snape hissed. Harry obliges. Seeing the map, Professor Snape's eyes glitter. And this? What might it be? Professor Snape asked. Spare bit of parchment, Harry said. Really? Professor Snape said, poising his wand. Reveal your secret. To Harry's horror, words begin to appear. Professor Snape studies him, a sadistic half-smile on his lips, turning the map his way. Read it, Professor Snape said. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs offer their compliments to Professor Snape and… Harry stopped suddenly as Harper looked at Harry, confused as to where this is going. Go on, Professor Snape urged, and request that he keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Harry finished. Professor Snape's smile dropped. Why, you insolent little… Professor? Another voice said from the darkness. Professor Snape turns and sees Professor Lupin standing in the shadows. Well, Lupin, out for a little walk in the moonlight, are we? Harry? Harper? You all right? Professor Lupin asked, looking at Harper worriedly, who looks like he hasn't slept in days. That remains to be seen. I've just now confiscated a rather curious artifact from Mr. Potter. Take a look, Lupin. This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Professor Snape said. Professor Lupin takes the parchment, which now displays a rather unflattering caricature of Professor Snape and a pair of potions. Clearly, it's full of dark magic. Professor Snape said, I seriously doubt that, Severus. It looks to me as if it merely insults anyone who tries to read it. I suspect it's a Zonko product. Nevertheless, I shall pursue any hidden qualities it may possess. As you say, it's my area of expertise. Come, Harry, Harper," Professor Lupin said, walking away with Harry and Harper trailing behind him. They walk beside a fuming Professor Lupin, who grips the map fiercely. "I don't know how this map came to be in your possession, Harry, but I'm astounded that you didn't turn it in. Did you ever stop to think that this, in the hands of Sirius Black, is a map to you?" Harry and Harper walk silently, Harper deciding to wrap his arms around Harry's arm, stroking Harry's hand with his thumb. "Your father didn't set much store by rules either. But he and your mother did give their lives to save yours, gambling their sacrifice by walking about the castle unprotected, with a killer on the loose, strikes me as a poor way to repay then." "I won't cover up for you again, Harry," Professor Lupin said, entering his office and tossing the map on his desk, and begins to sort through some papers. Harry and Harper linger briefly in the doorway, absently eyes the waxing moon that glimmers beyond the window, then starts to turn away but stops. "Professor, just so you know, I don't think the map always works. Earlier, it showed someone in the castle. Someone I know to be dead," Harry said, seeing Harper looking away in the corner of his eyes. "And who was that, Harry?" Professor Lupin asked. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. Professor Lupin hesitates ever so slightly, then returns to his papers. "Very well. I'd like you two to return to your dormitory now." "Oh, and Harry? Don't take any detours." Harry looks back at him. "If you do, I'll know." 33. "Relax, let your mind go," Professor Trelawney said. The students gaze into the crystal balls, faces reflecting the most within, so that their very skin seems to be made of smoke. Conspicuously, Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione sit apart. Crystal gazing requires that you clear the inner eye. Only then will you see. "Oh my, what do we have here?" Professor Trelawney said, eyeing Harry's crystal, making Hermione rolls her eyes. "Here we go again. It's the Grim. It's the Grim," Hermione said, ignoring Harper's raised eyebrows. "My dear, from the moment you first arrived in my class, I sensed that you did not possess the proper spirit for the noble art of divination like your brother. You may be young in years, but the heart that beats beneath your bosom is as shriveled as an old maid's. Your soul is dry as the pages of the books to which you so desperately cleave," Professor Trelawney said. Stung, Hermione starts to reply, but, remarkably, seems incapable of a single word. Rising gracelessly, she exits, knocking her crystal ball to the floor. "In late spring, one of our number will leave us forever." Lavender remembers what Professor Trelawney had said before. "You know, Professor, you saw." Harper sighed and packed up everything of his that was on the table, standing up and walks out of the classroom, smiling at Hermione when she snapped her head up to look at who it is. Hermione returned the smile and wrapped her arm around Harper's shoulders, walking down the corridor. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. Harry, leading Ron, Harper, and Hermione, walks towards Hagrid's hut. "I can't believe they're going to kill Buckbeak. It's too horrible," Harper said, shaking his head. "I thought you could see the future," Ron said, looking away when Harper glared at him. "I need physical contact, idiot," Harper said, muttering the last part under his breath. "It just got worse," Harry said. Ron, Harper, and Hermione follow his gaze and see Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, lurking within a grouping of monolithic menhirs, binoculars in hand, spying on Hagrid, who stands in the pumpkin patch, tossing dead ferrets to Buckbeak. Hagrid wipes his eyes. Lopez into the hut. "Did you see the big, fat, blubbering oaf? Oh, this is going to be rich. Did I tell you? Father said I can keep the head." Malfoy looks up, smiling. "Ah, come to see the show? You foul, loathsome, evil little roach," Harper said as Malfoy stumbles back against a tree, cross-eyed with fear as Harper jabs the tip of his wand under his nose. "Harper, no," Ron said. Harper turns to look at him. "He's not worth it." Harper nods, then quick as lightning, lands a punch right to Malfoy's jaw, putting him flat on his back. Stunned, Malfoy leaps to his feet and runs, Crabbe and Goyle huffing and puffing behind. "I've been waiting too long to do that," Harper said, rubbing his hand. The quartet makes their way down the slope and past Buckbeak, chewing on a ferret with idle satisfaction. Hagrid stands by the window watching Buckbeak. Harry and Ron sit while Harper and Hermione make tea. Look at him. Loves the smell of the trees when the wind blows. Hagrid said. I say we set him free. Harry said. They'd know I did it. Hagrid said, shaking his head. And that would only get Dumbledore in trouble. Gonna come down, you know. Says he wants to be with me when it happens. Great man, Dumbledore. We'll stay with you too, Hagrid. Hermione said as Harper agreed with her. Yeah, we'll not. Think I want seeing a thing like this. No. You'll drink your tea and be off. But before you do, I want to see you and Ron shake hands, Harry. Hagrid said. Ron and Harry exchange a glance, then look at Hagrid. Thin, I haven't seen how it's been between you two. Go on now. Hagrid said. Reluctantly, Harry and Ron extend their hands and shake. Good. Now then, Ron, I want to see you give Hermione a hug. Hagrid said. What? Ron and Hermione said, eyes widening. Go on. You two been at it all year. And I'm sick o' it. Hagrid said. What about Harper? Ron asked, looking at the brunette. He's been good friends to us, Ron. Harry answered for Harper, quick to come to his defense. It's only been this year that he got mad. He added as Hagrid nodded in agreement. Acutely uncomfortable, Hermione and Ron step forward and perform perhaps the most awkward hug Hogwarts has ever seen. Crikey, that's just a boo, the most pathetic hug I e'er seen. But ye did it, and that's what matters. There's just one other thing, Hagrid said. I'm not kissing Fong if that's what you're thinking. Ron said. I'll do it, Harper said excitedly, kneeling down to Fong's level. Come here, Fong, he said, opening his arms and showers Fong with kisses, who is thumping his tail happily on the floor. Hagrid lets out a small chuckle and turns, takes the lid from a flower tin. A tiny head, ears flecked with powder, emerges. Scabbers, you're alive, Ron exclaimed. Yes, should keep a closer eye on your pets, Ron, Hagrid said. I think you owe someone an apology, Hermione said. Right. Next time I see Crookshanks, I'll let him know, Ron said. I meant me, Hermione said. Oh, here we go again, Harper said, stopping the incoming bickering with just his words. A glass jar on the shelf shatters. As Hermione scoops up a jagged, star-shaped stone, a second stone bounces off the back of Harry's head. Ow! Harry turns, looking out the window. Oh, it's time, Harper muttered from under his breath, standing up. Hagrid, Harry said. Everyone turns and looks. Professor Dumbledore and Fudge approach. Behind them, in a fluttering shroud of crows, the executioner follows, axe at his side. Hagrid begins to panic. Ya got to go. It's almost dark. Anyone sees ya outside the castle, it'll be trouble. Big trouble. Especially you, Harry. The door shakes as someone bangs on it. Hagrid stiffens in fear. Harry reaches up, puts his finger to Hagrid's trembling lips, and speaks softly to the others. Come on, Harry said. As the quartet exits through the back door, Fudge, Professor Dumbledore, and the executioner enter through the front. A veil of cries flutters onto the roof. More drops into the patch and begins slowly circle Buckbeak. Harry and the others duck behind the pumpkins. Watch Hagrid solemnly greet the others. Fudge appears at the window, picking his nose. Just then, "Hey," is heard. Hermione turns, looking at the branches of the trees behind her are dancing oddly. What? Harry asked. Nothing. I just thought I saw. Hermione sees the knowing smile on Harper's face. Never mind. 34. The quartet slips silently into a stand of trees. Beyond them, Hagrid's hut glimmers desolately in the dying sun. The quartet stops, fighting their tears. A quartet of bleak shadows flies from the hut. One of the shadows, Professor Dumbledore, raises his hand and points, directing the attention of the others away from Buckbeak. Process Dumbledore speaks briefly, unintelligible from this distance. Then, the crows shriek excitedly and the executioner separates from the others, disappears behind a low stand of trees. All goes very still. The wind loses its voice. Sunlight kicks off the axe as it rises over the trees. The axe hangs seemingly forever, etched against the sky, then drops. Ron and Harry stare toward the trees in numb disbelief. Harper and Hermione turned away, trembling. Harper let Ron pull him into his body, wrapping his arms around Ron's shoulders, while Harry does the same for Hermione. The sun sets, dropping behind the mountains in the distance. Harper turns, seeing a frenzied spray of crows stain the bloody sky, their primal shrieking rising like a curse. Slowly, Harper's hands falls from Ron's shoulder, looking down at his bleeding finger. Ron stares at his hand, at the blood running down his finger. He bit me. His eyes shift and sees Scabbers streaking away. Ron. No. Hermione exclaimed as Ron pelts after Scabbers. Harry, Harper, and Hermione give chase. Ron reaches the summit, disappears over the top. Hermione, Harper, and Harry follow. Harry, Harper, and Hermione reach the top of the ridge, but then stop when Harper stops. Harry, you do realize what tree this is, Hermione said. Ron nabs Scabbers, cradling him in his bloody palm. Now behave yourself. That's not good, Harry said. Ron, run. Ron spins, looking towards Harry. Harry, run. Harry's eyes shift. Bounding towards him in the gathering gloom is an enormous, pale-eyed, jet black, beautiful dog. Harry shields himself when the dog leaps clear over him. Ron screams as the dog's teeth flash and close on Ron's foot, dragging him towards the trunk like a rag doll. Harper dashed forward and jumped, shocking Harry and Hermione when Harper morphed into a beautiful big brown wolf, going after Ron, grabbing Ron's hand with his mouth without using his teeth. They go back and forth until Harper looks into the dog's eyes and whines against Ron's arm, letting go of his hand. Harper follows the dog into the Whomping Willow hole, slowly walking forward and following after the dog. Harper walked up the shrieking shack stairs, ignoring the shattered furniture and opening the door aside and walking towards Ron on the bed, who was clutching his bloody foot. Harper bumped his head against Ron, licking the blood off of Ron's foot, whining again when Ron hissed in pain. It's all right, Harper. You didn't want to hurt me, Ron said, smiling softly at the wolf. Watching Harper morphed into himself, smiling softly at Ron. Harper turned his head to look at Sirius Black, who was watching them with careful eyes. Minutes later, Harry and Hermione kicked the door aside. Ron, Harper. You're okay. The dog. Where's the... It's a trap, Harry. He's the dog. He's an animagus, Ron said. Harry looks down and follows the paw prints on the floor to a pair of filthy human feet. Harry looks up slowly at the man standing in the shadows. Filthy, matted hair hands to his shoulders, his skin like a corpse. Sirius studies Harry's face keenly and Harry draws his wand. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too, Ron said, standing up on his good leg. No, only one will die tonight, Sirius said, noticing Harper looking at the rat in Ron's hand. Then it'll be you, Harry exclaimed. Harry, no. Harper stopped him, making Harry turn towards him. Remember what I said? Harry hesitates, the wand in his hand shaking as he looks at Sirius. Going to kill me, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry stays quiet, not knowing what to do again. The door suddenly crashes open, and Professor Lupin busted through. Professor Lupin. Harry, Hermione, and Ron said. Professor Lupin ignores them, eyeing Sirius intensely. Looking a bit ragged, aren't we, Sirius? Finally, the skin reflects the madness. You'd know all about madness within, wouldn't you, Remus? Sirius said. The two regard each other, the moment taut with tension. Then Professor Lupin steps forward and embraces Sirius like a brother. No, I trusted you. I covered up for you. And all this time you've been his friend. Hermione exclaimed, pointing. He's a werewolf. That's why he's been missing classes. Harry and Ron stare, dumbfounded, at Professor Lupin. Sirius howls then, bitterly amused. Professor Lupin eyes him, then turns back. How long have you known? Professor Lupin asked, looking at the Granger's twins. Since Professor Snape set the essay. Harper answered. You're the brightest witch and wizard of your age I've ever met. Professor Lupin said, looking at the twins. Yes, You glow like the sun, and you howl at the moon. Enough talk. He dies. Now, if you won't do it with me, Remus, I'll do it alone. Sirius said. Wait, Sirius, I did my waiting. 12 years of it. In Azkaban. Trust me, you wouldn't have lasted a week. Sirius exclaimed. Professor Lupin eyes Sirius, then nods. All right then, as you wish. Harry looks behind him at Harper, not knowing what to do. He looked back at Sirius, then Harper, ing his head slightly. Harry looks at the rat in Ron's hand when Harper moves his eyes to look at Scabbers. Harry? Ron questioned, wondering why he's looking at his rat. Harry was about to talk when Professor Snape burst through the room, using Expelliarmus on Sirius and Professor Lupin. The wands fly from their hands. The others turn, looking at Professor Snape standing in the doorway, smiling smugly. Ah, vengeance is sweet. How I hoped I'd be the one to catch you. Severus, I told Dumbledore you were helping your old friend into the castle. And here's the proof. Professor Snape as Harper shook his head. I was the one who let Sirius in, not Professor Lupin. Harper said as Professor Snape snapped his head towards him. I know the truth, Professor. I can see them. And I could never know how to thank you, Harper. Sirius said, looking at Harper. You can start by telling them the truth. Harper said as Sirius nods. Give me a reason. I beg you. Professor Snape said, looking at Harper. Don't be a fool, Severus. Professor Lupin exclaimed before Harper could open his mouth. He can't help it. It's habit by now. Sirius said. Quiet, Sirius. Professor Lupin exclaimed. Flipendo, Harper said, and Professor Snape soars into the air, hits the wall with a thud, and slides down. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stare in shock. Harper, you attacked a teacher. Hermione said, shocked. Do it now, Harper said, turning to Sirius and Professor Lupin. Peter Pettigrew. He was at school with us. We thought he was a friend. Professor Lupin said after nodding at Harper. No, Pettigrew's dead. He killed him, Harry said, pointing at Sirius. I thought so too. Until you mentioned seeing Pettigrew on the map, Professor Lupin said. The map was lying then, Harry said. The map never lies. Pettigrew's alive. And he's right there, Sirius said, pointing at Ron. Emmy? It's lunatic, Ron said, looking at Harper who sat him down and kneeled down. Ron, give me Scabbers, Harper said, Professor Lupin and Sirius looking at them with amusement clear on their face. What? No, Ron exclaimed, holding Scabbers to his chest. Harper closes his eyes with a sigh before opening them again, looking at Ron with begging eyes. No, don't do that, Ron muttered, looking away. Harper moves forward slightly, holding onto Ron's wrists. Please, he said, pouting slightly and using his brown eyes to his advantage. Ron looks at Harper at the corner of his eyes, sighing. Fine, he said, giving the squirming Scabbers to Harper who smiled at him and stood up. Here, Harper said, holding out the rat towards Sirius and Professor Lupin. Together, Sirius said, exchanging a glance with Professor Lupin. With that, Professor Lupin takes out his wand and as one, he and Sirius cast a stream of blue-white light. Scabbers twists madly in midair, then transforms into a very short man with thinning hair and grubby hands. Sirius, our Remus, my old friends, Pettigrew said, stuttering. Neither speaks. Pettigrew's small, watery eyes dart towards the windows and door. Suddenly, he makes a break for it, but Sirius merely shoves him back. Pettigrew's nose twitches, his gaze finding Harry. His hands flutter nervously, revealing a missing index finger. Harry, look at you. Why, you look just like your father. Like James. We were the best of friends, he and I. Shut up, Sirius exclaimed. I didn't mean to. The Dark Lord. You have no idea the weapons he possesses. Ask yourself what you would have done, Sirius. What would you have done? Pettigrew exclaimed. Died. Died rather than betray my friends. And you should have realized, Peter, if Voldemort didn't kill you, Sirius said. We would. Professor Lupin said. No, please, you can't. Pettigrew said. eyes darting to Ron. Ron, haven't I been a good friend? A good pet? You won't let them kill me, will you? I was your rat? Ron draws back in disgust. Harper deserves the biggest apologies from him. Pettigrew turns to the twins. Sweet boy, clever girl, surely you won't let them, he said, taking Harper's hand. Harper's eyes glazed over, his expression blank of any expression before his face paled. He takes his hand out of Pettigrew's hand. You're going to raise the Dark Lord, he said, backing away and joining Ron on the bed. As one, Professor Lupin and Sirius raise their wands and point them directly into Pettigrew's face. He shrinks back trembling, closing his eyes in fear, when, "No," Harry said. "Harry, this man," Professor Lupin began. "I know what he is, but we'll take him to the castle," Harry said. "Bless you, boy. Bless you. Get off. I said we'd take you to the castle. After that, the Dementors can have you," Harry said, watching Pettigrew's face paled. Harper turned his head and looked at Harry and Sirius talking with each other, looking at the night sky. "I should apologize to you," Ron said, looking at Harper, who is in his animagus form. Harper turned his head to look at Ron, looking at him with his brown eyes. "I should have trusted you and not," Ron was cut off by Harper bumping his head against his. "You forgive me?" The wolf's head nods, looking towards Harry and Sirius once more. "Harry," Hermione called out, voice quavering with fear. Harry turns, seeing Hermione staring at the full moon. His eyes shift, looking at Professor Lupin, who is a rigid silhouette, his fingers twitching. "Remus, old friend, did you take your potion tonight?" Sirius asked as Harper moved in front of Ron and Hermione, letting out an overprotective growl, not noticing that Pettigrew is slowly shifting into rat form. "Run, all of you, now," Sirius said. But none of them do, transfixed, watching his bristles poke through Professor Lupin's skin. Sirius steps forward, wrapping his arms around his friend, and presses his mouth to his ear. "You know the man you truly are, Remus. This flesh is only flesh. This heart is where you truly live. This heart, here." As Professor Lupin's wand drops, Pettigrew leaps. "No." Harry takes out his wand. "Expelliarmus." Professor Lupin's wand flies from Pettigrew's hand, and he freezes. Then slowly turns. Face blank, eyes closed, he grins hideously and transforms. Stunned, Harry watches a rat dart into the night. A howl pierces the air, and Harry wheels. With a shrug, Professor Lupin tosses Sirius into the air, then turns. He is no longer human. He's a werewolf. Harry and Hermione begin to edge back while Harper growled loudly at Professor Lupin, baring his sharp teeth at Professor Lupin, who growled back at him. "Professor?" Hermione said, looking at Harper, who stands in front of them protectively. The werewolf's eyes blaze. Long teeth flutter. Looking at the others behind the wolf, sprinting forward when Harper sprints forward as well, meeting each other in a fierce tangle of flashing teeth. Hermione watches with fear and tears in her eyes as Harper and Professor Lupin fight back and forth. Professor Snape standing in front of them with his wand out. Harper pulled back and charged forward, pushing him into the tall grass, and follows him into the tall grass, a black dog behind him. Harry pushes past Professor Snape and dashes into the night. Hermione makes to follow, but Professor Snape holds her back. "Harper, Harry," Hermione called out. Harry runs full out. Up ahead, framed against a full moon, he spies the dog, lying inert. The werewolf and wolf are still fighting in the back, pushing him back when a howl pierces the night. The werewolf falters, turning his head at the wolf, who growled again, standing protectively in front of Harry and Sirius. The werewolf bounds toward the forest, vanishing. Harry's eyes shift. In the darkness, the wounded dog lurches through the taut grass, falls, rises, falls again, each time becoming more human. Harry looks at the wolf, who has 3 talon scars running down his left eye. The wolf nodded his head at where Sirius disappeared and walked back with a small limp, where he had come from. Harry didn't wait and just ran where he had seen Sirius. Hermione stood up when she heard a big footsteps approaching and sighed with relief when she saw the brown wolf coming into the light. "Mr. Granger," Professor Snape said, looking at Harper, who has a slight limp in his walk with concern. Harper whined, nodding his head down, and followed them towards the castle. I hope you know how dumb that was, Madame Pomfrey said, giving Harper a cup of something, looking at the permanent scars running down Harper's left eye. He was going after them, Harper said, looking to his side where Ron and Hermione were, the latter sitting on Ron's bed closer to him. I'm more protective of them ever since I became an animagus. I think it's your wolf's instinct to protect them, Madame Pomfrey said, walking away from Harper. Harry, Hermione said when she saw him. I saw my dad, Harry said, looking at Harper's face with a guilty expression. What? Hermione asked. He sent the Dementors away. I saw him. Across the lake? Harry said. Hermione exchanges a private glance with Ron, turning back to look at Harry. Listen, Harry. They've captured Sirius. Any minute the Dementors are going to perform the kiss. The kiss? Harry questioned. It's what Dementors do to those they want to destroy. They clamp their jaws over the victim's mouth and suck out his soul. Hermione explained. You mean they're going to kill Sirius? Harry asked, looking at Harper. No, it's worse. Much worse. You go on living, but you have no memory, no sense of self. You're just a shell. An empty shell? Harper explained. As Harry reacts, the door opens and Professor Dumbledore enters. Headmaster, you've got to stop them. They've got the wrong man, Hermione said. It's true, sir. Sirius is innocent, Harry said. It's Scabbers who did it, Ron said. Scabbers? Professor Dumbledore questioned, looking at Ron questioningly. My rat, sir. Only he's not really a rat. Well, he was a rat. You see, he used to be my brother Percy's. The point is, we know the truth. Please, sir, you must believe us, Hermione said. I do, Miss Granger. But I'm sorry to say the word of 4 13-year-old wizards will convince few others. A child's voice, however honest and true, is meaningless to those who have forgotten how to listen. Professor Dumbledore said, turning to the window. Ah, a shooting star. If ever one was to make a wish, now would be the time. But time, I'm afraid, is precisely our problem. Mysterious thing, time. Powerful. And, when meddled with, dangerous. Sirius Black is in the topmost cell of the Dark Tower, Professor Dumbledore said, turning to look at Hermione. You know the laws, Miss Granger. You must not be seen. And you would, I feel, do well to return before this last chime. If not, well, the consequences are really too ghastly to discuss. 3 turns should do it, I think. If you succeed, more than one innocent life may be spared tonight. Professor Dumbledore hands Harry and Hermione each a stick of chocolate, then starts to go but stops. By the way, when in doubt, I find retracing my steps to be a wise place to begin. Good luck. He smiles, then walks out. Harry glances curiously at the chocolate. What in the bloody hell was all that about? Ron questioned. But Hermione doesn't reply, instead looping the pendant's long chain around Harry's neck as well as her own. Sorry, Ron, but seeing as you can't walk, and Harper wants to stay here, Hermione said as Ron and Harry exchange a curious glance and disappear right in front of their eyes. Ron's eyes widened, looking at Harper, who looked undisturbed about what had happened. Do you know about this? Harper starts counting to 3, and when he gets to 3, the doors open and Harry and Hermione run in. How'd you two get over there? I was just talking to you over there, Ron said, looking at Harper, who let out a small laugh. What you think, Harry? Too much for him. Everything that's happened tonight? Hermione said. Afraid so. Always been a bit of the nervous type, Ron has, Harry said, smiling. 35, 4th year. Harry sits bolt upright, a gasp in his throat. He winces and presses his palm to the scar on his forehead. Across the room, Ron lies sleeping. Having a bit of a lie-in, are we? Hermione said, making herself and Harper known. Harry turns his head and sees Harper and Hermione grinning from the doorway. Harry looks at Harper, looking at the permanent scar over the brunette's left eye. When'd you two get here? Just now. You? Harper asked, leaning against the doorway. Last night, Harry answered. Bloody hell, Ron exclaimed, bolting up and tugging a blanket over his naked chest. Oh, honestly, come on, Hermione said, shaking her and turning her head to look at Harper when she saw Harry grinning at Harper and saw her brother with the flushed cheeks. Get yourself dressed, or we'll miss the whole thing, she said, shaking her head again and walking away with a smile on her face. Harper was quick to follow Hermione down the stairs, not noticing the rosy smile on Ron's face. Fred, George, Ginny, Harry, Ron, Harper and Hermione trail after a huffing Mr. Weasley. Fred has a battered pair of omnioculars slung over his neck. Where is it exactly, where we're going? Harry asked, looking at Ron. Dunno. Say, Dad, where are we going? Ron asked, looking at his dad. Haven't the foggiest. Mr. Weasley answered. As Harry and Hermione exchange curious glances, a ruddy-faced wizard appears atop the crest ahead. Arthur, it's about time, son, the man said. Sorry, Amos. Afraid we got a bit of a sleepy start. This is Amos Diggory, everyone. Works with me at the ministry. And this strapping lad must be Cedric, am I right? Mr. Weasley said, looking at Cedric, who shakes hands with him. Cedric, Harper exclaimed, hugging the Hufflepuff, gaining a laugh from the boy. Hello to you too, Harp, Cedric said, returning the hug before pulling away to look at the Gryffindor. He ignored his father talking and looked down at Harper, smiling fondly as he traced the scar with his finger. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Harper shakes his head, pulling away from Cedric. No, it doesn't. He turned his head to look at Mr. Diggory, rolling his eyes when the man started bragging. Cedric playfully shoves Harper, a small smile on his face before turning to look at his dad. Harry fell off his broom, Dad. I told you. It was an accident. Yes, but you didn't fall off, did you? Best man won. I'm sure Harry's say the same. Mr. Diggory said. There are words I want to say, but I can't because there are adults around, Harper said, looking at Mr. Diggory. Now what would have happened if you were the one who… He started approaching Mr. Diggory, but was stopped by Cedric, who has an amused expression on his face. Cedric wrapped his arm around Harper's shoulders, pulling him away before he could do something else. Calm, Harper, calm, he said, letting out a small laugh when Harper whispered to him. They didn't notice the glare Ron sends towards Cedric. Well, shall we? Don't want to be late, Mr. Weasley said, clearing his throat and following after Harper and Cedric. HM? Oh, right. It's over there, Mr. Diggory said, pointing. Harry cranes his neck, and lies in the short grass is an old boot. Harry leans to Fred as he places a finger to the boot. Can you tell me why we're all standing here pressing our fingers to this manky old boot? This isn't just any manky old boot, mate. Fred responds. It's a portkey. George added. A portkey? What's a? Harry trailed off when the hill lurches, then tilts. The sky begins to spin. A howling wind rises and the sky spins faster and faster and faster until Harry slams hard onto his feet and, like the others beside him, topples into his back. Above him, the sky reels dizzily, like a carousel, spinning slowly to a halt as Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory and Cedric cycle into view, windswept but upright. That'll clear your sinuses, Mr. Weasley said. And I thought I hated flu powder, Harry said. A huge hand extends and Cedric pulls Harry to his feet. Harry nods sheepishly, a small blush on his face. Thanks. He then stops, looking past Cedric to the field beyond. Thousands of tents stretch to the edge of a steep cliff, to the deep bowl of a stadium. Harry glances about in fascination as he and the others trudge through the area of tents. Exotic accents dance upon the air, every nationality in evidence. Well, here we are, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, pulling aside the flap of a small tent, a very small tent. Harry watches curiously as the others pass through, then ducks inside himself. Harry looks around, amazed. He's standing in a 3-bedroom flat and smiles. I love magic, he said, looking at Harper, who is looking around as well. 36. Harry and the others climb to their seats. Flags of all nations ring the stadium and vendors apparate here and there among the crowd, selling their wares. Get your Quidditch World Cup programs. Only 5 sickles, a vendor exclaimed. There's the Peruvian minister for tourism. And that man, there's the African head of magical games and sports. And, oh Lord, there's Ali Bashir. He's been trying to import flying carpets for years. I keep telling him they'll never replace brooms, but he sees a niche market for a family vehicle. Mr. Weasley said, "Blimey, Dad, how far up are we?" Ron said, "Well, if it rains, you'll know first." Harper turned his head to look at Mr. Malfoy, descending the stairs with Malfoy beside him. "Father and I are in the minister's box, by personal invitation of Cornelius Fudge himself." Malfoy said, Now, Draco, there's no need to boast. Blood has its privileges, as I'm sure your schoolmates are well aware." Mr. Malfoy said, looking at Hermione, then landed on Harry and Harper. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Granger." "It's nice meeting you too, Mr. Malfoy," Harper said, sending the blonde man a hesitant smile. "Always as nice as ever, Mr. Granger," Mr. Malfoy said, smiling at the brunette who turned away and followed after Harry. Harry and the others have settled into the upmost row, where the wind whips coldly. As a fleet of broomsticks jet into view, a roar rises in the crowd. "It's the Irish. There's Troy," Fred exclaimed. "And Mullet," George said. "And here comes Moran." Before Fred can finish, a fleet of dark-clad riders soar over the opposite rim of the stadium. The crowd roars again. "Here comes the Bulgarians," George exclaimed. "Who's that?" Ginny asked, pointing to one particularly young player. "That, sis, is the best seeker in the world," George said. "He flies rather well, doesn't he?" Hermione said as Harper raised his eyebrows at her, leaning into her. "Get your mind out of the gutter, sis," Harper said, laughing when Hermione pushed him right into Ron. "Sorry." He apologized to Ron, who waved it off and wrapped his arm around the brunette's shoulders. "You could say that," Fred said, smiling fondly at Ron and Harper, who were talking excitedly with each other. "What's his name?" Ginny asked. On cue, thousands of fans on the opposite side of the stadium flip large cards bearing the face of the surly-looking boy with thick eyebrows. Each one is emblazoned with his name. "Krum?" Hermione asked. "Krum?" Harry, Ron, Fred and George said. As the boys look up in admiration, Krum jets past the vast of mosaic of his likeness with nary a glance, flying with such breathtaking skill that Harry's jaw fairly falls open. In the ministry box, Fudge rises as Mr. Malfoy and Malfoy take their seats nearby. "Good evening. As Minister for Magic, it gives me great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Let the match begin," Fudge said, and a ball of light burst from his wand. Harry watches Victor Krum rocket upward, the crowd roaring. Harry and the others lie about, unable to sleep as they excitedly relive the match. Brilliant Krum, wasn't he? Did you see him put Lynch into the ground with the Wronski feint? It was positively brutal, Ron said, not noticing the fond expression on Harper's face. "I think you're in love, Ron," Hermione said, smiling cheekily at Harper, who looked away from Ron. "Quiet, you," Ron said, looking at Harper, raising his eyebrows when he sees a small blush on Harper's face going down to his neck. He wondered how far what is he talking about? Just then, a chant of voices rises like a lion's roar beyond the tent, and Fred grins. "Sounds like the Irish have got their pride on," Fred said. "It's not the Irish." The others turn and see Mr. Weasley standing by the flap peering out. Something in his voice causes their smiles to wither. "Get yourselves dressed," Mr. Weasley said. "Now." Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione scramble out of the tent and stare with disbelief at the hellish tableaus before them. All around them, people run in terror, trampling fires and kicking up sparks. A teeming clot of black-robed wizard, faces concealed behind a hideous mask, across the campsite, pointing their wands skyward, where 4 people tumble eerily high above. "Who are those people in the air?" Ginny asked. "Muggles," Mr. Weasley said. "And the ones on the ground?" Ginny asked. "Death Eaters," Hermione said. Harry looks puzzled by this, but as Mr. Weasley draws his wand, Harry does the same without question. "No, Get back to the portkey, all of you, and stick together. Fred, George, you're responsible for Ginny. Ginny, you listen to your brothers. Mr. Weasley said, turning to Ginny. Ginny, did you hear me? Ginny blinks, startled by her father's fierce expression, then nods. Mr. Weasley dashes off. Harry streaks past blazing tints. Lost in the mob, he falls back. Fred and George, Ginny in tow, flash briefly in the crowd, then vanish. Harper turns, frantic eyes finding Harry's just as he, Ron, and Hermione vanish as well. 37. Harry. Harper called as he, Hermione, and Ron raced across the campsite. Harry. Hermione exclaimed, stopping in front of Harry. Thought we'd lost you, mate. And then Ron trailed off, nodding nervously to the sky. What is that? Harry questioned. Don't you know? Hermione asked. Just then, a popping fills the air and, one after another, 10 Ministry wizards apparate into view, wands poised. Duck! Harry exclaimed. Stupefy! Ministry wizards exclaimed as the quartet hit the ground. 10 jets of fiery red light electrify the air inches above their heads. Stop! That's my son! Mr. Weasley exclaimed, dashing forward. Ron, Harry, Harper, Hermione, are you all right? Which of you conjured it? A voice asked. Harry and the others turn and watch Barty Crouch, a stiff man with a toothbrush mustache and steely eyes, emerge through the haze. Mr. Crouch, you can't possibly. Do not lie. You've been discovered at the scene of the crime, Mr. Crouch said. Crime? Harry questioned. Mr. Crouch wheels, pointing his wand directly at Harry, eyes glittering lethally when he notices Harry's scar. Barty, they're just kids, Mr. Diggory said. Harry watches Mr. Crouch blink and lower his wand. What crime? That is the dark mark, Harry. It's Voldemort mark, Harper said, gaining a disturbed murmur through the wizards at his utterance of the name. Ron looks particularly pained. How can he easily say his name? He muttered right under his breath. Those people tonight, in the masks, they're his too, aren't they? His followers. Harry said. Death Eaters, Mr. Weasley said. Harry considers this, then gazes back down the beach, towards the spot where the mysterious figure appeared. There was someone before. A man. A man? Who, Harry? Mr. Weasley asked. Dunno. 1 minute he was there, then not. I never saw his face. Could have been anybody, Harry said, glancing upward at the dark mark. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. Anything off the trolley, dears? An old man asked. Harry and Ron leap up, while Hermione continues to read the Daily Prophet. Over a photograph of the dark mark, a headline screams, Terror at the World Cup. I'll have a pack of drubels and a licorice wand and… Ron trailed off as he dug into his pocket, frowning. On second thought, just the drubels? S'all right, I'll get it. Harry was cut off by Ron's firm voice. Just the drubels, Ron said, taking his gum and quickly ducks back into the compartment. Harper looks up when Ron sits next to him, frowning when he sees a frown on Ron's face. He placed his drawing kit away and turned to look at Ron, taking his hand, his frown getting deeper when Ron pulled away from him. What's wrong, Ron? He asked, waiting for his answers, but got nothing. 1-1. Harper tried again, smiling when Ron's lips quirked up at the silly nickname. Don't call me that, Ron said, shaking his head, but there's a smile on his face as he looks at Harper. Not even me? Harper said, pouting. And don't do that, Ron said, taking Harper's bottom lip between his fingers, smiling when he feels how soft it feels on his fingers. Don't act like you don't like it, Harper said with Ron's fingers still holding onto his bottom lip. I'll let you call me 1-1 if you stop pouting and use your brown eyes to your advantage, Ron said, letting go of Harper's lip and fondly smiled at the brunette when Harper smiled up at him. Ah, 1-1, Harper exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Ron, who let out a chuckle. Not out loud, you idiot, Ron said softly, looking at Hermione, who looks amused at the interaction. Can't help it, Harper said, pulling away his arms and places his head on Ron's shoulder. Hermione shakes her head and looks down at the prophet. "This is bad. Very bad," she said, snapping shut the paper and stares at Harry. "It's hurting again, isn't it?" It was hurting that morning, too. The day of the World Cup. Ron, full of gum, stops chewing, eyes Harry with trepidation, calming down when Harper moves closer to him. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Suit yourself, but at least tell him. You know he'd want you to," Hermione said. The hall glows magically, decked out for the start-of-term feast. Professor Dumbledore addresses the house tables from the top of the hall while Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape look on. Mr. Filch glowers from the rear doors. Mr. Filch, our beloved caretaker, has informed me that the list of objects forbidden within the castle now includes screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, ever-bashing boomerangs, and chocolate marshmallow bunnies. Professor Dumbledore said as a mischievous beat pass. "I'm joking about that last one. The full list comprises some 437 items and may be viewed in Mr. Filch's office." "Mental. Always has been," Ron said, looking at Harper, who has been clinging to him ever since in that train. He won't complain, of course. He didn't mind. Now, there is, apparently, a rather nasty rumor flying about the school that Quidditch will not be played this year. That rumor, I'm here to tell you, is absolutely true, Professor Dumbledore said as indignation fills the hall. Professor Dumbledore smiles in amusement. There is an explanation. You see, Hogwarts will this year play the host to a legendary event. An event that has not taken place in over 100 years. The Triwizard Tournament. Excitement shakes the hall, one voice ringing clear. "You're joking," Fred exclaimed. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley. For those of you who do not know, the Triwizard Tournament was originally conceived some 7 centuries ago as a way for the 3 largest European wizardry schools to engage in a series of magical contests while their respective student bodies experienced the benefits of cross-cultural social intercourse," Professor Dumbledore said. A crackling, albeit bewildered, silence hangs in the air. In other words, one got to spend an entire year getting to know people who spoke a funny language. Unfortunately, due to a distressing high death toll, the tournament was cancelled, Professor Dumbledore said. Ron feels Harper tensing against him, and he wraps his arm around his shoulders, pulling him closer to him. Until now. Tomorrow, delegations from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magical Arts and the Durmstrang School of Wizardry will journey to Hogwarts. This year our home will be their home. I ask only that you endeavor to make it a happy one. 38 students, Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione among them, crowd the parapets, buzzing with anticipation. Far below, Professor Dumbledore has assembled the staff as a kind of welcoming party. Suddenly a rumble fills the sky and a team of winged horses cleave the clouds, pulling a gigantic powder blue carriage. Through one of the windows, a beautiful woman peers down. With an earth-shaking thud, the carriage lands. Just then, a great bubbles roil the glassy surface of the Black Lake and a long black mast pierces the water, rising higher and higher. A black ship rises out of a great rushing whirlpool of water, looking skeletal and ghostly in the half-light. A dark figure strides out onto the deck, tall, thin, and sleek. Students scramble into position in the courtyard, turning expectantly to Professor Dumbledore, who stands before the staff. Harry notices a man near the back and nudges Ron. Gaining the attention of Harper as well as the brunette is still clinging to Ron. "What's he doing here?" Ron questioned, enjoying the heat from Harper's body. "Please join me in welcoming the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic," Professor Dumbledore said. Music begins, light and fanciful, and a woman in a diaphanous gown strides into the courtyard. She is beautiful, elegant, and tall. "Blimey, that's one big woman," Seamus said. Then, one by one, a procession of stunningly beautiful Beauxbatons girls enter in graceful synchronization. Clad in silky, skin-clinging robes, they make a decided impression on Ron and Harper, and every other boy present. Suddenly, one after another, they pitch themselves forward and cartwheel to the top of the courtyard where, arrayed in a circle, they await their last 2 members. Fleur Delacour, a particularly luminous girl, and her 8-year-old sister Gabrielle, who is her double. Vaulting side by side to the center of the circle, Fleur pulls out a silk scarf, dangles it from her fingertips, and spins Gabrielle like a top. The courtyard roars with approval. Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts, my dear, Professor Dumbledore said. Ah, Dumbledore. You are well, yes? Madame Maxime said. Blooming. Professor Dumbledore said. Madame Maxime steps away, passing Hagrid. Suddenly, the thrum of balalaikas fills the courtyard. And now, our friends from the north. Please greet the proud sons of Durmstrang, Professor Dumbledore exclaimed. A tall, sleek, and arrogant man strides forth, trailed by a regiment of stoic Durmstrang boys in dark fur cloaks. A pair of sleek black panthers, eyes glittering like gold, pad sullenly at the man's side. As the man reaches the top of the courtyard, he glances about imperiously. Dear old Hogwarts. It's so, Karkaroff said. Perfectly imperfect? Professor Dumbledore said. Karkaroff smiles, turning to Professor Snape, who nods curtly. Igor, Professor Snape said. Severus. Long time. No see. And Barty. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so tired. Sleeping well these days? Karkaroff said. Mr. Crouch glowers. Karkaroff smiles, then snaps his fingers. A quartet of Durmstrang boys bring torches to their lips and spit dazzling comets of fire into the air. Enthusiastic applause from all. Oh my God, it's him, Ron said, looking at the end of the line where he can see Victor Crumb. Professor Flitwick lifts his arms before a ragtag band of students, and a discordant tune fills the courtyard. Instantly, the Hogwarts students serenade their visitors with a glorious cacophony, the Hogwarts anthem. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggywarty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff, for now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. Karkaroff raises an eyebrow. Madame Maxime struggles to hold a smile, while Professor Dumbledore beams. So we bid you truly welcome, you are a funny lots, but any guests of Hogwarts can't be all rot. Ah, music. A magic beyond all we do here. Professor Dumbledore said. Brilliant, isn't he? Ron said, looking at Crumb, who sits with the Slytherins. He's eating, Hermione said, ignoring the raised eyebrows on Harper's face. Why'd you suppose they've been put at the Slytherin table? Harry asked. Birds of a feather. Durmstrang puts a lot of emphasis on the dark arts, Hermione said. Hearing this, Harry's eyes shift. Consider Karkaroff. I would fit well in the Durmstrang, Harper said, a playful smile on his face. You're saying you want to use a dark art spell, Harper? Hermione asked, arching an eyebrow. Yes, Harper said, shrugging his shoulders. You scare me sometimes, Harper, Ron said, looking at Harper, who held his head up high, proud of his achievement. Professor Dumbledore rises, nodding to the back of the hall, signaling Mr. Filch, who begins to limp forward with an old chest. I would like to say a few words before we bring in the casket, Professor Dumbledore said. Casket? Did he say casket? Neville said. Eternal glory. That is what awaits the student who wins the Triwizard Tournament. But to do so, that student must survive 3 tasks. 3 very dangerous tasks. Professor Dumbledore said. Wicked, the Weasley twins said. You see, the Triwizard Tournament has an unfortunate history of killing off its participants. For this reason, the Ministry has seen fit to impose a new rule. To explain, we have the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Bartemius Crouch. A stitch of lightning flashes across the enchanted ceiling and the torches along the walls flicker, casting the hall into an eerie semi-darkness. The rear doors fly open and a man stands in a dark silhouette, clad in a long black traveling cloak, clutching a staff. Lightning flashes again and Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody, is revealed, all grizzled gray hair and scarred flesh. As he limps forward, all eyes shift forward to his wooden leg, while the electric blue eye embedded in his skull scans the hall warily. Bloody hell, that's Mad-Eye Moody, Ron said, looking at Harper, who narrowed his eyes at Mad-Eye. Alastair Moody? The Auror? Hermione asked. Auror? Dean Thomas asked. Dark Wizard Catcher. Half the cells in Azkaban are filled thanks to him. Supposed to be mad as Hatter these days, though. Sees Death Eaters in his dustbins. Ron said. Another bolt of lightning flashes. Annoyed, Moody points his wand to the ceiling and, casting a red jet of flames, calms the enchanted sky. Slowly, the torches regain their bloom. Satisfied, Moody pockets his wand, brings out a flask and tips it to his lips. Harry watches every move, fascinated. What's that he's drinking, do you suppose? Seamus asked. I don't think it's pumpkin juice, Harry said. Moody and Professor Dumbledore exchange whispers and a handshake, then Moody takes the one remaining seat at the tall table. The staff eye him in mute disbelief. Barty, as you were saying, Professor Dumbledore said. Mr. Crouch blinks, turning back to the stunned students. After due consideration, the Ministry has concluded that, for their own safety, no student under the age of 17 will be allowed to put forth their name for the Triwizard Tournament. This decision is final. What? Fred exclaimed. That's rubbish. George screamed over the other students. Silence. Professor Dumbledore says this so forcefully the result is absolute. Thank you. Taking his wand, Professor Dumbledore turns to the casket and gives it here taps. As the lid opens, he removes a wooden cup dancing with blue-white flames. The Goblet of Fire. Anybody wishing to submit themselves to the tournament need only write their name upon a piece of parchment and drop it into the flames within the next 24 hours. Do not do so lightly. If chosen, there is no turning back. As of this moment, the Triwizard Tournament has begun. 39. With a massive thud, Moody drops a textbook onto Neville's desk, the same textbook on everybody's desk. The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection. I see you all slogged down to flourish and blots like good little boys and girls and bought the textbook. Congratulations. It'll make a fine doorstop. Moody said, turning. I'm Alastair Moody, XR, Ministry Malcontent, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me. End of story. Goodbye. The end. Any questions? Moody's blue eyes scan the silent classroom, landing on Harry. Harry stares back, willing himself to hold the old warrior's horrifying visage. Moody turns away, taking out his flask. When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. You may wonder what I mean by that. I'll show you. But first, which of you can tell me? Moody takes a sour tug on the flask, snatches up a specimen jar, and watches a spider scuttle within. How many unforgivable curses there are? The students trade uneasy glances. Finally, Harper's hand rises. As his real eye continues to stare at the spider, Moody's blue eye rotates onto Harper, looking at the scar running down Harper's face. Go on, Granger. There are 3, sir. Harper stops himself from talking when he realizes something. How did you know? Your name? I know a bit more than that. You're a seer, correct? Moody asked. Yes, sir. Harper said, nodding. An animagus? Moody asked. Yes. Harper said again, no hesitation heard in his voice. Friends with everyone except Malfoy? Moody asked. Yes, sir. Harper said. And Muggle-born? Moody said. I taking over the others. I'm not about to walk into a room full of strangers without doing background. Constant vigilance. He jabs his staff into the floor, right in front of Harry. As the class jumps, Harry studies Moody's scars. The devil likes disguises. Never forget that, Moody said. Harry remains transfixed. Finally, Moody moves on. Again, Granger. How many curses? Moody asked, looking at Harper. 3. Harper answered. And they're so named? Moody said. Because they're so unforgivable. The use of any one of them will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, correct? Now, the Ministry says you're too young to see what these curses do. I say different. You need to know what you're up against. You need to be prepared. You need to find another place to put your gum besides the underside of your desk, Mr. Finnegan. Moody said. Seamus blinks, caught in the act, and whispers. Blimey. The old coffee can see out of the back of his head and hear across classrooms. So, which curse shall we see first? Weasley, Moody exclaimed, looking at Ron. Why, yes. Ron squeaked out. Give me a curse. Moody said. Ron watches uneasily as Moody returns to the specimen jar, reaches inside, and lets the spider run up his hand. Well, my dad once told me about one. The Imperious Curse. I expect your father would know that one. Gave the ministry a fair bit of grief some years ago. Perhaps this will show you why. Imperio. As Moody waves his wand, the spider leaps from his palm onto Parvati's shoulder. As she shrieks, Moody flicks his wand and the spider bounds from Seamus to Dean to Lavender, on and on. The students howling with amusement as it finally lands on a horrified Ron. Moody grins, then summons the spider back to his palm, where he slowly circles his wand over it. Talented, isn't she? What should I have her do next? Jump out a window? Drown herself? Moody said. One by one, the students' smiles dry up. Scores of witches and wizards claimed they only did whose bidding while under the influence of the Imperious Curse. Here's the rub. How do you sort out the liars? Moody said as it sinks in. Another. He scans the forest of hands, when his eyes rotate with particular interest in Neville. It's Longbottom, is it? Professor Sprout tells me you have an aptitude for herbology. Neville gives a shy nod. There's the Cruciatus Curse. Yes, particularly nasty, Moody said, stepping forward, looking over Neville and dropping the spider onto his desk. Crucio. The spider twitches, legs trembling violently. Moody stands utterly motionless, eyes fixed on Neville, who seems transfixed by the spider's misery. Hermione's eyes drift from the spider to Neville's hands, which are clenching the corners of his desk so hard his knuckles are turning white. Stop it. Can't you see it's bothering him? Stop it, Hermione exclaimed. Finally, Moody drops his wand. The room is silent. Perhaps you could give us the last unforgivable curse, Miss Granger. Hermione glances at Neville and shakes her head. Avada Kedavra, Moody said. There is a flash of green light, a rush of air, and the spider rolls onto its back, dead. The killing curse. There is no blocking it. Only one person is known to have survived it, and he's sitting in this room. As the others turn their eyes on him, Harry looks up, sees Moody studying him. Moody's tongue nervously probes the corner of his mouth as he takes out his flask and turns away. Harry's eyes drop to the spider, lying motionless. Asterisk. A asterisk. Degree. A Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione drift from class. Brilliant, isn't he? Completely demented, of course, and terrifying to be in the same room with, but he's really been there, you know? He's looked evil in the eye. Ron said. I think he's cruel. Did you see Neville? I thought he was going to. Hermione stops talking when Harper stops her. Up ahead, within earshot, Neville stands by a stained glass window with a Slytherin beside him, Neville's face running in rainy blue light as he gazes vaguely beyond. Neville? Harper asked gently, looking behind him when he heard the familiar clunking. Moody limps past them, placing a leathered hand on Neville's shoulder. It's all right, Sonny. You come with me. We'll have a cup of tea in my office. 40. The goblet flickers eerily at the top of the hall. A group of underclassmen, Harry, Ron, and Harper among them, stand by as their older classmates submit their names. Hermione clutches a copy of Triwizard Tragedies. People have gotten splinched in this tournament. More than once, Hermione said. Splinched? Dean Thomas said. Dunno, but it doesn't sound good. Seamus said. Potter, Harper, Cedric said, nodding to Harry and Harper, dropping his name. Waving at Ron, who raises his hand in greeting, smiling knowingly at Harper, who playfully glared at him and dashed back into the rain. Eternal glory. Be brilliant, wouldn't it, 3 years from now, when we're old enough to be chosen? Ron said, looking up at the girl who approached Harper and gave the brunette a heart-shaped box before running away to her friends. Harper smiled at her and opened the box, seeing the chocolates inside the box. He held out the box towards Harry and Ron, and they took one before taking one himself, loving the way the taste feels on his tongue. Better you than me, Harry said, taking a bite of the chocolate and grins. Ron nods knowingly, taking a bite of the chocolate and nod thoughtfully. Just then, Fred and George come striding forth, looking very pleased indeed. "Well, we've done it, lads," Fred said. "Cooked it up just this morning," George said. Fred and George hold up twin vials. "It's not going to work," Hermione said in a sing-song, flipping a page in her book. "Yeah? And why's that, Granger?" George said. "Because a genius like Dumbledore couldn't possibly be fooled by a dodge as pathetically dim-witted as an aging potion," Hermione said. "That's what makes it so brilliant. It's pathetically dim-witted," Fred said. "Go on, then," Hermione said. "Ready, Fred," George said. "Ready, George," Fred said. "Bottoms up," Fred and George said as they tip a gooey green liquid onto their tongues and, with great drama, cross the golden line encircling the goblet. As they drop their names, everyone waits and waits. Fred and George grin, high-five each other, and are ejected high in the air, out of the circle and flat onto their backs, whereupon little white breads sprout on their chins. Everyone laughs, including Fred and George. Then Seamus stops, then Dean, Harry, Ron, and Harper. Finally, when no one is laughing, Hermione looks up and sees what silences them. Victor Crumb drops his name, glancing at her, briefly, then lowers his head and slouches away. Hermione watches him go, briefly, catching the look on Harper's face, then turns back to her book. Hours later, now sitting at the top of the hall, the house tables crackle with anticipation as, overheard, the enchanted ceiling swirls with dark clouds. At the tall table, the staff waits, moody among them. Dean Thomas dashes up to the Gryffindor table. "Did you hear? Not a single student from Beaux Batons submitted their name." "Understandable. People have died before," Ron said, shrugging his shoulders, looking at Hermione, who raised her eyebrows at him. "What? They've gone home?" Seamus asked, looking at the Ravenclaw table. "Can't say I'm surprised. Those girls were just a tad high-strung, if you ask me," Hermione said, wincing when Harper kicks her foot. "We support any kind of woman here," Harper said, narrowing his eyes at her. Suddenly there is a stir at the back of the hall, and the Beaux Batons girls, chins held high, stride single file into the room, past the house tables and up to the goblet of fire where, one after another, they deposit their names. As a final flourish, tiny Gabrielle casts a handful of pixie dust into the goblet, which issues a pink cloud of rose petals. The hall rings with whistles and cheers. "Oh, for crying out loud," Hermione said. "I love it when they do this," Ron said, smiling. "Do what?" Hermione asked. "You know, walk together," Ron said, smiling fondly at Harper, who returned the smile. "Thank you, ladies of Beaux Batons, for that enjoyable bit of theater. Now, the moment has arrived," Professor Dumbledore said. He draws his wand and gives a great sweeping motion. Instantly, the torches lining the hall gutter, then die. The only light comes from the blue-white flames of the goblet. A hush descends. Then the flames crackle and turn red. A charred bit of parchment flutters from the goblet, and Professor Dumbledore plucks it out of the air. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. A storm of applause accompanies Crumb from the Slytherin table to the top of the hall and into the adjoining chamber. Harper held out his hand and Harry took it without hesitation with a concerned expression. "I won't leave you, Harry," he said. Harry sent him a grateful, nervous smile. "No surprise there," Ron said. Once more, the hall grows quiet, all eyes on the goblet. The flames turn red. A second piece of parchment floats free. The champion for Beaux Batons is Fleur Delacour. And lastly, the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. Harper softly smiles before his smile fades, looking at Harry, who is now gripping his hand. "Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. I'm sure I can count upon all of you to give your full support to each other and every—" Harry grips Harper's hand tighter, heart about to jump out of his chest. A collective gasp cuts Professor Dumbledore short. The flames in the goblet of fire have, once more, turned red. Moody's eye rotates. A fourth shred of parchment flutters forth. For a moment, Professor Dumbledore simply lets it float in the air, regarding it suspiciously, then he takes it. "Harry Potter," Professor Dumbledore said. There is a moment of suspended silence. Then every eye in the hall turns towards Harry. Incredulous, Ron searches Harry's face for some explanation. "Go on, Harry," Hermione said, looking at Harry, who is gripping Harper's hand. Harry rises stiffly, looking at Harper, who stood up with him, and begins the slow walk past the house tables. As he comes level with the tall table, he catches sight of Professor Dumbledore. He is not smiling. Harry enters the trophy room, stops, and is stunned. Harper wraps his arm around Harry's shoulders, looking at Cedric knowingly, who nodded in understanding. "Do they want us back in YEA Hall?" Fleur asked, looking at Harry and Harper, the former hiding his face inside of Harper's shoulder. The door crashes open and Professor Dumbledore sweeps inside, as do Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor Snape, and Mr. Crouch. Madame Maxime, swelling indignantly, brushes her head against a chandelier. "What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" Madame Maxime said. "Harry, did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" Professor Dumbledore asked. Harry looks up from Harper's shoulder, looking at Professor Dumbledore. "No, sir." "Did you ask an older student to put your name in?" Professor Dumbledore asked. "No, sir," Harry answered, hiding his face on Harper's shoulder again. "Ah, but of course he is lying," Madame Maxime exclaimed. "You want to fight against the words of a seer, Madame Maxime?" Harper asked, turning his head to look at Madame Maxime, deciding to go against Professor Dumbledore's words and just tell everyone what he had seen. "You've seen it?" Professor Snape asked, telling the Gryffindor to keep talking. "Yes, I've seen someone who uses a polyjuice potion to become the dark arts professor and then places Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire," Harper said, looking straight at Moody. "What do you think he's been drinking, pumpkin juice?" he asked, noticing Professor Snape's lips quirked up slightly. "Who is it then, if easy not Moody?" Madame Maxime asked. "Barty Crouch Jr., Harper said. "He's dead, you boy," Mr. Crouch exclaimed, looking at the Gryffindor. "And you will be too if you don't stop him," Harper said, nodding at Moody, who has gone quiet. "It's your choice, Mr. Crouch. Where is the real Moody then?" Professor Snape asked. "In a trunk, in his office probably," Harper said, suddenly losing his confidence. "We'll handle this from now, Mr. Granger," Professor Dumbledore said sternly. Harper nodded and walked out with Harry beside him, noticing that the hall had been emptied out. Only his girlfriend was there waiting for him with a nervous expression. 41. Right as the door to the broom closet closed, the door to the trophy room burst open and Harper walks in, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. "Hey, you can't be incarcerous." Harper waved his wand at the photographer, caging him with ropes. He stood in front of the broom closet, pointing his wand at the door. "Give him to me unless you want a bite of a wolf, Skeeter. I'm interviewing. I'm giving you 5 seconds," Harper exclaimed, ignoring the others in the room who was looking at him curiously, except Cedric, who looks amused by this whole thing. 5. Now wait a se. 4. Least. 3. Listen to me. 2. Harper backed away from the door, throwing his wand to Cedric, who catched it. "I'm try. 1. Harper exclaimed and morphed into his animagus, shocking the two in the room. Harper bites the doorknob and takes the door off of its hinges, growling in amusement when Rita Skeeter screamed at the sight of the big brown wolf. Harry got out from the broom closet, standing beside Harper, who takes the notes with his maw and just hold it with him. "Good job, Harper," he praised, petting Harper behind his ear. Harper let out a small growl, walking towards Cedric, and told Harry to take his wand by nodding his head. He walked out with a happy Harry beside him, shocking everyone by the corridor when they sees Harry with a wolf that is twice his size. With the occurrences with Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody, and the Goblet of Fire, we have taken a new dark arts professor. Professor Dumbledore announced from the tall table, gaining murmurs from the students. Harper's face paled when he sees the man that is sitting beside Professor Snape, instantly recognizing the blonde man. Lucius caught Harper's eyes, and the side of his lips quirked up at the freaked expression on the Gryffindor's face. "Meet Lucius Malfoy, your new dark arts professor," Professor Dumbledore announced, gaining a cheer from the Slytherin table while the others' 3 houses didn't know how to react. "Did I just mess it up? Or did I just make it worse? Harper muttered as some of the Gryffindors started glaring at him. You didn't mess anything up, Harper, Harry said, wrapping his arm around the Gryffindor's shoulders. You did the right thing, he said, glaring back at the Gryffindors. They just don't like us at the moment. Yeah, I guess so, Harper said, looking at Lucius again, and he almost jumped when he saw him already looking at him. Why is he staring at me? He muttered, looking away to look at Harry. Maybe he's thankful for you? Harry suggested, shrugging his shoulders. Maybe, Harper muttered. Asterisk, a asterisk, degree, a Harper. Lucius' voice stopped Harper in his track. Mr. Mr. Professor Malfoy, Harper said, stuttering nervously as he turned to look up at an amused Lucius. Sorry, didn't know what to call you. I don't mind you calling me Professor or Mr. or Lucius, Lucius said, the amusement still clear on his face. Is there something I can help you with, sir? Harper asked, looking up at the blonde who moves around him and turn his body to look at Lucius with confusion clear on his body. Going somewhere? Lucius asked, looking down at Harper who nodded his head. I'm going to meet up with Harry, sir. Harper answered truthfully. I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lucius said, bringing the subject of the reason why he is meeting up with Harper. I didn't do anything, sir. It's all Professor Dumbledore, Harper said, which is the truth. If you didn't tell Dumbledore the truth, I wouldn't be here right now, Lucius said, a small smile on his face as he placed his hand on Harper's shoulder. I'm just doing what's best for Harry and the school, Harper said, pulling his hands away from Lucius' staff when he noticed he was fiddling with the head of the snake. You're too young to be thinking like that, Lucius said, pulling his staff forward, letting Harper plays with the head of the snake. Why are you nice to me? Harper asked, looking up at Lucius. Can't I be nice to my favorite student? Lucius asked, gaining a blush from Harper who looked away, muttering something under his breath. What's that? I'm a muggle born, Harper said out loud, looking up at Lucius again. You're an exception, Lucius said, smiling down at Harper. What do you mean? Is it because I'm a seer? Harper questioned. It's whatever you think it is, Mr. Granger, Lucius said, walking away before everyone could see them. What does he want with you, Harper? Harry asked, looking at the disappearing figure of the older Malfoy. Thank me, Harper turned his head away to look at Harry. Just like you said. Amazing, Neville muttered. Harry, looking a bit glum, walks with Neville, Marcus and Harper. Neville has his nose buried in a book. Amazing, Neville said again, gaining a laugh from the Slytherin which makes him look up. Harry shakes his head, watching the two with a small smile before turning his head to look at Harper who is playing with Copper. He eyed the book Neville's is carrying. Magical water plants of the Mediterranean? He gave it to me. You know, that day we had tea, Neville said, not mentioning his name ever since Professor Dumbledore explained why Moody is not the professor anymore. Harry nods. Then laughter sounds from the other side of the garden. Harry and Harper turns, seeing Ginny and Hermione walking with a rather sullen-looking Ron. Spying each other, Ron and Harry regard one another coolly. Then Ron whispers at length to Hermione and leaves without glancing at Harper at all. Exasperated, Hermione approached them. Ronald would like me to tell you that Seamus told him that Dean was told by Parvati that Hagrid's looking for you. Is that right? Well, what? Harry questioned, having not understood what she had meant. Hagrid's looking for you, Harper said, sighing. Harry nodded and turned away to look at Neville and Marcus, talking fondly with each other. Hermione looks at Harper, noticing the dark patch under his eyes and nodded, walking away with Ginny. Amazing, Neville said. 42. Harry walks alone, angry, passing students who sport badges that read Potter stinks, which angers him more. Then he spies Cedric talking with a group of older Hufflepuff. Slows. Debating. He heads over. The lapels of Cedric's friends glimmer with Potter stinks badges. As Harry comes up, one blinks and the punchline is revealed. Support Cedric Diggory, the true Hogwarts champion. Noticing Harry, one of the boys nods to Cedric. Cedric turns and sat up, a warm, welcoming smile on his face. Harry, could I have a word? Harry asked. All right, Cedric said, standing up and following Harry. Dragons. That's the first task. They've got one for each of us. Harry said. You're serious? Cedric asked. And Fleur and Crumb? Do they? Harry nods again. As Cedric rubs his chin nervously, pondering this, Harry looks away and sees Ron coming down the corridor with Seamus. Why are you telling me? Cedric asked. Wouldn't be right if I didn't, would it? What would that make me? Harry asked, still eyeing Ron. Right. By the way, about those badges, I've asked them not to wear them. But, well? Cedric trailed off. Forget it, Harry said, and starts walking towards Ron. You're a right foul git. You know that? Ron glances around, uncomfortable aware of onlookers, then steels himself. You think so, do you? I know so, Harry said. Anything else? Ron asked. Yeah. Stay away from me. And Harper told me, if you didn't believe him one more time, he won't be forgiving you anytime soon, Harry said, remembering when he and Harper was teaching him spells to defend himself. Ron stays quiet, not knowing what to say to Harper's comment, and walked off. Harry turns, finding Malfoy staring with cruel amusement, Crabbe and Goyle by his side. Why so tense, Potter? Malfoy said. Harry eyes him, then simply turns, beginning to walk away. Me and my friends have a bet, Potter. You see, they think you won't last 10 minutes in the tournament, but I disagree, Malfoy said, not noticing the approaching figure of Harper and Lucius walking together. Harry continued to walk away. I say you won't last 5. Malfoy continues. You know what I say, Malfoy? I say you can all. Harry stops, turning to look at him. Eat dung. Malfoy stands stiffly, mute. Right, Harry said, turning away. Malfoy fumes, then reaches for his wand, takes aim at the back of Harry's head when Flipendo. Harper's voice stops Harry from his track as he turned to look at Malfoy, who was pushed back by the spell. Lucius approached Harper, standing beside him, looking down at his son. Father, did you? Oh, I saw Draco, Lucius said, placing his hand on Harper's shoulder. I see him defending his friend from you, he said, gaining a surprised look from Draco, Harry, and Harper. 20 points from Slytherin, and 20 points for Harper. Harper looks up at Lucius with widened eyes, the blonde looking back at him with raised eyebrows, before Harper turned his head to look at Malfoy, a small smile on his face. Let's go, Harry, Harper said, taking Harry's hand and walks away. It's time for the next spell. Harry nods, following Harper. What spell are you going to teach me today? Harry asked, taking out his wand, and looks at Harper, who found all the size of the rock and a big stick that looks to be the size of a broom, and places it on the ground. A summoning charm, Harper said, turning to look at Harry, jumping slightly when he noticed Lucius had followed them. Lucius, he said in surprise, not expecting to see the blonde here. Harry turned, eyes widening slightly. Please, I'm only here for today. I wanted to see how well it is, Lucius said, waving his hand to calm them down. Harper nods hesitantly, turning back to Harry with expecting expression. The spell is called Accio, he said, catching the rock that flew into his hand. Try saying it without your wand. Harry hesitates, having not catched what Harper had said, and thank God Harper is nice, because the brunette explained to him like a good teacher. Accio. Accio. Harper explained nicely, nodding with satisfaction when Harry repeated the right word to him. He turned to look at the rock and the big stick. Try on the rock first. Harry nods, turning to the smallest rock first. Accio, he said, and the small rock flew to his hand like it did with Harper. He looked up at Harper, who smiled proudly at him, nodding. Nice job, Harper said, seeing Lucius smile in his peripheral vision. Why are you teaching me this? Harry asked, looking at the stick. I'm doing this because I thought you could use it to call for your broom, Harper said, turning to the stick. Accio, he said, and the stick flew to his hand, looking back at Harry, who nodded slowly. Let's practice with the rocks first, and then you can do the stick. Harry nods again, holding up his wand, and started practicing. Harper walked towards Lucius, standing beside him while watching Harry practice. How did I do? He asked, keeping his voice low, and looked up at Lucius. Like a professional, Lucius said, smiling down at Harper, who returned the smile. 43. Harper sits next to his Ravenclaw's friend, Henley Rosewood, turning his head to look at Ron when he noticed him looking at him at the corner of his eyes. "When are you two going to be friends again?" Henley asked, turning his head to look at Harper, who turned away from Ron to him. "When he apologized to Harry for treating him like a piece of paper that you could just throw away just because you wrote the wrong thing," Harper said, crossing his arms over his chest as Fred sit next to him. "That's one way to put it," Fred said, wrapping his arm around Harper to keep him warm, lips quirking up when he sees Ron's narrowed eyes at the corner of his eyes. "How's your relationship with Eloise?" "Well, I hope," Henley said, looking at Eloise, who was sitting with her own friends. "It is," Harper said, smiling fondly at Eloise, who was grinning brightly while talking with her friends. "That's good to hear," Henley said, smiling softly. "I wish I have someone like you to love me." "You could," Harper said, turning his head away to look at Henley. "No, I couldn't. My father is taking me out of Hogwarts after I finish this year," Henley said, a small frown on his face. "Then let's make the best of it," Fred said, patting Henley's shoulder, who smiled at him. "Yes, let's make the best of it and make sure you have a good time," Harper said, bumping his shoulder against Henley, who returned it. "Thanks, Harper and Fred," Henley said. "Anything for our sweet friend," Fred said, grinning as George sits down next to Henley. Harry walks into the roaring arena, where hundreds of screaming faces wheel above him and 3 massive banners hang tattered and smoking. Only the banner opposite, emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, is wholly intact. Then a fireball bursts through the center of it and the banner disintegrates, revealing the horntail. Yellow eyes blazing, spiking tail punishing the ground where a glimmering golden egg lies. Harry points his wand to the sky, remembering the spell Harper had taught him. "Accio Firebolt," Harry said, and waits for a few seconds, and then his firebolt flies into his hand. Instantly, Harry rockets into the air, clothes snapping, hair fluttering off his scar. Enraged, the horntail's head swivels, yellow eyes tracking Harry's every move. As Harry dives, the horntail spits forth a blazing rope of fire. Harry swoops, streaking under the flames, straightens out, dives again, then looks down and sees the dragon's spiked tail lashing up like a whip. Harry rolls sideways, strangling the firebolt's handle as the dragon's tail whistles past and a gust of wind buffets him. Rolling upright, Harry jets away, dodging one volley of fire after another, then loops down and finds himself heading directly at the horntail. Furious, the dragon rises up and sends forth an errant blasts of fire and, for the briefest of moments, leaves the golden egg exposed. Noting this, Harry flies up once more, circling the crowd once again, when he sees Henley, looking up at him with rapt intensity. He studies his face, wheeling slowly by like a dream, when a snaking show ripped across the seats and Henley hands fly to his face in horror. Harry blinks, turns, and the dragon's tail slashes through his shoulder and sends him spinning away in a spray of blood. Grimacing, Harry steadies the firebolt and begins to circle the arena. As he flies faster and faster, the crowd rises to its feet, roaring as he rockets past once, twice, and then again. Suddenly, he loops high and dives directly at the horntail. The dragon bellows savagely, stretching its chains to the breaking point, and expels a blazing ball of fire. The crowd gasps, face bleached with light as the night sky shimmers, and then Harry bursts straight out of the ball of fire, swooping between the dragon's legs and scooping up the golden egg. As he rises into the air, robes smoking, face strewn with ash, cheers shake the arena. Exultant, Harry circles the arena on the smoldering firebolt, egg clutched in his bloody hand. As he looks at Henley and Harper, he sees Harper with a proud expression and Henley with a relief expression, making him smile. Harry, stained with ash, is greeted by loud cheer and hearty backslaps. "Knew you wouldn't die, Harry. Lose an arm," Fred said as Harper pushed through them and hugs Harry, who returned the hug. "A leg," George said. "But pack it up altogether?" Fred said. "Never," Fred and George said. Seamus holds up the egg. "Come on, Harry. What you say?" Harry, you shouldn't, Harper said but was ignored. He sighed, shaking his head. Bring it here, Harry said. A cheer goes up and the boys pass the EG hand over hand. As Harry takes it, he plays his fingers into position, waits for he took to positively crackle with anticipation and then stops. The others jeer mutinously. He grins and opens it, and a horrible screeching wail fills the room. Shut it! Shut it! Fred shouts over the screeching. As Harry snaps shut the egg, one voice carries. Bloody hell! What was that? Ron exclaimed. Harry, Harper, and Hermione turns to look at him, everyone else following their head. Ron is standing by the portrait hole, hands on ears. His eyes shift uneasily, suddenly aware he's in the spotlight. All right, everyone, go back to your knitting. This is going to be uncomfortable enough without all you most sods listening in, Fred said as the hum of conversation resumes. Harry glances behind him at Harper before turning to Ron. I reckon you'd have to be barking mad to put your own name in the goblet of fire, Ron said, glancing at Harper who crossed his arms. Caught on, have you? Took you long enough, Harry said. I wasn't the only one. Ron stops himself when Harper arched an eyebrow. What I meant to say was, I'm sorry, he said, stopping Harry from talking. I was dumb to think that you'd put your name in the goblet after everything you've went through. I was an idiot to think that you'd keep a secret from me after everything we went through, he said, fiddling nervously with his hands. I should have trusted you and Harper. I should have listened to you rather than let my feelings get in the way. I should have been there with you, supporting you, except I let my feelings get in the way and get mad at you instead. Ron, Harry said, cutting Ron off from talking, which makes him looks up to look at him and sees him smiling. I accept your apology. I understand. Ron smiles, looking at Harper who nodded at him. Thank you, Harry. You're the bestest friend I could have asked for. You're the bestest friend I could have asked for, Harry said as Ron raised his eyebrows, glancing at Harper. He's acting more like a mother to me than a friend, he said, shrugging, looking behind him at Harper who smiles at him. 44. Henley sits with Cho, who whispers in his ear and giggles. Henley smiled enigmatically and casts a faint glance towards Harry, who responds by dribbling porridge down his chin. As Harry dabs his mouth quickly with his napkin, Parvati and Padma Patil, identical twins, strolls by and cast him identical come-hitter looks. Hi, Harry, Parvati and Padma said. I don't believe it. She's done it again, Hermione said, scowling at the Daily Prophet. Under Rita Skeeter's byline and photo, she reads what's on the Daily Prophet to them. She jumps when Harper places a jar on the table. Inside is a beetle. What are you doing with a beetle? That's, Harper pointed at the jar. My dear sister, is Rita Skeeter, he said, smiling when Hermione's eyes widened. An unregistered animagus Rita Skeeter, he said, looking at the beetle who didn't sit still ever since he caught her in the jar. You caught her? Ron asked, looking at Harper with an impressed look. How did you know? I noticed that this beetle has been following Harry ever since I saved him in that trophy room, Harper said, tapping his finger on the jar. You mean when you burn her notes? Harry asked, an amused expression on his face. I don't regret a single thing, Harper said, looking up from the jar when a tiny first-year boy comes dashing up with a floppy box. Parcel for you, Mr. Weasley, the boy said. Ah, thank you, Nigel, Ron said, taking the parcel as Nigel stares in jittery awe at Harry. Give me the stuff you needed signed, Nigel, Harper said, and takes the notes from Nigel. He gave it to Harry. Would you do the honor of signing this, Harry? I'd be happy to, Harry said, taking the notes and signing it before giving it back to Harper, who gave it to Nigel. Thank you, Mr. Granger and Mr. Potter, Nigel said, walking off with a happy expression. He's cute, Harper said, smiling softly at the boy. Wants a kid in the future, Harper? Hermione asked, smiling softly. Yes, Harper exclaimed without hesitation. Hermione let out a small laugh, shaking her head softly. Hey look, Mum sent me something. Mum sent me a dress, Ron said, lifting a lace-trimmed gown from the box. Does match your eyes. Is there a bonnet? Harry asked. Nose out, Harry. Hey, Ginny, this must be for you. Ron said, I'm not wearing that. It's ghastly. Ginny said. Hermione, back of her hand to her mouth, suppresses a laugh. What are you on about? Ron asked. They're not for Ginny. They're for you. Dress robes, Hermione said. Dress robes? For what? Ron questioned. The Yule Ball, which, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak to you about, Potter. Professor McGonagall said, suddenly appearing. I have a spare dress robes if you won't wear that. Harper said after Harry disappeared. I already gave Harry one. Now it's just your choice. Why do you have a spare dress robes? Ron asked, placing down the dress robes his mum got for him. Harper waves his fingers. I decide to make extra, he said, smiling when Ron's eyes widened slightly. I made Hermione because she asked me to. I made Harry because I know his family won't buy him anything. And I made yours because I thought your mum will let you wear a spare. What about yours? Ron asked. I already have mine. I just explained the one I had to make extra, Harper said, looking at the Ron. Now, what are you going to wear to the Yule Ball? Mine or your mum's? He did so good with your dress robes, Ron. Hermione praised, gaining a blush from Harper. I've seen Harry, and it fits him perfectly. What does it look like? Ron asked. Well, I was going for a prince type of style, Harper said, shrugging his shoulders. I'll take it then. Better than this, Ron said, pointing to the dress robes on the table. Harper turned his attention to the beetle. Now, what to do with you? He said, an evil smile appearing on his face. Harper, Hermione said, chortling out a laugh. Stop that. We should give her to Mr. Crouch or Professor Dumbledore. Harper pouted, playing with his jar. All right, he said, taking the jar in his hands and shakes it. Let's bring you to Professor Dumbledore, Skeeter. Harper, Hermione exclaimed, laughing fully now as Ron snorts. The entire rank and file of Godric Gryffindor's current roster, girls on one side, boys in the other, stand before a fierce Professor McGonagall. You have got to get a grip. Your behavior barely rises to the level of the common toadstool. I will not have it, Professor McGonagall exclaimed. The students exchanged nervous glances. Now, to dance is to let the body? Professor McGonagall said, taking a breath. Breathe. Inside every girl a secret swan slumbers, longing to burst free and take flight. Inside each boy a lordly lion, prepared to prance. Something may be about to burst out of Eloise mid-gin, but I don't think it's a swan, Ron said, holding onto the back of his head when it was smacked by Harper, turning to Harper who leaned towards him, making his breath hitch. That's my girlfriend you're talking about, Ron, Harper said, looking at Ron who froze. What? Ron mutters. Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall called out. Yes. Ron yells out, jumping. Would you join me, please? Professor McGonagall said. Ron glances about in a panic, then slumps forward like a man heading to the gallows. Now then, if you will, put your left hand on my waist, Professor McGonagall said. Where? Ron asked, horrified. My waist, Professor McGonagall said. Grudgingly, Ron obeys. As Fred and George whistle, Ron raises his right hand in a rude rejoinder when Professor McGonagall closes her hand over his just in the nick of time. That's right, extend your arm. And Mr. Filch, if you would, Professor McGonagall said. Mr. Filch drops the needle onto an old record player and a musty waltz fills the courtyard. Instantly, Neville and Harper shares a smile, bobbing their head as if transported by the music. And 1 and 2, Professor McGonagall said. Never going to let him forget this, are you? Harry said, looking up at the Weasleys twins. Never, Fred and George said, grinning. Everyone, come together, Professor McGonagall said. Harper stood up and walks towards Eloise, holding out his hand to her who took it and joined everyone in the middle. He placed one of his hands on Eloise's waist while the other is holding her hand. Eloise's hand is on his shoulder while the other is in his hand, and started dancing with each other. 45. Harry, Ron, and Harper walks down a corridor seemingly inhabited only by groups of girls. But only one catch Harry's eyes, and that is Henley Rosewood, who is standing beside Cho. Why do they have to travel in packs? How are you supposed to get one on their own to ask them? Harry said, almost tripping as he was too busy looking at Henley. He sends Harper a grateful smile when he catches him from planting his face on the ground and embarrassed himself. Blimey, Harry, you slay dragons. If you can't get a date, who can? Ron said, watching as Fleur walks past by at the head of the Beauxbatons girls. I think I'd take the dragon bout now, Harry said, looking behind him at Henley, who smiles shyly at him before turning away. Padma and Parvati pass by, smiling at Harry. Harper rolls his eyes, taking Ron's hand to get his attention. Just remember my words, Ron. Don't listen to any words that will come your way when you ask her to go to the Yule Ball with you, he said, smiling softly at Ron, who returned the smile. Who was that boy, Harper? Harry asked, turning his head to look at Harper. Henley Rosewood, a Ravenclaw. This year will be his last year in Hogwarts, Harper answered, smiling knowingly at Harry, who blushed under his gaze. You should ask him, Harry. I'll try when I get the confidence. My own, Harry added when Harper was about to open his mouth. Harry, Ron, Harper, and Hermione study on a hill. Their attention was taken away from their books when Crumb passes and a gaggle of girls pass in pursuit. Hermione rolls her eyes, shaking her head. Poor Crumb, Harper muttered, looking back down at his book. Asterisk, a asterisk, degree. A Harry and Ron sit together, gloomily surveying the room. This is mad. At this rate, we'll be the only ones in our year without dates. Well, us and Neville, Ron said. Then again, he can take himself, Harry said, grinning with Ron. Hermione looks over disapprovingly. Nice. But it might interest you two to know Neville's got someone. Now I'm really depressed, Ron said, looking at Harper, who's talking with Eloise about something. Don't tell me you lot don't have dates yet? Better hurry up, or all the good ones will be gone, Fred said, watching as Harper approached them and sat down. Who are you going with then? Ron asked. Fred trailed off, looking around before stopping on one. Oi, Angelina, want to come to the ball with me? All right then, Angelina said. Fred winks at Harry and Ron, walking off. Ron turns, eyeing Harper. Harper, do you have a date? Harper raised his eyebrows, looking at Ron. Ron, I have a girlfriend, he softly said, smiling sympathetically at Ron, who nodded understanding. Ron frowns, turning to Harry. Look, we've just got to grit our teeth and do it. Tonight, when we get back to the common room, we'll both have partners. Agreed? Harry hesitates, then nods. Good luck, boys, Harper and Hermione said, standing up and closing their books before walking over to Professor Snape. Harry makes his way towards the Ollery, which stands like a stranded scarecrow in a sea of white. Suddenly an owl flutters forth and Harry halts. Footsteps sounded and a figure descends the Ollery's snow-laden stairs. Seconds later, a boy appears. Henley Rosewood. Harry, Henley said in surprise, not expecting to see him. Henley, Harry said, looking at Henley, whose eyes widened slightly. You know my name? Henley questioned. I've known your name for a while, Harry admitted truthfully, letting out a deep breath before deciding to take the chance. Say, Henley, do you have someone to go to the Yule Ball? Henley shakes his head, a blush starting to appear on his face. No, they're not the one I'm waiting for, he said, making Harry's breath hitch. Would you like to go with me? Harry asked, suddenly full of confidence. Henley smiles, so brightly that it makes Harry smile. I would love to. I'll see you at the Yule Ball then, Harry said, smiling. I'll see you there, Harry, Henley said, walking away before stopping. Watch yourself on the stairs. A bit icy at the top. All right. Thanks, Harry said, smiling. Henley nods, walking away with a smile on his face. Made any progress? Hermione asked, sitting by the fire with Harry and Harper, Ron missing from the group. Huh? Harry asked, not having catched what she had said as he was deep inside his thought of the boy called Henley Rosewood. On the egg, Hermione said, a knowing smile on her face. Oh, yeah, nearly there, Harry said. Hermione studies him doubtfully when Ron suddenly trips through the portrait hole, staggers across the room, and collapses beside Harper on the chair. What happened to you? Harry asked, concerned for his friend. I just asked out Fleur Delacour. Ron answered, a shocked expression on his face. What? Hermione exclaimed, shocked. What did she say? Harry asked. Ron looks up at Harper, who smiles at him. She said yes, he said, suddenly out of breath. What? Hermione exclaimed again. Have some confidence on Ron, Hermione, Harper said, patting Ron's back proudly before he stood up when he sees Eloise. He slides in front of her, stopping her. He takes her hand and places a kiss on her hand. I'll see you at the Yule Ball, my dear. I'll see you there, Harper, Eloise said, walking away with a smile on her face. Such a romantic, Harper, Hermione said, shaking her head softly, though there's a smile on her face. 46. Ron looks at what he is wearing in the mirror, suit created by Harper himself. It's better than what his mother got, that's for sure. Harry steps out of the bathroom, looking down at what he is wearing with a smile before looking up at Ron, eyes widening slightly as a small blush appears on his face. Well, Ron, you look dashing, he breathed out. Thanks, Harry, Ron said, turning to look at Harry. You do too. Harry nods, looking at his suit that is also created by Harper. Harper's really got a talented hands, he said, moving his hands down his suit. I wonder what Harper is wearing. Ron said out loud. You can look for yourself, Harper said, joining the two inside the dormitory. Ron's eyes widened at the suit Harper is wearing. Bloody hell, Ron muttered, fully checking the brunettes out. Eloise and I will be matching, Harper said, walking towards Harry and helping fix his hair, but gives up when it does nothing. Are you two walking together? Harry asked, sending Harper a grateful smile anyway. She'll only be late for a few seconds, but by then, I should be waiting at the entrance, Harper said. Let's go then, Harry said, looking at the other two who nodded. Hello, boys. Cedric greeted the three approaching figure, standing with the other champions and his date, Cho Chang. Hello, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, Harper said, nodding at them who returned the gesture. Fleur's eyes widened at the sight of her date. You look dashing, Ron. Thanks, Fleur. You look magnificent, Ron said, taking his place beside Fleur. You can thank Harper for our suit, Harry said, looking at Harper, who blushed in embarrassment. Please, it's nothing, Harper said, turning around to look at the approaching figure, smiling. Looks like your date here, Harry. Harry instantly turned around and his jaw drooped to the ground. Hello, Harry, Henley said, smiling shyly at Harry. Harry was brought back to reality by Harper, who pat his back. Hello, Henley. Hello, Harper, Henley said, smiling at Harper, who returned the smile. Just then, Professor McGonagall appears, looking a bit flustered. There you are, Potter. You and Mr. Rosewood will wait here and enter with the other champion, she said, turning behind her and smiles at the sight of one of her students. And it seems your date is here, Mr. Granger. Harper turned around, eyes widening and his breath hitching at the sight of her. Dios mio, he muttered, gaining a confused expression from Harry and Ron. What did he say? Harry questioned. My God. Victor translated for Harry, who thanked him. Harper walks away from his friends, approaching Eloise, who walks down the staircase. My love, you look enchanting, Harper said, taking Eloise's hand into his and kissing it. Eloise giggles. You look enchanting as well, she said, looking up at the staircase and saw Hermione in her dress. And so is she. She turned her head back to Harper when he placed his finger under her chin. You're the only woman I have eyes for, my dear, Harper said, nodding to Hermione as she walks towards Victor. I'm sorry for breaking this sweet moments, Mr. Granger and Ms. Midgen, Professor McGonagall said, gaining their attention. You need to be inside the Great Hall. It's all right, Professor McGonagall, Harper said, turning to look at Eloise and held out his arm, her placing her hand on his arm as they walked inside the Great Hall. Harper watches proudly as his friends walk down to the dance floor, catching Harry's eyes, who smiles at him. They fit well, don't you think? Eloise asked, looking at Hermione and Victor. She's still too young for him, Harper said, watching as the champions reach the dance floor. If he loves her, he'll wait for her, Eloise said, grabbing Harper's hand and holds it, gaining a smile from Harper. But you already know that, do you? Yes, Harper said, looking down at Eloise, who smiles at him. He turned to Harry, who was dancing carefully with Henley, not wanting to step on Henley's feet from the dance. He was surprised to see Ron dancing wonderfully with Fleur. Shall we? Eloise asked, a boost of confidence filling her after the professor's walks onto the dance floor. We shall, Harper said, pulling Eloise into the dance floor and started dancing with Eloise, who smiles at him. He picks her up and turns her before placing her back down on the floor, making eye contact with Lucius, who nodded at him before turning away to pay attention to his girlfriend. Harper nodded as he let Eloise walk towards her friends, making eye contact with Ron, who is sitting with Harry and Henley. He walks towards them, sitting at the empty chair beside Ron. Where's Fleur? He asked, leaning back against the chair. Talking with her friends, Ron said, smiling softly at Harper. Where's Eloise? Talking with her friends, Harper said, noticing that Ron's coat has disappeared from his body. It was getting too hot, Ron said when he noticed Harper looking at him. He looks towards the dance floor and back at Harper. Are you busy? No, Harper said, smiling. Would you like to dance with me? Ron asked, holding out his hand towards Harper, who smiles at him and takes it. I would love to, Harper said, standing up when Ron stood up. Ron led Harper to the dance floor, placing his hand on the brunette's waist while the other is holding Harper's hand. Harper's hand is on his shoulder while the other is holding his. Ron pulled Harper closer from the hand by his waist, gaining a surprise sound from Harper. Didn't see that, did you? Ron said, looking down at Harper, who blushed at him. No, I didn't, Harper said, following Ron's lead and swaying side to side. He leaned his head towards Ron, looking into his eyes. I just wanted to say that soon, when the second task come around, I don't want you to be upset. It must be something you like then, Ron said, looking towards Fleur, who was looking at them with a knowing expression. He looked away when she winked at him, blushing. Gabrielle is hers. Harry will be Henley, Victor will be Hermione, and Cedric will be Cho, or you, he said, slightly bitter at the mention of Cedric. Cedric loves Cho, Ron, Harper said, moving his hand to Ron's back. We've only became friends last year when I… Yes, Ron said, raising his eyebrows. I couldn't sleep sometimes last year, Harper admitted, looking down but looks up when Ron places his finger under his chin to make him look up. I never thanked you for letting me sleep with you. I'll do anything for you, Harper, Ron said, placing both of his hands on Harper's waist while Harper is placed on his back. Just like you do to us, he said, looking at the scar knowingly. You already do by being there, Harper said. I'm sorry I didn't believe you, Ron said, placing his forehead on Harper's own. It happens, Harper said, shrugging. You're not the first person that didn't believe me, Ron. They should, Ron said. That's good to hear, Ron, Harper said, smiling. Ron returned the smile, pulling away from Harper reluctantly. I'm getting thirsty. Me too. 47. Harry and Hermione walk on a wooden bridge, talking with each other about the golden egg. Harry, you told me you'd riddled that egg out weeks ago. The task is 2 days from now, Hermione exclaimed, looking at Harry. Really? I had no idea, Harry said, voice filled with sarcasm, gaining the attention of some people. Harry lowers his voice, embarrassed. I suppose Victor's figured it out. I wouldn't know. We don't talk about the tournament. Actually, we don't really talk at all. Victor's more of a physical being. I mean, he's not particularly loquacious. Mostly he watches me study. But annoying, actually, Hermione said, glancing at Harry, studying him, as if debating some troubling notion. Harry, you are trying to riddle out the egg, aren't you? What's that supposed to mean? Harry asked. I just mean these tasks. They're designed to test you, Harry, in the most brutal way. They're almost cruel and, well, I'm scared for you, Harry. You got by the dragons mostly on nerve. I'm not sure that's going to be enough this time, Hermione said as an awkward silence fall over them. Then a voice break through the awkward silence. Hey, Harry, Cedric called out, separating from Cho, and begins to trot over. Hermione gives Harry one last look and walks off. "How are you?" Cedric asked. "Spectacular," Harry answered. "Look, Harry, I realize I never really thanked you properly for tipping me off about those dragons," Cedric said. "Forget it. I'm sure you'd have done the same." "Exactly," Cedric said, taking Harry's arm and stopping him from walking away, making him turn to Cedric. "You know the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor?" he asked, and Harry nods. "It's not a bad place for a bath." Harry looks at him oddly, but Cedric just nods, releases his arm, and dashes back to Cho. "The egg was singing to you, Harry. Mare song. I'm sure of it. Now tell me again what you heard," Hermione said, sitting at a table in the library, late at night, piled high with spellbooks and the golden egg. "Come seek us where our voices sound," Harry said. "That's the Black Lake." "Obvious," Hermione said, turning her head to Harper when she heard a thumping sound and saw Harper head on the table, sleeping probably. Ron softly picks Harper's head up and place it against his shoulder, fixing his head so he could be comfortable, and turn his attention to Harry and Hermione. "An hour long you'll have to look," Harry said. Again, obvious. "Though, admittedly, potentially problematic," Hermione said. "Potentially problematic? I don't know about you, Hermione, but last time I checked I couldn't hold my breath for an hour," Harry exclaimed. "I had an uncle who could stick his head in a pickle jar, ears and all," Ron said, looking at Harper when he let out a small sigh. "Right. Not helpful," he said, letting Harper bury his face inside his neck. "Look, Harry, we can do this. The four of us can figure it out. We've just got to keep look." Hermione was cut off by Lucius, who picked up the golden egg. "Hate to break up the skull session, but Professor McGonagall's asked to see you in her office," Lucius said, looking at the sleepy Harper, who rubs his eyes to remove the sleep from his mind. "Now, Lucius?" Harper asked, looking up at the blonde, who nodded. "Straight away," Lucius said, stopping them all from standing up. "Not you, Potter and Weasley. Just Miss Granger." Harry frowns, watching her go nervously. Lucius turns back to the trio. "Perhaps you could help Potter and Weasley put back his books, Mr. Longbottom," he said, walking away without another words. Harry turns and finds Neville standing 2 feet away with Marcus. "You know, if you really like plants, you'd be better off with Goshawk's Guide to Herbology. Or this one. It tells you how mandrakes were first bred," Neville said as Marcus looks at him with an amused expression. "Thanks, Neville, or you like flying, don't you? Do you know there's a wizard in Nepal growing gravity-resistant trees? The implications for racing brooms are absolutely amazing." "Neville, I don't care about mandrakes. I don't care about gravity-resistant trees. I don't care about plants, period, unless there's a Tibetan turnip that will allow me to breathe underwater for an hour." "Okay," Harry exclaimed, dropping down in his chair, puts his palms to his eyes. "Harry?" Neville said after a minute of silence. "What?" Harry asked. "I don't know about a turnip, but you could always use gillyweed," Neville said. Slowly, Harry drops his hand from his eyes to look at Neville. 48. Ron and Harper walks down a hill to the Black Lake, where small boats wait to ferry them to the viewing towers. "Have you seen Henley and Hermione recently?" Ron asked, turning his head to look at Harper. "The task, Ron," Harper said, smiling softly. "Oh, right," Ron said, looking at his twin brothers, who was doing their thing again. He turned his head back to Harper, looking at the flush on the brunette's face from the cold wind. "Is there something on my face?" Harper asked, turning his eyes to look at Ron with a curious expression. "Can't you see it?" Ron asked, wondering why Harper never seemed to know what he's thinking with his abilities. "I don't want to use it without your consent," Harper said, moving closer to Ron when Eloise and Ginny joins them. Ron held out his hand, nodding to the viewing tower, and Harper smiles at him and takes the hand. They walk towards the viewing tower, where they can see the 4 champions and Neville and Marcus talking with Harry. "Wonder what they're talking about," Ron said, sitting at the viewing tower. "The plant that would let Harry breathe underwater," Harper said, sitting beside Ron, not letting go of his hand even after they sat down. "You can look," Ron said, turning his attention away from Harry. "Are you sure?" Harper asked, His eyebrows furrowed as he turned to look at Ron. Ron nodded, smiling softly. "Yes, I'm sure," he said, watching as Harper squeezed his hand and the brown eyes glazed slightly. He raised his eyebrows when Harper's cheeks started blushing, watching as Harper's eyes got turned to brown again and look up at him. "What did you see?" he questioned, wondering what could get the boy blushing. Harper hesitates, looking into Ron's eyes, who's studying him carefully. "Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to know," Ron said, blushing as he turned his head away from Harper, whose face got redder than before. "Okay," Harper said, looking behind him when he heard a giggle coming from Eloise and Ginny and saw them giggling to themselves about something.